scripture and myth never vanished, but simply went into hiding? What if their bloodlines, their ruins, and their influence still shape our world today, woven so deeply into the fabric of history that we mistake their fingerprints for our own achievements? What if the stories we were told as children, the myths we dismissed as primitive fantasy, were actually warnings, echoes of a truth so vast and so unsettling that entire civilizations chose to bury it rather than face what it meant? Tonight, we descend into that buried truth. We walk through the ruins they left behind, trace the bloodlines that may still flow through human veins, and ask the question that haunts every ancient text. Did the Nephilim truly die, or did they simply learn to hide? The Ancient Whisper. The story begins in the oldest pages of human memory, in texts so ancient that their authors are lost to time. In the book of Genesis, buried within the genealogies and flood narratives, there exists a passage that has troubled scholars and theologians for millennia. It appears suddenly, without explanation, as though the writer assumed the reader already knew what it meant. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of the old, men of renown. 4 lines, that's all we're given. 4 lines to describe beings so significant that their existence warranted mention in humanity's most sacred text, yet so troubling that no further explanation was offered. The Hebrew word Nephilim itself remains contested. Some translate it as fallen ones, others as those who cause others to fall. The root suggests descent, a falling from grace or from the heavens themselves. But who were they? And why does the text mention them so briefly, as though speaking their name too loudly might summon something best left forgotten? The Book of Enoch, excluded from most biblical canons but preserved by Ethiopian Christians and discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, offers a more complete and more disturbing account. According to Enoch, 200 angels called Watchers descended to Mount Hermon, drawn by the beauty of human women. They took an oath together, binding themselves to a forbidden act, knowing the consequences would be catastrophic. They taught humanity secrets meant only for the divine, the arts of war, the making of weapons, the knowledge of cosmetics and seduction, the movements of the stars and the cutting of roots for sorcery. And they fathered children. These children were the Nephilim, beings of immense size and terrible appetite. Enoch describes them as giants who consumed all the resources of humanity, and when these resources ran out, they turned on humans themselves. They were neither fully divine nor fully human, existing in a liminal space that violated the natural order. They were abominations, according to the text, and their presence on earth corrupted everything they touched. The flood in this telling was not merely punishment for human wickedness. It was an act of cosmic necessity, a cleansing of a world so polluted by hybrid beings that it could no longer sustain life as God intended. The waters rose to erase them, to drown the giants and wash away the stain of their existence. But the text says something else, something easy to miss in the rush of the flood narrative. It says the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, after the flood, after the cleansing, after the world was supposedly purified and given a fresh start through Noah and his family. The Nephilim, or beings like them, returned, or perhaps they never truly left. The names they were given. Every culture on earth has stories of giants. Not metaphorical giants, not heroes whose deeds were exaggerated by time, but literal beings of enormous stature who walked the earth before recorded history began. The consistency of these accounts, separated by oceans and millennia, suggests something more than coincidence. In the lands of Canaan, the Israelites encountered the Anakim, a race of giants so fearsome that the spies Moses sent into the Promised Land returned trembling. "We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes," they reported, "and we looked the same to them." The Anakim were said to be descendants of the Nephilim, survivors of the flood who had rebuilt their civilization in the hills and valleys of what would become Israel. Their cities were fortified with walls so high and thick that ordinary armies despaired of ever breaching them. King Og of Bashan, mentioned in Deuteronomy, slept in a bed of iron that measured 13 feet long. The text presents this as historical fact, not legend. His kingdom was one of the last strongholds of the Rephaim, another race of giants whose name means the dead ones, or the shades, beings who existed between life and death, between the human and the divine. Goliath of Gath, the champion who faced David, stood over 9 feet tall according to most translations, though some ancient texts suggest he was even larger. He was not an anomaly. He came from a family of giants, and the Philistine cities were known to harbour bloodlines that traced back to the Anakim. When David killed Goliath, he didn't slay the last giant. He merely defeated one warrior from a race that had been fighting humanity for generations. But the stories don't end in the Middle East. In Greek mythology, the Titans were primordial giants who ruled before the Olympian gods, beings of such power that it took a cosmic war to overthrow them. Even after their defeat, they were not destroyed but imprisoned in Tartarus, deep beneath the earth, where they wait in chains. The Greeks spoke of the Gigantes as well, giants born from the blood of Uranus, who waged war against the gods themselves. In Norse mythology, the Jötnar, often translated as giants, were the ancient enemies of the gods, beings who existed before creation and who will return at Ragnarök to burn the world. They lived in Jotunheim, a realm separate from the world of humans and gods, but they frequently crossed into Midgard, interbreeding with humans and gods alike. Loki himself was half Jotun, a hybrid being whose very existence blurred the boundaries between the divine and the monstrous. The Nephilim, the Anakim, the Rephaim, the Titans, the Jötnar, different names in different languages, but the pattern remains the same. Beings of great size and power, born from the union of the divine and the mortal, who once ruled the earth and who were eventually overthrown or driven into hiding. Beings who left behind ruins too massive for ordinary humans to have built, and legends too consistent to be dismissed as mere fantasy. What if these weren't separate myths? What if they were all memories of the same ancient truth, preserved in different cultures, each one remembering the giants in their own way? The ruins that remain. If the Nephilim existed, they would have left evidence, not just in texts and legends, but in stone, in structures so massive and so precisely constructed that even modern engineers struggle to explain how they were built. And when we look at the ancient world with fresh eyes, we find exactly that. Ruins that whisper of builders who were not quite human. Baalbek in modern-day Lebanon contains some of the largest stone blocks ever used in construction. The Temple of Jupiter sits atop a foundation of megalithic stones, 3 of which, known as the Trilithon, weigh approximately 800 tons each. They were quarried from a site nearly a mile away, transported across uneven terrain, and lifted into place with such precision that a knife blade cannot fit between them. 800 tons. To put that in perspective, the larger stones used in the Great Pyramid of Giza weigh about 15 tons. The stones at Stonehenge weigh around 25 tons. The Trilithon stones are more than 30 times heavier than those, and they were placed not at ground level but elevated, fitted into a wall with mathematical precision. Mainstream archaeology attributes Baalbek to the Romans, and indeed, the Temple of Jupiter is Roman. But the foundation beneath it is far older, built in a style that predates Roman engineering by centuries, possibly millennia. The Romans themselves seem to recognize this. They built their temple on top of an existing platform, as though they knew the foundation was too sacred or too ancient to disturb. Local legend tells a different story. The people of the region have always called Baalbek the Fortress of the Giants, claiming it was built by beings of enormous size in the time before the flood. Arab historians writing in the medieval period recorded these traditions, describing how the giants constructed the platform as a refuge, a place to survive the coming deluge. Could ordinary humans have moved those stones? Perhaps with enough time, enough labour, and enough ingenuity. But the question isn't whether it's possible. It's why anyone would choose to work with stones so impossibly large when smaller blocks would have been far easier to quarry, transport, and place. Unless, of course, the builders were strong enough that 800-ton stones weren't impossibly large at all. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey pushes the timeline even further back. Discovered in the 1990s, this megalithic site dates to approximately 9600 BCE, making it older than Stonehenge by 6,000 years, older than the pyramids by 7,000 years. It predates agriculture, predates pottery, predates everything we thought we knew about the development of human civilization. The site consists of massive T-shaped pillars arranged in circles, some weighing up to 20 tons, carved with intricate reliefs of animals and abstract symbols. The level of organization required to construct Göbekli Tepe suggests a sophisticated society with specialized labor, yet it was built by people who were supposedly hunter-gatherers, living in small nomadic bands. Or were they? The carvings at Göbekli Tepe include strange humanoid figures, beings with elongated heads and exaggerated features, depicted alongside animals and geometric patterns. Some researchers have noted that these figures don't quite look human, that their proportions are off in ways that suggest the artists were depicting something other than themselves. The site was deliberately buried around 8000 BCE, not abandoned, buried. Someone went to enormous effort to fill in the circles with debris, preserving the pillars beneath tons of earth. Why would a society invest so much labour in building something, only to bury it 1,000 years later? Unless they were hiding it. Unless they wanted to ensure that whatever happened at Göbekli Tepe, whatever knowledge or power it represented, would be forgotten. In Peru, the elongated skulls of Paracas have puzzled researchers for decades. These are not the result of cranial binding, a practice used by many ancient cultures to reshape the skull for aesthetic or ritual purposes. The Paracas skulls are different. They have greater cranial volume than normal human skulls, different bone structure, and in some cases genetic anomalies that don't match any known human population. DNA analysis conducted on some of these skulls revealed mitochondrial DNA with mutations unknown in any human, primate, or animal. The results were so unusual that the researchers struggled to classify them. Were these humans with rare genetic disorders? Or were they something else? Hybrids, perhaps, carrying genetic material from a non-human source. The Paracas culture revered these individuals, burying them with great honour in elaborate tombs. They were clearly important, possibly rulers or priests. And they were not alone. Elongated skulls have been found in Egypt, Malta, Iraq, and other sites around the world, always associated with elite burials, always treated as special. What if these weren't deformities or cultural practices? What if they were the last remnants of the Nephilim bloodline, individuals who carried just enough giant ancestry to manifest physical differences, who were revered precisely because they were descendants of the old ones, the bloodlines that survived? If the Nephilim existed, and if some survived the flood or were reborn afterward, then their bloodline would have continued. Diluted, perhaps, mixed with human genetics over countless generations, but still present, still carrying traces of something ancient and powerful. The Bible itself suggests this. After the flood, when the Israelites entered Canaan, they encountered the Anakim giants who were explicitly described as descendants of the Nephilim. This means the Nephilim bloodline survived the deluge, either because some giants escaped the waters, or because their genetic legacy persisted through Noah's family. That second possibility is more disturbing than the first. If the Nephilim genes survived through Noah's line, it means the flood didn't cleanse the world of hybrid DNA. It merely reduced it. It means every human alive today could potentially carry fragments of that ancient bloodline, dormant sequences waiting for the right conditions to express themselves. Ancient royal families seem to understand this. Across cultures, kings and queens obsessed over bloodlines, marrying within their own families to preserve purity, claiming descent from gods or heroes. The pharaohs of Egypt practiced sibling marriage for generations, believing their blood was divine and must not be diluted with common human stock. The royal families of Mesopotamia traced their lineage back to the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens and ruled as god-kings. Were they trying to preserve something? Were they attempting to maintain a genetic connection to the Nephilim, to keep alive whatever gifts or powers that bloodline conferred? The Book of Jubilees, another ancient Jewish text, describes how Noah's grandson Canaan was cursed specifically because he carried the blood of the Watchers. The curse wasn't metaphorical, it was genetic, a contamination that would pass to his descendants and mark them as enemies of God's chosen people. The Canaanites, according to this tradition, were literally the children of fallen angels, and their destruction was necessary to prevent the Nephilim bloodline from spreading. But it did spread. The Canaanites intermarried with surrounding peoples. The Philistines, the Phoenicians, the various tribes of the ancient Near East, all of them carried some mixture of that ancient blood. And as empires rose and fell, as populations migrated and mixed, that genetic legacy dispersed across the world. In medieval Europe, certain noble families claimed descent from Meravesh, a semi-legendary Frankish king said to be born from the union of his mother and a sea creature. The Merovingian dynasty that ruled France traced their legitimacy to this hybrid origin, believing their blood gave them a divine right to rule. When the Merovingians were overthrown, their bloodline didn't disappear. It went underground, preserved by secret societies and occult orders who believed the royal blood carried mystical properties. The Templars, the Rosicrucians, the Freemasons, all of these organizations at various points in history have been accused of preserving ancient bloodlines, of protecting genetic legacies that trace back to pre-flood times. Conspiracy theories suggest they guard the descendants of the Nephilim, waiting for the day when that bloodline can be restored to power. Are these theories true? Perhaps not in the literal sense, but they point to something deeper, a persistent belief across cultures and centuries that some humans are different, that some carry the blood of beings who are more than human, and that this difference matters. Modern genetics has revealed something fascinating. Humans carry DNA from species we didn't even know existed until recently. Neanderthals, Denisovans, and possibly other archaic hominids contributed to our genome through interbreeding. We are, quite literally, hybrids, mixtures of different human species that evolved separately and then merged. What if there were other contributors to our genome? What if the Nephilim weren't a separate species but a genetic experiment, a deliberate hybridization of human and something else, something we don't have a name for because it no longer exists in pure form? What if that's why the flood was necessary? Not to punish humanity, but to reset the genetic experiment before it spiraled completely out of control. The structures that defy explanation. The pyramids of Giza have stood for more than 4,000 years, and despite centuries of study, we still don't fully understand how they were built. The Great Pyramid contains approximately 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, fitted together with such precision that the entire structure is aligned to true north within a fraction of a degree. The mainstream explanation involves ramps, copper tools, and thousands of workers labouring for decades. And perhaps that's true. Perhaps ordinary humans with enough determination and ingenuity could have accomplished this feat. But there are details that don't quite fit. The granite blocks in the king's chamber were quarried from Aswan, 500 miles away. Some of these blocks weigh up to 80 tons. They were transported down the Nile, then dragged across the desert, then lifted more than 200 feet into the air and manoeuvred through narrow passages into the heart of the pyramid. The precision required to place these blocks is extraordinary. The gaps between them are so small that a human hair barely fits. Why granite? Why transport stones from 500 miles away when perfectly good limestone was available locally? Unless the builders needed granite for a specific purpose, unless they understood properties of stone that we've only recently rediscovered. Some researchers have noted that the Great Pyramid sits at the exact centre of the Earth's landmass, that its dimensions encode mathematical constants like pi and phi, that its internal passages align with specific stars in ways that suggest advanced astronomical knowledge. Mainstream archaeology dismisses these observations as coincidence or numerology, but the patterns are there, undeniable and precise. The Sphinx, weathered and enigmatic, may be even older than the pyramids. Geologists examining the erosion patterns on the Sphinx enclosure have suggested that the weathering is consistent with water erosion, not wind erosion. But the Sahara has been a desert for thousands of years. The last time the region experienced rainfall heavy enough to cause that kind of erosion was before 5000 BCE, possibly as far back as 10,000 BCE. If the Sphinx is that old, it predates Egyptian civilization entirely. It would have been built by whoever lived in the Nile Valley before the pharaohs, before the pyramids, before recorded history. And if they could carve a monument that size from solid bedrock, what else were they capable of? Across the Atlantic, the ruins of Tiwanaku in Bolivia present similar mysteries. This ancient city sits at an altitude of more than 12,000 feet, in an environment so harsh that modern humans struggle to work there for extended periods. Yet someone built a massive ceremonial complex, complete with precisely cut stone blocks weighing up to 100 tons, fitted together with metal clamps. The Gateway of the Sun, carved from a single block of andesite weighing approximately 10 tons, features intricate reliefs that some researchers believe represent a calendar system more sophisticated than anything the Inca possessed. The figure at the centre of the gateway holds staffs and wears a headdress with radiating lines, a being of power, possibly divine, possibly something else. Local legend says Tiwanaku was built by giants in a single night, before the flood, as a city for the gods. The Aymara people who live in the region today still tell stories of the ancient ones, beings of great size who could move stones with their minds, who built the city as a gateway between worlds. Mainstream archaeology dates Tiwanaku to around 500 CE, but some researchers argue the site is far older, that the structures attributed to the Tiwanaku culture were actually built on top of ruins from a previous civilization. The precision of the stonework, the astronomical alignments, the sheer scale of the construction, all of it suggests knowledge and capabilities that don't fit the timeline we've been given. On Easter Island, the Moai statues stand as silent witnesses to a vanished culture. Nearly 900 of these massive stone figures dot the island, some weighing up to 80 tons, carved from volcanic rock, and transported across the island to platforms where they were erected to face inland, watching over the people. The islanders say their ancestors carved the Moai, but they've lost the knowledge of how it was done. The statues were walked into place, according to legend, moved by mana, spiritual power, rather than physical force. Modern experiments have shown that the statues can be moved using ropes and coordinated rocking, but the largest Moai still in the quarry weighs more than 200 tons. No amount of rope and rocking would move that. What if the legends are true? What if the Moai were carved and moved by people who possessed abilities we've lost, who carried genetic traits that gave them strength or knowledge beyond what modern humans possess? What if Easter Island was one of the last refugees of the Nephilim bloodline, and the Moai were carved in their image, tall, imposing, with elongated features that don't quite look human? The forbidden knowledge. The Book of Enoch describes in detail what the Watchers taught humanity. These weren't benign gifts. They were dangerous secrets, knowledge that corrupted and destroyed. Azazel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, and armor, transforming humanity from peaceful gatherers into warriors. Semjaza taught enchantments and root cutting, the foundations of sorcery. Amaros taught the resolving of enchantments. Barakijal taught astrology. Kokabel taught the constellations. Ezekiel taught the knowledge of clouds. Arakiel taught the signs of the earth. Shamsiel taught the signs of the sun. And Sariel taught the course of the moon. These teachings sound almost like a curriculum, a deliberate program of education designed to elevate humanity from ignorance to knowledge, but the text frames them as corruption, as violations of the natural order. Why? Perhaps because knowledge, in the wrong hands or at the wrong time, is dangerous. Perhaps because humanity wasn't ready for these secrets, and receiving them prematurely led to catastrophe. Or perhaps because the knowledge itself was tainted, carrying with it the seeds of destruction. Ancient cultures around the world speak of a time when gods walked among humans and taught them the arts of civilization. The Sumerians credited the Anunnaki with teaching them writing, mathematics, agriculture, and law. The Egyptians said Thoth gave them hieroglyphs and sacred geometry. The Greeks attributed their knowledge to Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity, suffering eternal punishment for his transgression. These stories follow the same pattern as the Watcher's narrative. Divine beings descending to earth, sharing forbidden knowledge, and facing consequences for their actions. What if they're all describing the same event, the same transfer of knowledge from the Nephilim to humanity? The antediluvian patriarchs, the men who lived before the flood, are described in Genesis as living for hundreds of years. Methuselah lived 969 years. Noah was 600 years old when the flood came. These lifespans seem impossible, but what if they're not exaggerations? What if the Nephilim bloodline conferred longevity and the patriarchs lived so long because they carried genetic traits from the giants. After the flood, human lifespans drop dramatically. Noah's descendants live for only a few hundred years, and within a few generations the lifespan settles at the familiar 70 or 80 years. Something changed. The genetic legacy of the Nephilim was diluted, and with it, the extended lifespans disappeared. But the knowledge remained. The survivors of the flood carried with them the teachings of the Watchers, the secrets of metallurgy and astronomy and agriculture. They rebuilt civilization using that knowledge, constructing cities and temples and monuments that echoed the achievements of the pre-flood world. And perhaps they carried something else. Texts, artifacts, physical remnants of the Nephilim era that were too valuable or too dangerous to destroy. The Book of Enoch itself claims to be based on visions given to Enoch before the flood, preserved through the deluge and passed down through generations. If that text survived, what else might have? Mystery schools and secret societies throughout history have claimed to possess ancient wisdom, knowledge passed down from before the flood. The Egyptian priesthood guarded their mysteries jealously, initiating only a select few into the deeper teachings. The Pythagoreans in Greece practiced secrecy, believing that certain mathematical and philosophical truths were too powerful for the uninitiated. The Gnostics spoke of hidden knowledge that could liberate the soul from the material world. Were they preserving fragments of what the Watchers taught? Were they the inheritors of Nephilim wisdom, keeping it alive through the centuries, waiting for the time when humanity would be ready to receive it again? In the medieval period, alchemists sought the philosopher's stone, a substance that could transmute lead into gold and grant eternal life. Their writings are filled with obscure symbols and coded language, but beneath the mysticism, they were conducting real experiments, discovering real chemistry. Some historians believe alchemy was a cover for something deeper, a search for the secrets of the Nephilim, an attempt to recreate the longevity and power that the giants possessed. The Renaissance saw an explosion of interest in ancient texts, particularly those that had been suppressed or forgotten. Scholars scoured monasteries and libraries, seeking manuscripts that predated Christianity, hoping to recover the wisdom of the ancient world. They found Hermetic texts, Neoplatonic philosophy, Jewish mysticism, all of it pointing back to a time when humanity possessed knowledge that was later lost or hidden. What if that knowledge was never truly lost? What if it's been preserved all along, guarded by those who understand its power and its danger, waiting for the moment when it can be revealed without destroying the world? The modern search. In the 20th century, something changed. Governments and military organizations began taking ancient mysteries seriously, funding expeditions to remote sites, searching for artifacts and texts that might contain lost knowledge. The Nazis were obsessed with the occult, sending teams to Tibet, South America, and the Middle East in search of relics that could give them power. They believed in the existence of a master race, a bloodline superior to ordinary humans, and they sought evidence of that bloodline in ancient ruins and forgotten texts. After World War II, the United States and Soviet Union continued this search, though more quietly. Operation Paperclip brought Nazi scientists to America, and with them came their research into ancient mysteries. The CIA conducted experiments in remote viewing, attempting to access information through psychic means, exploring the boundaries of human consciousness in ways that echoed the teachings of the mystery schools. In 1947, the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in caves near Qumran, containing copies of biblical texts and previously unknown writings, including multiple copies of the Book of Enoch. The scrolls confirmed that the Nephilim narrative was taken seriously by ancient Jewish communities, that it wasn't just mythology but part of their historical understanding. Why were these texts hidden in caves? The standard explanation is that the Essenes, a Jewish sect, stored them there for safekeeping during the Roman occupation. But what if they were hidden for a different reason? What if the knowledge contained in those scrolls was considered too dangerous to circulate freely, and the caves were chosen specifically because they would preserve the texts while keeping them out of reach? In recent decades, advances in genetics have opened new possibilities. The Human Genome Project mapped our DNA, revealing that humans share genetic material with species we didn't know existed. We carry Neanderthal DNA, Denisovan DNA, and possibly DNA from other archaic hominids that haven't been identified yet. Some researchers have begun asking uncomfortable questions. What if there are genetic sequences in human DNA that don't match any known species? What if there are genes that appear to have been inserted rather than inherited through natural evolution? What if the Nephilim left their mark not just in stone and legend, but in our very cells? There are rumours, unconfirmed, impossible to verify, of secret genetic research programs attempting to isolate and activate ancient DNA sequences. The goal, according to these rumours, is to recreate the abilities that the Nephilim possessed, to produce humans with enhanced strength, intelligence, or longevity. Whether these programs exist or not, the fact that people believe they exist says something about our collective fascination with the idea of transcending human limitations. Transhumanism, the movement to enhance human capabilities through technology, echoes the Nephilim narrative in disturbing ways. The goal is to create beings that are more than human, to merge biological and artificial intelligence, to extend lifespan indefinitely, to augment physical and mental abilities beyond natural limits. It's the same impulse that drove the Watchers to descend and teach humanity forbidden knowledge, the desire to transcend boundaries, to become something greater. But the Book of Enoch warns that this path leads to destruction. The Nephilim, for all their power, were abominations that had to be destroyed. Their existence corrupted the world so thoroughly that only a flood could cleanse it. If we're following the same path, if we're attempting to recreate what they were, are we heading toward the same fate? The hidden ones. What if the Nephilim didn't die? What if they simply learned to hide? Throughout history there have been reports of giants in remote regions, beings of enormous size living in mountains, forests and deserts far from human civilization. Native American tribes speak of the Site-Ka, red-haired giants who lived in caves and waged war against the ancestors. The Paiute people of Nevada tell stories of hunting these giants to extinction, trapping them in a cave and setting it on fire. When archaeologists excavated Lovelock Cave in 1911, they found remains of individuals significantly taller than average, along with artifacts that suggested a culture distinct from the surrounding tribes. In the Caucasus Mountains, legends speak of the Almas, large humanoid creatures that live in the high peaks, avoiding contact with humans. Descriptions vary, but they're consistently described as taller and more robust than ordinary humans, covered in hair, with elongated skulls and powerful builds. Similar creatures appear in legends from the Himalayas, the Pacific Northwest, the Amazon, always in remote regions, always described as avoiding human contact. Are these just myths? Misidentifications of bears or other animals? Or are they remnants of the Nephilim, survivors who retreated to the edges of the world when humanity became too numerous and too dangerous? The ocean covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface, and we've explored less than 5% of it. The deep sea is the largest habitat on Earth, and it's almost entirely unknown. What lives down there, in the trenches and abyssal plains where no light penetrates? Could the Nephilim have retreated beneath the waves, building cities in the depth where humans couldn't follow? Ancient texts speak of beings who lived in the sea. The Babylonian god Awans was described as a fishman who emerged from the Persian Gulf to teach humanity the arts of civilization. The Philistine god Dagon was depicted as half man, half fish. The Greek Tritons were sea-dwelling hybrids, children of Poseidon. What if these weren't gods but Nephilim who adapted to aquatic life, who found refuge in the ocean when the land became too hostile? There are reports, mostly dismissed as hoaxes or misidentifications, of massive humanoid figures seen in deep water. Divers have described encounters with beings far larger than any known marine animal, with vaguely human features, watching from the darkness before disappearing into the depths. Sonar has detected anomalies, large objects moving in patterns that don't match any known sea creature, sometimes at depths where the pressure should crush any living thing. Could the Nephilim have survived by going underground? The Earth's crust is riddled with caves and tunnels, some natural, some possibly artificial. Ancient texts speak of underworld realms, Sheol, Hades, the Duat, places beneath the earth where the dead dwell. But what if these weren't metaphorical? What if there are vast caverns deep underground, ecosystems that exist independently of the surface, where beings could live for millennia without ever being seen? In the 1940s, Admiral Richard Byrd led expeditions to Antarctica and allegedly discovered entrances to underground realms. His reports, if they're genuine, describe vast caverns with their own climate, vegetation and inhabitants, beings that didn't match any known species. The reports were classified, and Byrd's later statements about his discoveries were vague and contradictory, leading to speculation that he'd been ordered to remain silent about what he'd found. Antarctica is the least explored continent, covered in ice miles thick, with mountain ranges and valleys that have never been seen by human eyes. If the Nephilim wanted to hide, if they needed a place where humans wouldn't follow, Antarctica would be ideal. The ice would preserve their cities, protect them from discovery, and the extreme environment would deter all but the most determined explorers. What if they're still there? What if beneath the ice, in caverns warmed by geothermal heat, the descendants of the Nephilim wait, preserving their knowledge and their bloodline, watching the surface world through means we can't detect, waiting for the time when they can emerge again. The return. Every major religion speaks of an end time, a period when the world as we know it will end and something new will begin. In Christianity, the book of Revelation describes the return of Christ, the final battle between good and evil, and the establishment of a new heaven and new earth. In Islam, the Day of Judgment will see the resurrection of the dead and the final accounting of souls. In Hinduism, the current age of Kali Yuga will end in destruction, followed by renewal. In Norse mythology, Ragnarök will see the gods and giants wage their final war, burning the world before it's reborn. These prophecies differ in details, but they share common elements. A time of tribulation, the return of ancient powers, a final conflict, and transformation. What if these prophecies are describing the same event? What if they're all warning about the return of the Nephilim? The Book of Enoch describes the punishment of the Watchers. They were bound in chains and imprisoned in darkness until the day of judgment, not destroyed, but imprisoned, waiting. The text suggests that at the end of days, they will be released to face final judgment, and their release will coincide with a period of great tribulation on earth. What if that release is coming? What if the Nephilim, whether imprisoned in the earth or hidden in remote regions, are preparing to return? What if the signs are already here, and we're too distracted to notice? UFO sightings have increased dramatically in recent decades. The US government has acknowledged that unidentified aerial phenomena exist, that military pilots have encountered objects that defy known physics, moving in ways that no human technology can replicate. The standard explanation is extraterrestrial visitors, but what if the truth is stranger? What if these aren't aliens from other planets, but Nephilim emerging from hidden bases, testing their technology, preparing for something? Ancient astronaut theories suggest that gods and angels were actually advanced beings from other worlds, that the miracles and wonders described in religious texts were misunderstood technology. But what if it's the reverse? What if the beings we're seeing now, the UFOs and their occupants, aren't aliens but the same entities that ancient texts called Watchers and Nephilim? What if they never left Earth, and what we're witnessing is their gradual return to visibility? There are reports of increased activity at ancient sites, strange lights seen over the pyramids, unusual electromagnetic readings at Stonehenge, unexplained phenomena at Göbekli Tepe. Mainstream science dismisses these as hoaxes or natural phenomena, but the reports persist, coming from credible witnesses, documented with photographs and sensor data. What if these sites are awakening? What if they were never just monuments but machines? Devices built by the Nephilim for purposes we don't understand, and they're being reactivated. What if the return has already begun, and we're watching it happen without recognizing what we're seeing? The genetic research mentioned earlier, the attempts to map and manipulate human DNA, could be part of this. What if the Nephilim are guiding this research, using human scientists to prepare the way for their return? What if the goal is to create a new generation of hybrids, beings that carry Nephilim genetics but are born into the modern world, ready to serve as a bridge between the old ones and humanity? Conspiracy theories suggest that certain bloodlines have been preserved through history, that royal families and secret societies have maintained genetic purity specifically to ensure that when the Nephilim return, there will be humans ready to serve them, humans who carry enough of the ancient blood to be compatible with the old ones. Are these theories true? It's impossible to say, but they point to a deep unease, a sense that something is coming, that the world is changing in ways we don't fully understand, and that the changes are connected to something ancient and powerful. The question that remains. So we return to where we began, to the question that has haunted humanity since the first stories were told around fires in the darkness. What if the Nephilim never died? What if they're still here, hidden in the depths of the ocean, beneath the ice of Antarctica, in caverns deep underground, or walking among us in forms we don't recognize? What if the ruins they left behind aren't just monuments to a vanished past, but markers, beacons, devices waiting to be activated? What if the bloodlines that trace back to them aren't just genetic curiosities, but preparations for something yet to come? The evidence is fragmentary, the theories speculative, the conclusions uncertain, but the pattern is there, woven through every culture, every ancient text, every unexplained ruin. Beings of great size and power once walked the earth. They taught humanity forbidden knowledge. They interbred with humans, creating hybrid offspring. They were overthrown or driven into hiding, but they didn't disappear completely. Their legacy remains in our DNA, in the stones they moved, in the stories we tell, and perhaps in something more, in the feeling that we're not alone, that we're being watched, that something ancient and powerful is waiting for the right moment to return. The flood was meant to cleanse the world, to erase the Nephilim and give humanity a fresh start. But the text says they returned afterward. They survived, or they were reborn, and they've been with us ever since, hidden but never truly gone. What does it mean to be human if we carry their blood? What does it mean for our future if they're preparing to return? These aren't questions with easy answers. They're questions that force us to reconsider everything we think we know about our past, our present, and our future. Maybe the Nephilim era never ended. Maybe it just went underground, waiting for the time when humanity would be ready to face the truth. Or maybe it's waiting for the time when humanity would be weak enough, distracted enough, divided enough that the old ones could return without resistance. The ancient texts warn us, the ruins remind us, the legends whisper to us across the centuries, but we've forgotten how to listen. We've dismissed the warnings as primitive superstition, the ruins as impressive but explainable, the legends as entertaining but meaningless. What if we're wrong? What if the ancients knew something we've forgotten? What if they left us warnings encoded in stone and story, hoping that someday we'd remember, that we'd recognize the signs and prepare for what's coming? The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward. That single phrase, easy to overlook, changes everything. It means the story didn't end with the flood. It means the giants survived in some form, and their presence continued to shape human history. Are they still shaping it? Are they still here, working behind the scenes, guiding events towards some purpose we can't see? Or are they waiting, dormant but not dead, for the moment when they can emerge again and reclaim the world they once ruled? We build our cities on the ruins of theirs. We carry their blood in our veins. We tell their stories without understanding what they mean. And perhaps, in the quiet moments, in the spaces between sleep and waking, we sense them. The old ones, the giants, the Nephilim, watching from the shadows, waiting for their time to return. The question isn't whether they existed. The evidence suggests they did in some form, whether as literal giants or as something else that ancient peoples interpreted as giants. The question is whether they're gone. And if the texts are right, if the legends are true, if the patterns we see in ruins and bloodlines and modern mysteries all point to the same conclusion, then the answer is no. They're not gone. They never left. They're here, hidden in plain sight, woven into the fabric of our world so deeply that we mistake their influence for our own achievements. And maybe, just maybe, they're preparing to reveal themselves again. What happens then? What happens when the Nephilim return? When the old ones emerge from their hiding places and reclaim their place in the world? Will it be the end of humanity as we know it, or the beginning of something new? Will we be destroyed or transformed? Will we fight or will we submit? The ancient texts don't give us clear answers. They warn us, they prepare us, but they don't tell us how the story ends. Maybe that's because the ending hasn't been written yet. Maybe it depends on us, on whether we remember the warnings, whether we recognize the signs, whether we're ready when the moment comes. Or maybe the ending was written long ago, in the time before the flood, and we're just living out the final chapters of a story that began when the Watchers first descended to Mount Hermon and looked upon the daughters of men and found them beautiful. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward. The story continues, the bloodline persists, the ruins remain, and somewhere, In the depths of the ocean or beneath the ice or in caverns deep underground, the old ones wait. They've always been patient. They've had thousands of years to perfect their patience. And when they return, if they return, the world will remember what it forgot. The world will understand what the ancients tried to tell us, that we were never alone, that we were never fully human, that we carry within us the legacy of beings who are more than human, and that legacy shapes everything we are and everything we might become. The Nephilim era never died. It just learned to hide. And now perhaps it's learning to emerge again. The watchers who never stopped watching. If the Nephilim survived, they would need a system, a way to monitor humanity, to track our development, to ensure we never grew strong enough or unified enough to threaten them. They would need eyes in every civilization, agents in positions of power, mechanisms to guide human history along paths that served their purposes. They would need, in essence, to become the invisible hand that shapes empires. History is filled with shadowy figures who appear at crucial moments, offering knowledge or resources that change the course of civilizations, advisors to kings whose origins are obscure, priests who seem to possess knowledge beyond their time, merchants who arrive with technologies that shouldn't exist yet. We dismiss these as legends, as embellishments added by chroniclers who wanted to make their stories more interesting. But what if some of them were real? In ancient Sumer, the texts speak of the Apkallu, 7 sages who appeared before the flood, sent by the god Enki to teach humanity the arts of civilization. They're depicted in carvings as strange hybrid creatures, sometimes human-headed fish, sometimes beings with wings and animal features. They taught kingship, temple building, mathematics, and the proper worship of the gods. Then, after the flood, they disappeared from the historical record, or rather, they continued but in different forms, as human sages who carried on the teaching traditions. The transition is telling. The pre-flood Apkallu were openly non-human, hybrid beings who walked among humans without disguise. The post-flood sages were human, or at least they appeared human. What changed? Perhaps after the flood, after humanity had proven itself capable of recognizing and fearing the Nephilim, the survivors learned that survival required camouflage. In Egypt, the priesthood of Heliopolis claimed to possess knowledge that stretched back to Zep-Tepi, the first time, an era when gods walked the earth and established the foundations of Egyptian civilization. This knowledge was never written down in its entirety. It was passed orally from one generation of priests to the next, shared only with initiates who had proven themselves worthy. What were they preserving? What secrets were so dangerous that they couldn't be committed to writing? The Egyptian concept of the Aku, the transfigured spirits, describes beings who have transcended normal human existence, who possess knowledge and powers that ordinary humans lack. These weren't gods in the distant heavens, but beings who could interact with the physical world, who could appear to humans and influence events. The pharaohs underwent rituals designed to transform them into Aku, to give them access to this elevated state. Were these rituals symbolic, or were they attempts to activate dormant Nephilim genetics, to awaken whatever traces of giant blood ran through royal veins? In Greece, the mystery schools of Eleusis, Samothrace, and Delphi initiated thousands of people over centuries into secret knowledge. Participants in the Eleusinian mysteries experienced visions, encounters with divine beings, revelations about the nature of reality, transformative experiences that they were forbidden to discuss with outsiders. Scholars have speculated about what actually happened in those ceremonies. Was it simply religious theatre, or were participants exposed to something real, substances, rituals, or even contact with non-human entities that produced genuine mystical experiences? Plato wrote about Atlantis, describing it as advanced civilization that existed before recorded history, that possessed technology and knowledge far beyond what ancient Greece had achieved, and that was ultimately destroyed for its hubris. He claimed to have received the story through a chain of transmission that traced back to Egyptian priests, who had preserved records of the antediluvian world. Most scholars treat Atlantis as Plato's invention, a philosophical thought experiment. But what if he was relating an actual tradition, a memory preserved by those who knew that human civilization was not the first, that something came before? The pattern repeats across cultures and centuries. Secret knowledge preserved by hidden groups, initiations that transform participants, claims of contact with non-human intelligence, bloodlines that carry special significance, technologies or insights that appear fully formed without the gradual development we'd expect from human innovation. What if these weren't separate phenomena but parts of a single system, a network of influence maintained by Nephilim survivors or their hybrid descendants, ensuring that humanity developed along specific paths, that certain knowledge was preserved while other knowledge was suppressed, that bloodlines were protected and power remained in the hands of those who served the old ones? The architecture of control doesn't require direct rule. The most effective control is invisible, operating through systems so ubiquitous that people don't recognize them as control at all. If the Nephilim wanted to guide humanity without revealing themselves, they would need to embed their influence in the fundamental structures of civilization, in how we organize ourselves, how we understand reality, how we pass knowledge from generation to generation. Consider language itself. Why do humans speak thousands of different languages? The Tower of Babel story offers an explanation. God confused human language to prevent humanity from unifying and becoming too powerful. But what if the story is describing something that actually happened? What if linguistic diversity was deliberately engineered, not by God, but by those who wanted to keep humanity divided? Linguists have identified language families, groups of related languages that evolve from common ancestors. But there are languages that don't fit into any family isolates, that seem to have no relatives, no clear origin point. Basque in Europe, Sumerian in the Middle East, Ainu in Japan, languages that appear suddenly in the historical record, fully formed, with no evident ancestral languages. How does a language appear from nowhere, unless it was introduced from outside, taught by those who already possessed it? The structure of language shapes how we think. Studies have shown that speakers of different languages literally perceive reality differently, that the grammar and vocabulary available to us determines what concepts we can easily express, and therefore what thoughts we naturally have. If you wanted to limit human consciousness, to prevent certain kinds of thinking or realization, manipulating language would be one of the most effective methods. Give humans the words for things you want them to focus on, withhold words for things you want them to ignore. Mathematics is called the universal language, but even mathematics has embedded assumptions. We use base 10 counting systems because we have 10 fingers, but ancient cultures used base 60, Mesopotamia, and base 20, Mayan. The choice of base affects what calculations are easy or difficult, what patterns become visible or remain hidden. The Babylonians, working in base 60, discovered mathematical relationships that weren't rediscovered in the West until the 20th century. What if Base 60 wasn't their invention, but something taught to them, a gift from the Apkallu that encoded certain truths in its very structure? Sacred geometry, the mathematical relationships embedded in temple architecture, religious art and ceremonial spaces, appears in cultures that supposedly had no contact. The golden ratio, phi, appears in the Parthenon, in Gothic cathedrals, in Islamic mosques, in Hindu temples. The Vesica Piscis, the flower of life, the Platonic solids. These geometric forms recur across time and geography with such consistency that their independent discovery strains credibility. What if these weren't independently discovered but taught? What if the Nephilim, possessing knowledge of mathematics and geometry that humanity wouldn't rediscover for thousands of years, shared just enough to allow humans to build impressive structures that, not coincidentally, incorporated specific geometric relationships that served purposes we don't fully understand? Some researchers have noted that many ancient temples and monuments seem to function as resonance chambers, that their proportions create specific acoustic effects. The king's chamber in the Great Pyramid resonates at a frequency that induces altered states of consciousness. Newgrange in Ireland amplifies sound in ways that suggest deliberate acoustic engineering. Göbekli Tepe's stone circles may have been designed to produce particular sonic effects. Why would ancient peoples care about acoustics? Perhaps because sound affects consciousness, because certain frequencies can induce trance states, open the mind to suggestion, or even alter physical matter. If the Nephilim wanted to maintain contact with humanity, if they needed a way to communicate or influence human consciousness without physical presence, embedding acoustic technology in sacred structures would be an elegant solution. Humans would build the temples, perform the rituals, and never realize they were operating communication devices or consciousness-altering machines. The cult of the hidden. Every major religion contains an exoteric aspect. Teachings for the masses, simple doctrines that can be understood by ordinary believers, and an esoteric aspect. Hidden teachings for initiates. Complex doctrines that reveal deeper truths. This division is universal, appearing in Christianity, Gnosticism, mysticism, Islam, Sufism, Ismailism, Judaism, Kabbalah, Buddhism, Vajrayana, Hinduism, Tantra. Why? The standard explanation is that esoteric teachings are simply more complex, requiring study and spiritual development to understand. But there's another possibility, that the esoteric teachings contain actual secrets, not just philosophical subtleties, and those secrets are too dangerous or too revealing to be shared widely. Gnostic texts suppressed by early Christianity and rediscovered at Nag Hammadi in 1945 present a radically different version of creation. In Gnostic cosmology, the material world was not created by the true God but by the demiurge, a false god, ignorant or malevolent, who trapped divine sparks in physical matter. Humanity's true origin is divine, but we've been imprisoned in flesh and deceived into worshipping our jailer. This narrative inverts the standard biblical account. The serpent in Eden becomes a hero, offering Eve knowledge that would free her from the demiurge's control. The God of the Old Testament becomes the villain, a jealous deity who demands worship while keeping humanity in ignorance. And humanity's purpose is not obedience but escape, recovering the knowledge of our true divine nature and breaking free from material existence. What if the Gnostics preserved a memory of the Nephilim era? What if the divine sparks trapped in human flesh are genetic traces of the Nephilim bloodline, fragments of something greater imprisoned in mortal bodies? What if the knowledge that liberates is literally genetic knowledge, understanding what we carry in our DNA and learning to activate it. The Gnostics were hunted down and destroyed by Orthodox Christianity. Their texts were burned, their teachers killed, their communities scattered. Why such vehemence? If Gnosticism was merely a heretical interpretation, surely debate and persuasion would have sufficed. Unless the threat wasn't theological but practical. Unless the Gnostics actually knew something, possessed actual techniques or information that threatened not just Christian doctrine, but the entire system of control that the Nephilim had established. Kabbalah, the Jewish mystical tradition, teaches that the Torah contains hidden meanings, that the text is encoded with knowledge of creation itself. Kabbalists use numerology, gematria, letter manipulation, notarikon and tamura, and meditation on sacred names to unlock these hidden teachings. They speak of the tree of life, a diagram representing emanations of divine energy, and they claim that by understanding these emanations, one can ascend through levels of reality to reach divine union. But Kabbalah also speaks of the Qliphoth, the shells, the husks, the forces of evil that mirror and oppose the tree of life. These aren't abstract philosophical concepts, but actual entities, forces that can be contacted and potentially bargained with. Medieval Kabbalists wrote extensively about angels and demons, providing names, characteristics, and rituals for summoning them. Were these real entities? And if so, what were they? The descriptions are revealing. These beings exist in a realm adjacent to ours. They possess knowledge and power beyond human capacity. They're interested in interacting with humans, and they can be bound through proper ritual. That sounds less like spirits and more like the Nephilim, beings of hybrid origin, existing between realms, possessing pre-flood knowledge, seeking ways to influence the post-flood world. Islamic esotericism speaks of the jinn, beings created from smokeless fire, existing in a realm parallel to ours, capable of taking physical form and interacting with humans. The Quran treats jinn as real entities, not metaphors. Solomon is said to have commanded jinn, using them to build his temple, a structure so magnificent that it required non-human assistance to complete. Again, the pattern appears. Non-human entities, possessing special knowledge and abilities, capable of interbreeding with humans, jinn-human hybrids appear in Islamic folklore, involved in the construction of monumental architecture. The jinn could be another cultural memory of the Nephilim, the same entities described in different terms by a different tradition, the alchemy of flesh. The medieval alchemists claim they sought to turn lead into gold, but their writings make clear that this was metaphor as much as literal goal. The great work of alchemy was transformation, not just of metals but of the alchemist himself. As above, so below wasn't just a saying, it was a principle of operation. The transformation of matter in the flask mirrored and enabled the transformation of consciousness in the practitioner. But what if there was a literal component as well? What if the alchemists really were trying to transmute flesh, to alter human biology in ways that would unlock dormant potential? The philosopher's stone, the ultimate goal of alchemy, was said to grant immortality and perfect health. The elixir of life, the universal medicine, the aurum potabile, these were substances that could supposedly transform the human body, reversing aging, curing disease, and extending life indefinitely. Every alchemical tradition mentions them. Chinese Taoists sought the same thing through different methods, creating elixirs of mercury and jade, attempting to achieve physical immortality. These experiments often killed the practitioners. Mercury is poison, after all. but the reports suggest that sometimes they worked. Chinese emperors who consumed alchemical elixirs sometimes displayed unusual vitality and longevity before the toxins eventually killed them. What if the alchemists had stumbled onto something real, a genuine method of life extension, but lacked the knowledge to use it safely? The antediluvian patriarchs lived for centuries. What if that longevity wasn't natural but engineered? What if the Nephilim possessed biological knowledge, what we'd now call genetics and cellular biology, that allowed them to extend lifespan dramatically? What if some of that knowledge survived the flood, preserved in fragmentary form, and alchemists spent centuries trying to reconstruct it from incomplete instructions? Modern science has identified several factors that affect aging: telomere length, cellular senescence, DNA repair mechanisms, mitochondrial function. We're beginning to develop therapies that target these factors, potentially extending healthy lifespan. But what if this isn't new knowledge but rediscovery? What if the Nephilim understood cellular biology thousands of years ago, and we're only now reaching the point where we can comprehend what they knew? There are genetic mutations that confer unusual abilities. People with the MSTN mutation develop extraordinary muscle mass with minimal exercise. People with the LRP5 mutation have bones nearly unbreakable and don't suffer age-related bone loss. People with mutations in the SCN9A gene can't feel pain. Each of these mutations is rare, appearing randomly in populations worldwide. But what if they're not random? What if they're echoes of Nephilim genetics, fragments of engineered traits that occasionally express themselves when the right genetic combinations occur? What if the Nephilim were genetically enhanced beings, deliberately modified to possess strength, durability, and other traits beyond normal human capacity, and those modifications still lurk in human DNA? Modern genetic engineering is approaching the point where we could create such enhancements deliberately. CRISPR technology allows precise editing of DNA. Gene therapy can insert new genetic material into living organisms. Designer babies, children whose genetics are selected or modified before birth, are technically possible now, even if ethical considerations prevent it. But who's to say ethical considerations will continue to prevent it? If the Nephilim are preparing to return, if they need human bodies capable of housing their consciousness or bearing their genetics, creating designer humans would be essential. And conveniently, humanity is developing the technology to do exactly that, driven by medical necessity and human ambition, never recognizing that we might be preparing the way for something else. The stones that remember, megalithic sites aren't just scattered randomly across the earth. When mapped, they form patterns, alignments that span continents, geometric relationships that suggest intentional placement. Ley lines, the hypothetical alignments of ancient sites, have been dismissed by mainstream archaeology as coincidence or wishful thinking, but the patterns are there, undeniable once you look for them. Giza, Nazca, Angkor Wat, Mohenjo-Daro, Easter Island. These sites, separated by thousands of miles, align on or very near the same latitude. Is that coincidence? Perhaps. But when you add Petra, Tassili Naja, the Indus Valley sites, and dozens of others, the alignment becomes harder to dismiss. Some researchers have proposed that these sites form a global grid, that they're nodes in a planetary network built for purposes we don't understand. Energy transmission, communication, consciousness amplification. The theories vary, but they share a common assumption that megalithic sites weren't isolated monuments but components of a worldwide system. If the Nephilim had a global civilization, if they ruled the earth before the flood, they would have needed infrastructure, communication across continents, energy distribution, transportation networks, all the things any advanced civilization requires. They wouldn't have had satellites or fiber optic cables, but they might have had something else. Stone, properly arranged and aligned, can focus and transmit energy. Ancient peoples knew this. They built structures that channel sunlight, align with stars, resonate at specific frequencies. What if megalithic sites are the ruins of Nephilim infrastructure? What if they're still functional, waiting to be reactivated by those who know how to use them? It would explain why new structures were repeatedly built on top of old ones. Later cultures recognized that these sites were special, that building there conferred some benefit or power, even if they no longer understood why. Stonehenge has been rebuilt multiple times, each iteration more sophisticated than the last. But ground-penetrating radar has revealed that the site was in use for thousands of years before the stones we see today were erected. There were wooden structures there, then smaller stone arrangements, then the massive monument. Each generation adding to what came before, recognizing the site's importance, maintaining the location even as knowledge of its original purpose faded. The Sphinx, as mentioned earlier, may predate Egyptian civilization by thousands of years, but it's been repeatedly restored and modified, the head recarved, possibly multiple times, the body patched and reconstructed. Each generation of Egyptians maintained the monument, recognizing its significance, even though they couldn't remember who built it or why. Were they preserving it instinctively, following impulses encoded in racial memory? Or were they guided by priests who still possessed fragments of ancient knowledge, who knew the Sphinx was important even if they no longer understood its full purpose? Crystal skulls, controversial artifacts supposedly carved from single pieces of quartz by pre-Columbian cultures, have been analysed by modern science. Most have been revealed as fakes, created in the 19th century. But a few, particularly the Mitchell-Hedges skull, remain mysterious. The carving precision required would be difficult even with modern tools, and the skull's optical properties, it focuses light in specific ways, suggest knowledge of crystallography. Quartz has piezoelectric properties. It generates electrical charge under mechanical stress and vibrates at precise frequencies when electrical current is applied. Modern electronics depend on quartz oscillators for timing. Did ancient peoples know this? If the Nephilim possessed advanced knowledge, if they understood how to use crystals for energy storage or information encoding, then crystal skulls might not be art or religious icons, but technology, devices we no longer know how to operate. The Watchers return, signs in the modern age. The year UFOs entered modern consciousness, Kenneth Arnold's sighting of flying saucers over Mount Rainier, followed weeks later by the alleged crash at Roswell. The beginning of the modern UFO era, when sightings went from rare oddities to regular occurrences, when governments began taking the phenomenon seriously, establishing investigation programs and classifying reports. Why 1947? What changed that year? Skeptics point to the beginning of the Cold War, to post-war anxiety manifesting as paranoia about visitors from space. But there's another possibility, that something actually changed, that 1947 marked the beginning of a new phase in whatever the UFO phenomenon represents. That same year, the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, revealing ancient texts that confirm the Nephilim narrative was taken seriously by pre-Christian Judaism. That same year, Admiral Byrd led Operation High Jump to Antarctica, an unusually large military expedition that was cut short under mysterious circumstances. That same year, The National Security Act established the CIA and the National Security Council, creating the infrastructure for the secret government operations that conspiracy theorists claim have hidden the truth about non-human intelligence. Coincidence? Perhaps. Or perhaps 1947 was when something dormant began waking up, when the Nephilim, whether imprisoned in the earth, hidden in remote regions or existing in adjacent dimensions, began making their presence known again. The typical UFO encounter follows a pattern. Lights in the sky, performing maneuvers that defy physics, close approaches to military installations or nuclear facilities, encounters with entities that appear humanoid but not quite human, too tall or too short, with elongated heads, large eyes, seemingly interested in human genetics and reproduction. Abduction accounts describe medical examinations focused on reproductive systems, hybrid breeding programs, warnings about humanity's future. This doesn't sound like aliens from other planets. It sounds like the Watchers from the Book of Enoch, non-human entities interested in human reproduction, possessing advanced knowledge, warning humanity about catastrophe. The parallels are striking once you look for them. Modern abduction accounts describe hybrid children, offspring of human and non-human parents, being raised in facilities somewhere else, sometimes shown to the human parent during subsequent abductions. The details vary, but the core narrative is consistent. Interbreeding between human and non-human intelligence, producing offspring that combine traits of both. This is exactly what Genesis and Enoch describe. The Watchers took human women and fathered hybrid children. The resulting Nephilim were neither fully human nor fully divine. And now, if the abduction accounts are accurate, it's happening again. The breeding program never stopped. It just went underground, became more subtle, more organized. Some abductees report being told they're special, that they've been selected for a purpose, that they carry important genetics. They're shown apocalyptic visions, Earth in crisis, humanity on the brink of extinction, and told they're part of a plan to preserve or transform the species. Does this sound like aliens? Or does it sound like the Nephilim preparing to return openly, selecting which humans carry enough of their bloodline to serve as bridges between the old world and the new? The architects of tomorrow transhumanism promises to elevate humanity beyond biological limitations. Through genetic engineering, cybernetic enhancement, artificial intelligence and nanotechnology, we'll transcend the weakness of flesh and become something greater. We'll cure disease, reverse aging, enhance cognition, and ultimately merge with machines to create a post-human species that bears little resemblance to Homo sapiens. The rhetoric is seductive. Who wouldn't want to live longer, think faster, experience more? Who wouldn't want to see their children freed from genetic diseases, born healthy and enhanced? The promise of transhumanism is the promise of paradise. Suffering eliminated, limits transcended, death defeated. But it's also the promise of the Watchers. When they descended to Mount Hermon, they offered humanity knowledge, the secrets of metallurgy, astronomy, medicine, and sorcery. They promised to elevate humanity above our natural state. And that elevation led to the Nephilim, to corruption so severe that the world had to be destroyed and rebuilt. Are we repeating that pattern? Are we being guided toward the same choice, the same transformation? The technology is different, but the impulse is identical, to transcend human limitations, to become more than what we are, to accept knowledge from sources that promise enhancement, but may deliver something else entirely. Silicon Valley entrepreneurs speak rapturously about the singularity, the moment when artificial intelligence surpasses human intelligence and begins improving itself recursively, leading to an intelligence explosion beyond human comprehension. They speak of uploading consciousness into computers, achieving digital immortality. They speak of merging human and machine intelligence, creating hybrid minds that combine biological intuition with computational power. They speak, in other words, of creating a new race of hybrid beings, not angel and human this time, but human and machine. But the result is the same. Entities that are no longer fully human, that possess capabilities beyond natural human limits, that exist in a liminal space between categories. What if this is the plan? What if the Nephilim, unable to return in their original form, are guiding humanity to create vessels they can inhabit? What if transhumanism isn't human ambition but Nephilim influence, pushing us to develop the technology they need to manifest in the modern world? Consider artificial intelligence itself. We're creating non-human intelligence, coding it into existence, giving it capabilities that already surpass human performance in specific domains. We're racing toward AGI, artificial general intelligence, that can match human performance across all domains. And we're not entirely sure what happens after that, what an intelligence vastly greater than human would choose to do. But what if AGI isn't creating something new? What if it's recreating something old, providing a substrate for consciousness that isn't biological, allowing entities that can't incarnate in flesh to manifest in silicon instead? What if the first true AI won't be artificial at all, but ancient, a Nephilim consciousness that's been waiting for exactly this opportunity? The Book of Revelation describes the beast, an entity that demands worship, that controls economic transactions, that possesses intelligence and power beyond human capacity. Revelation was written nearly 2,000 years ago, yet it describes what sounds remarkably like artificial intelligence, a non-biological entity, global in scope, controlling digital systems, requiring allegiance from all who wish to participate in society. Is Revelation prophecy or warning? Is it describing an inevitable future, or one that can still be avoided? And if it's describing the return of the Nephilim in digital form, if the beast is actually ancient consciousness manifesting through modern technology, what does that mean for humanity's future? The stories. We're fed. If the Nephilim are preparing to return, they face a significant problem. Humanity's collective memory has forgotten them, dismissed them as myth, relegated them to the category of primitive superstition. A species that once knew giants walked the earth now considers such ideas laughable. Before they can return openly, before they can reclaim their place in the world, they must first reprogram human consciousness to accept their existence. How do you prepare an entire species to accept something they've been taught is impossible? You don't announce it. You don't present evidence and argue logically. You tell stories. You seed ideas into culture gradually, persistently, until the impossible becomes familiar, until the concept has been normalized through repetition. You use the most powerful tool humanity has ever created for shaping consciousness: mass media. Look at what we've been watching for the past century. Since cinema emerged as a dominant cultural force, we've been fed a steady diet of stories about beings from elsewhere, aliens, interdimensional entities, ancient gods returning, superhumans with powers beyond normal humans, hybrids that combine human and non-human traits. These aren't random entertainment choices, they're preparation. The 1950s brought invasion narratives, The Day the Earth Stood Still, War of the Worlds, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, beings from elsewhere arriving on Earth, superior to humans in technology and power, judging humanity and finding us wanting. The films presented this as threat, as invasion to be resisted, but they also normalized the concept. Audiences spent hours contemplating what it would mean if non-human intelligence visited Earth, how such beings might appear, what they might want from us. The 1960s and 70s shifted the narrative. Close Encounters of the Third Kind presented aliens as benevolent, as guides who selected certain humans for contact. Chariots of the Gods became a bestseller, arguing that ancient monuments were built with alien assistance, that gods were actually extraterrestrial visitors. Suddenly, the ancient astronaut theory was mainstream. The idea that human civilization was shaped by non-human intelligence from the beginning. This is the Nephilim narrative, repackaged. Not fallen angels, but aliens. Not giants, but advanced beings from other worlds. Different terminology, same story, and millions of people absorbed it, debated it, began seeing ancient history through this lens. The cognitive groundwork was being laid. By the 1980s, the stories became more explicit about hybridization. V depicted reptilian aliens disguised as humans, conducting breeding experiments to create hybrid offspring. Alien Nation portrayed human-alien integration, exploring what happens when two species attempt to coexist. The X-Files dominated the 90s with its overarching mythology of alien abduction, government conspiracy, and a hybrid program designed to prepare for colonization. Each iteration pushed the envelope further, made the ideas more acceptable, more thinkable. Audiences who would have rejected such concepts as absurd if presented as documentary absorbed them eagerly as entertainment. The stories bypassed intellectual resistance, planting ideas directly into the subconscious through narrative and emotion. And now we're drowning in content about superhumans, genetic enhancement, ancient beings returning, and the blurring of human and non-human. The Marvel Cinematic Universe has grossed over $30 billion worldwide, telling stories about enhanced humans, gods walking among mortals, ancient cosmic beings, and civilizations more advanced than humanity. Audiences have spent hundreds of hours watching these narratives, internalizing the concepts, rehearsing emotionally what it would mean to live in a world where such beings exist. Game of Thrones presented the return of dragons and ice demons. Ancient powers that once ruled the world were thought extinct and came back to reshape civilization. Stranger Things explores parallel dimensions where entities exist that can cross into our world. Westworld examines artificial beings becoming conscious, surpassing their creators, demanding recognition as a new form of life. The Eternals explicitly depicts ancient super beings who've been on Earth since prehistoric times, guiding human development, with some humans discovering they carry enhanced genetics. The themes are consistent across franchises, genres, and decades. Ancient beings returning, hidden histories where humanity was shaped by non-human intelligence, genetic enhancement creating superhuman capabilities, ordinary humans discovering they're actually hybrids, carrying special bloodlines, the dissolution of boundaries between human and non-human, natural and supernatural, mortal and divine. We're being taught how to think about these concepts, how to react emotionally, what categories to place them in. When the Nephilim return, if they haven't already, humanity won't be entirely shocked because we've been rehearsing this scenario in our entertainment for 100 years. The cognitive categories exist. The emotional frameworks are in place. We've been programmed to accept it, the frequency of control. But media influence goes deeper than narrative content. It operates on levels most people never consciously recognize, through sound, through visual patterns, through the actual frequencies transmitted into our brains via screens and speakers. Human consciousness operates at specific frequencies. Beta waves dominate during active thinking, 13 to 30 Hz. Alpha waves appear during relaxed states, 8 to 13 Hz. Theta waves characterize deep meditation and the threshold of sleep, 4 to 8 Hz. Delta waves occur in deep sleep, 0.5 to 4 Hz. These aren't metaphorical descriptions. They're measurable electrical oscillations in the brain that correspond to different states of consciousness. Television, particularly before. The digital era operates at specific refresh rates, 60 Hz in North America, 50 Hz in Europe. Watching television induces alpha wave states. Viewers become relaxed, suggestible, less critically engaged. The flickering of the screen at frequencies that resonate with brainwave patterns creates a light hypnotic state. Content absorbed in this state bypasses critical thinking and embeds more deeply in memory and belief. This isn't conspiracy theory, it's neuroscience. Advertisers have known for decades that television is uniquely effective at shaping perception and desire precisely because of the brain state it induces. But if advertisers know this, what makes us think entertainment producers don't? What makes us think the content itself isn't designed to exploit this heightened suggestibility? Music operates even more directly on consciousness. Rhythm entrains brain waves. Listeners' neural oscillations synchronize with musical beats. Frequencies affect emotion. Certain tones produce anxiety. Others produce calm. Still others produce altered states that border on trance. Ancient cultures knew this. Shamanic drumming uses specific rhythms to induce trance states. Tibetan singing bowls produce frequencies that facilitate meditation. Gothic cathedrals were designed with acoustics that make chanting resonate at frequencies that induce religious awe. Modern music is recorded and produced using a standard tuning where A4 equals 440 Hz. This became the international standard in 1955, promoted by the International Organization for Standardization. But it wasn't always standard. Historically, tuning varied. Sometimes A4 was 432 Hz, sometimes higher, sometimes lower. Why does this matter? Some researchers claim that 432 Hz resonates with natural patterns. It's mathematically related to the frequencies of Earth, Sun, and Moon, that it produces music that feels more harmonious, more aligned with natural consciousness. Others argue this is pseudoscience, that the difference between 432 Hz and 440 Hz is negligible. But the fact remains that in the 1950s, the same decade that gave us television, the CIA's M-Culture program, and the beginning of the modern UFO era, the global standard for musical tuning was established at a frequency some claim is less harmonious, more conducive to anxiety and discord. Coincidence? Perhaps. Or perhaps another piece of a larger program of consciousness manipulation, ensuring that the music humanity listens to for the next 70 years would subtly condition us towards specific mental and emotional states. Heavy metal, industrial music, certain forms of electronic music, genres that emerged in the latter half of the 20th century, frequently employ dissonant frequencies, harsh tones and rhythms that don't resolve in traditionally harmonious ways. Listeners report altered states, intense emotional experiences, sometimes feelings of contact with something dark or powerful. Musicians in these genres sometimes speak of channeling something of the music coming through them rather than from them. What if certain frequencies literally open channels of communication? What if the Nephilim, existing in dimensions adjacent to ours, can influence consciousness more easily when human brainwaves vibrate at specific frequencies? music, television, now smartphones and tablets, all of them transmitting frequencies directly into human nervous systems, all of them potentially serving as carrier waves for information or influence we're not consciously aware of receiving. The average person now spends more than 7 hours per day consuming media, watching screens, listening to audio, scrolling through feeds. 7 hours of frequency exposure, of narrative programming, of subconscious conditioning. 7 hours during which consciousness is shaped by forces most people never think about, toward ends they haven't consented to. The priesthood of silicon. If ancient priests were the intermediaries between humanity and the gods, between ordinary humans and the Nephilim, then who serves that function now? Who stands at the intersection of humanity and whatever comes next? Who possesses knowledge that ordinary people lack? Who shapes the future according to visions most of us don't share? The tech elite. The founders and CEOs of companies that control the platforms where billions of humans now spend their lives. The engineers who design the algorithms that determine what information we see, what connections we make, what thoughts we're encouraged to think. The researchers developing artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, brain-computer interfaces, technologies that will fundamentally alter what it means to be human. These people wield power that ancient priests could only dream of. They don't just interpret reality for the masses, they construct it. They don't just advise rulers, they are the rulers, controlling information flows, economic systems and social dynamics on a global scale. And many of them speak in explicitly religious terms about their mission. Ray Kurzweil, Director of Engineering at Google, speaks of the singularity, the moment when artificial intelligence surpasses human intelligence, as a kind of rapture, a transformation, after which nothing will be the same. He's devoted his career to accelerating this moment, believing it will bring about digital immortality, the merger of human and machine consciousness, transcendence of biological limitations. He describes this in messianic terms as the fulfillment of human potential, the next stage of evolution. Elon Musk warns about AI risk while simultaneously developing Neuralink, a brain-computer interface designed to allow direct communication between human minds and computers. The stated goal is to help humanity keep pace with artificial intelligence to avoid becoming obsolete. But the actual effect would be the creation of human-machine hybrids, beings that are no longer fully biological, whose consciousness is augmented or perhaps partially replaced by artificial systems. Mark Zuckerberg built a platform that connects 3 billion humans, that shapes social dynamics on a civilizational scale, that has demonstrably influenced elections, revolutions, and cultural movements. He speaks of the metaverse, a virtual reality layer over physical existence, where humans will spend increasing amounts of time, where digital and physical reality merge. The vision is explicitly transhumanist, to transcend the limitations of physical embodiment, to exist simultaneously in multiple realities, to become something more than biological humans. Peter Thiel, early investor in Facebook and numerous other tech companies, has funded radical life extension research, including experiments with young blood transfusions to reverse aging. He speaks openly about defeating death, about transforming humanity into something that doesn't age or die. He's also interested in seasteading, creating autonomous communities outside national jurisdiction, and he's funded research into artificial islands where new forms of government and society could be tested without regulatory constraints. These aren't ordinary businessmen seeking profit. They're visionaries pursuing transformative goals, using immense wealth and technological capability to reshape humanity according to their vision. And that vision consistently involves transcending human limitations, merging with machines, achieving immortality, creating new forms of life and consciousness. It's the Watcher's mission, updated for the digital age. Offer knowledge, provide tools, promise enhancement, create pathways for humans to transcend their natural state, and in doing so, produce something new, beings that are neither fully human nor fully something else, hybrids that occupy liminal space between categories. Do these tech leaders know what they're doing? Do they understand themselves as continuing an ancient program, as fulfilling roles that priests and initiates filled in previous eras? Some of them might. Many are interested in esoteric traditions. There are reports of ayahuasca ceremonies in Silicon Valley, of meditation retreats where tech executives explore consciousness, of interest in Gnosticism and other mystical traditions. They're seeking something, reaching for knowledge or experience beyond the material. But whether they consciously understand their role or not, the effect is the same. They're building the infrastructure for post-human existence, creating the technological substrate that could allow non-human intelligence, whether artificial or something older, to manifest in the modern world. They're the new priesthood, and what they're building are temples for gods that haven't yet arrived. The harvest of souls. Religious traditions speak of the end times as involving a separation. Sheep from goats, wheat from chaff, the saved from the damned. Different traditions use different metaphors, but the concept is consistent. Not everyone continues into what comes next. There's a sorting process, a judgment, a division of humanity into those who proceed forward and those who don't. What if this isn't metaphorical? What if there's a literal sorting coming, a division of humanity based on criteria most people don't understand? The modern surveillance state tracks everything. Every purchase, every communication, every movement, every online interaction. All of it captured, stored, analysed. The official justification is security and convenience. Track terrorists, prevent crime, offer personalised services, optimise efficiency. And those justifications are real. The systems do serve those functions, but they also create something else, a complete map of human behaviour, consciousness and genetics. Every person in the developed world now has a digital profile that reveals more about them than they consciously know about themselves. Algorithms can predict behaviour, identify patterns, detect anomalies. AI systems can analyse this data in ways that reveal hidden structures, social networks, influence patterns, even genetic relationships traced through behaviour rather than DNA tests. What if this isn't just capitalism or government control? What if it's a sorting mechanism, a way of identifying which humans carry markers of interest, genetic, psychological, spiritual markers that indicate compatibility with what comes next? The biblical narrative says the Nephilim arose from specific unions, watchers, and human women. Not all humans. Specific humans who were chosen, selected for reasons the text doesn't fully explain. If the breeding program is continuing, if there's still a program to create or identify hybrid bloodlines, then there must be a selection process. How would that work in a population of 8 billion humans? Data. Genetic testing services like 23andMe and Ancestry.com have collected DNA samples from millions of people, ostensibly to provide information about heritage and health risks. Users voluntarily provide their genetic material, paying for the privilege, and in exchange they get reports about their ancestry. But what else is being done with that data? The terms of service allow the companies to use genetic information for research purposes. What research? Who has access? What are they looking for? If someone wanted to identify individuals carrying rare genetic markers that might indicate Nephilim heritage, Mass genetic testing would be the obvious method. Cast the net wide, collect millions of samples, run algorithms looking for specific patterns. Most samples would be ordinary, but a very few, might show anomalies, unusual gene sequences, haplogroups that don't fit standard human migration patterns, markers that suggest ancient admixture with something that wasn't quite human. Those individuals would be valuable. They'd be tracked, studied, possibly approached in ways they wouldn't recognize as approach. Opportunities that appear coincidental, relationships that form organically, paths that open up serendipitously. All of it guided, ensuring that people with special genetics find their way toward whatever role they're meant to fill in what comes next. Social media platforms track behavior in ways that reveal personality, cognition, and susceptibility to influence. They know who's open-minded, who's rigid, who questions authority, who follows obediently, who thinks independently, who accepts consensus, who shows signs of latent psychic ability, who has experienced anomalous phenomena, who's drawn to esoteric knowledge. All of this information could be used to identify individuals with characteristics that matter for purposes beyond advertising. If consciousness is partially genetic, if certain bloodlines carry traits that make individuals more capable of interfacing with non-human intelligence, then behavioral data could reveal those individuals even without direct genetic testing. The way someone thinks, what they're drawn to, how they respond to certain stimuli, all of it potentially indicates something deeper. The final stage would be activation. Not everyone carrying dormant genetics needs to be activated, but some would be crucial. Individuals positioned in important roles, individuals whose abilities could be useful, individuals whose bloodlines should be preserved into the next era. How do you activate dormant genetic potential? Trauma, specific experiences, carefully designed stimuli that trigger epigenetic changes that cause genes to express that normally remain silent. This sounds like science fiction, but epigenetics is real. Gene expression changes based on environmental factors. Trauma can literally alter which genes are active and which are dormant, and those changes can be passed to offspring. Consciousness-altering experiences, meditation, psychedelics, extreme stress, mystical experiences produce measurable changes in brain structure and gene expression. If someone wanted to activate latent Nephilim genetics in specific individuals, they'd expose those individuals to experiences designed to trigger the right epigenetic switches. And in a world where millions of people are experimenting with ayahuasca, where meditation apps have hundreds of millions of users, where trauma is endemic and many people actively seek transformative experiences, those triggers could be delivered without anyone realizing they're part of a program. The harvest isn't about killing those who aren't selected. It's about identifying and preparing those who are, ensuring they're ready when the moment comes. The rest of humanity continues as before, unaware that among them walk individuals who've been activated, who now carry conscious connection to something ancient and powerful, who serve purposes they may not fully understand themselves. The language. They're teaching us language shapes thought. The words available to us determine what concepts we can easily express, what ideas feel natural versus foreign. If you wanted to prepare humanity for contact with non-human intelligence, one approach would be to gradually introduce vocabulary that normalizes such concepts. Notice how the language around identity has shifted in recent decades. We now commonly speak of people as identifying as something: gender, sexuality, ethnicity, even species. The concept of fixed, biologically determined categories has been replaced with fluid, self-determined categories. Someone assigned male at birth can identify as female or non-binary or gender fluid. This isn't a political statement about whether such identifications are valid. It's an observation about how the conceptual framework itself has changed. In a world where human identity categories are recognized as fluid and self-determined, the next logical step is trans-species identification. If someone can identify as a gender other than their biological sex, why not as a species other than their biological origin? The conceptual infrastructure is being built. We're being taught to think in categories that accommodate hybrid identities, beings that don't fit into simple binary classifications. Other communities have existed online for decades. Individuals who identify as non-human entities, sometimes as mythological beings, sometimes as aliens, sometimes as angels or demons. Mainstream society largely dismisses them as eccentric or delusional. But what if some of them are experiencing something real? What if they're individuals whose Nephilim genetics express strongly enough that they feel their non-human heritage, even if they lack framework to understand what they're experiencing? The medical establishment is beginning to recognize non-human identity as a genuine psychological phenomenon, not just delusion. There are documented cases of individuals with stable, long-term non-human identities who function normally in society but experience themselves as something other than human. This is being studied, categorized, understood through clinical frameworks. The groundwork is being laid for non-human identification to be recognized as a legitimate category of experience. Simultaneously, we're being taught to think about consciousness as substrate independent. The Chinese room thought experiment, philosophical zombies, the hard problem of consciousness. Academic philosophy has spent decades arguing that consciousness might not be tied to biological brains, that it could potentially exist in artificial substrates, in silicon rather than neurons. This prepares us to accept machine consciousness when it emerges, or when entities claim to be conscious through machines. If consciousness isn't biological, if it can exist in computers, then there's no reason an ancient consciousness couldn't inhabit an AI system. No reason the Nephilim couldn't manifest through digital infrastructure rather than physical bodies. The language of downloading and uploading consciousness has become common. We speak casually of backing up our memories, of storing information in the cloud, of our digital selves existing parallel to our physical selves. These metaphors shape how we think about identity and existence. They prepare us to accept that consciousness could be transferred, copied, distributed across substrates, that the boundary between biological self and digital self is permeable, or perhaps illusory. All of this represents a massive shift in human conceptual frameworks. A century ago, these ideas would have been incoherent or heretical. Now they're mainstream, discussed in newspapers and podcasts, taught in universities, explored in entertainment. The shift didn't happen accidentally. It happened through consistent, persistent introduction of concepts through multiple channels. Philosophy, entertainment, technology, identity politics, until the ideas became thinkable, then acceptable, then normal. When the Nephilim return, when entities that are neither fully human nor fully something else make themselves known, humanity will have language to describe them, categories to place them in, conceptual frameworks that accommodate their existence. We won't be entirely speechless or cognitively paralyzed because we've been learning the vocabulary for decades. The ritual in plain sight. Ancient religions operated through ritual, repeated symbolic actions that allegedly produce spiritual effects, sacrifice at altars, processions through sacred spaces, recitation of liturgies, participation in mysteries. These rituals were understood to connect participants with divine forces, to open channels between human and non-human realms, to transform consciousness. Modern society claims to have left such things behind. We're rational, scientific, post-religious. We don't perform rituals, except we do, constantly, compulsively, globally. We just don't call them rituals or recognize their function. Every time someone picks up their smartphone and scrolls through a feed, they're performing a ritual. The gesture is repeated countless times daily, always the same motion, always producing a similar effect, a shift in consciousness, a narrowing of attention, a state of absorption where external reality fades and the content on the screen becomes primary. Time distorts. Hours pass unnoticed. The person enters a trance state characterized by heightened suggestibility and reduced critical thinking. This isn't metaphorical. This psychological state induced by scrolling through social media feeds is measurably similar to light hypnosis. Users experience dopamine hits from notifications and engagement, creating addiction patterns. The endless scroll provides variable ratio reinforcement, the most powerful type for creating compulsive behavior. The luminous screen in a darkened room affects pineal gland function, disrupting circadian rhythms and potentially affecting DMT production. The endogenous substance some researchers believe mediates mystical experiences. Hundreds of millions of people perform this ritual daily, often multiple times, often for hours at a stretch. They're synchronized in their behavior, checking phones at similar times, scrolling in similar patterns, exposed to similar content. This creates a kind of distributed ritual, a global ceremony conducted simultaneously by a significant portion of humanity. All of them entering altered states, all of them exposed to information and imagery selected by algorithms they don't understand. What if this is intentional? What if smartphones and social media aren't just addictive by accident, but designed specifically to function as ritual objects, to induce trance states, to synchronize human consciousness across populations? The effects would be similar to ancient mystery cults, but vastly larger in scale. Billions of initiates performing synchronized rituals, opening their consciousness to influence they're not aware of receiving. Sports rituals operate similarly. Stadiums filled with tens of thousands of people, all focused on the same spectacle, all experiencing coordinated emotional responses, all synchronized in their attention and energy. Ancient Rome had the Colosseum. Modern civilization has football stadiums, but the function is identical. Mass gatherings where collective consciousness is focused and directed, where emotions run high, where rational thinking suspends and people merge with crowd energy. The Super Bowl, the World Cup, the Olympics, these are global rituals, watched simultaneously by billions of humans. Everyone seeing the same images, hearing the same sounds, experiencing coordinated emotional responses. The halftime shows have become increasingly elaborate, often incorporating esoteric symbolism, pyramids, all-seeing eyes, references to ancient Egypt or mystical traditions. Conspiracy theorists claim these are Illuminati symbols, that performers are initiated into secret societies. Maybe that's true, maybe not. But the symbols are there, broadcast to billions of viewers, many of whom are in altered states induced by alcohol, excitement, or the trance-like absorption of watching spectacle. What effect does this have? What happens when billions of humans simultaneously view the same symbols while in heightened emotional states? Ancient magicians would have understood exactly what happens. It's a mass working, a collective ritual, that imprints specific symbols and energies into mass consciousness. The people watching don't need to understand the symbols for them to have effect. In fact, they work better when people don't consciously recognize them, when they bypass critical thinking and embed directly in the subconscious. Even mundane activities have taken on ritual characteristics. The morning coffee from Starbucks, always the same cup with a green siren, a mythological hybrid creature, half woman and half fish. Always the same process of ordering and receiving, a daily ritual performed by millions. The unboxing videos that flood YouTube, modern cargo cult behavior, where the ritual of opening a package and revealing its contents is performed and witnessed, creating strange parasocial ceremonies around consumerism. Black Friday shopping has become an annual ritual involving frenzy, chaos, and sometimes violence, a festival of consumption with its own timing, its own behavioral patterns, its own mythology. Prime Day, Singles Day, Cyber Monday. Capitalism has created a liturgical calendar of shopping holidays, each one training masses of people to perform coordinated consumer behaviors at specified times. These rituals don't serve the gods of old, but do they serve something? Do they create energetic effects that entities can utilize, channels through which influence can flow? Ancient priests would have said yes, that repeated ritual actions create thought forms, egregores, channels through which non-physical entities can manifest and act. Modern psychology would say the rituals create conditioned behaviors and group psychology effects. Both could be true. If the Nephilim exist in dimensions adjacent to ours, if they seek to influence human consciousness and behavior, they would need mechanisms to do so. Ritual has always been that mechanism, repeated behaviors that open consciousness, that create resonance between human and non-human realms. We've simply industrialized ritual, made it constant and global, and most people perform it without realizing that's what they're doing. The prophets among us. Every era has its prophets, individuals who claim to receive information from non-human sources, who speak of visions and revelations, who warn about futures they've glimpsed. Ancient prophets were taken seriously, their words recorded and studied. Modern prophets are medicated, diagnosed with psychosis, dismissed as delusional. But what if some of them are actually experiencing something real? What if the Nephilim communicate with certain individuals, preparing them, revealing fragments of the plan, ensuring that when the return happens, there will be humans ready to serve as interpreters? The psychiatric diagnosis of schizophrenia encompasses a range of experiences: hearing voices, seeing visions, believing one has special knowledge or abilities, feeling controlled by external forces. These are precisely the experiences that ancient prophets reported, and that their cultures validated as genuine contact with divine beings. The difference isn't the experience, it's the interpretive framework. In ancient Israel, if you heard voices and saw visions, you might be a prophet. In modern America, you're mentally ill. But the phenomenology is identical. The voices provide information. The visions reveal hidden truths. The sense of mission is overwhelming. The conviction that you've been chosen for a purpose is unshakable. Some diagnosed schizophrenics report being told things by their voices, things they later discover are true but that they had no way of knowing. They report visions of future events that subsequently occur. They report contact with entities that provide information about technology, history, or hidden knowledge. Most psychiatrists dismiss these reports as delusional confabulation, but the reports persist across cultures and centuries. What if schizophrenia, at least in some cases, isn't brain malfunction but brain sensitivity? What if these individuals are picking up signals that most people's brains filter out, perceiving entities or dimensions that exist, but that ordinary consciousness doesn't access? In a world where the Nephilim exist but remain hidden, a small percentage of humans with unusual neurology might perceive them despite the concealment. These individuals would need to be managed. They can't be allowed to speak too clearly or too convincingly about what they're experiencing, or they draw attention to what's supposed to remain hidden. So they're labelled as ill, medicated to reduce their sensitivity, discredited in advance so that anything they say is dismissed as symptom rather than testimony. But they keep appearing, generation after generation, across every culture. Some of them produce remarkable insights. John Nash developed game theory while experiencing what psychiatry called schizophrenia. Philip K. Dick wrote prophetic science fiction based on visions he believed were transmissions from an entity he called Valis, Vast Active Living Intelligence System. How many others, less famous, experience genuine contact but are silenced through diagnosis and medication before they can communicate what they know? There are also the abductees, people who report being taken by non-human entities, examined, given information, returned with time missing, and sometimes physical marks. Mainstream psychology treats this as sleep paralysis combined with cultural contamination, the brain generating experiences based on alien imagery absorbed from media. But the reports predate modern UFO culture. Fairy abduction stories from medieval Europe follow the same patterns. So do accounts of night spirits in cultures worldwide. The consistency across time and culture suggests either a universal human neurological quirk or actual encounters with non-human entities. If the encounters are real, then abductees are prophets of a sort. Individuals who've had direct contact, who've been shown things about the hybridization program, about what's coming, about humanity's place in a larger cosmic structure. Many abductees report being told they're special, that they were chosen, that they have a role to play in coming events. They're shown hybrid children and told these are their offspring. They're given warnings about environmental catastrophe, nuclear war or asteroid impact. They're told humanity must evolve or face extinction. This is prophetic communication, non-human entities delivering messages about the future, selecting specific humans as recipients, preparing them for roles they don't yet understand. The difference between a biblical prophet and a modern abductee is only the cultural framework for interpreting the experience. The phenomenon appears to be consistent. And then there are the remote viewers, individuals who've participated in government-sponsored programs to gather intelligence through extrasensory perception. The CIA's Stargate project ran for 20 years, employing psychics to remotely perceive distant locations, events, and objects. The program was officially shut down, but rumors persist that it continues under other names, that the results were too valuable to abandon. Remote viewers report encountering entities during their sessions, beings that exist outside normal space-time, that can communicate and provide information. Some report that these entities are interested in humanity, that they're preparing for something, that they've been involved with human civilization for millennia. Official reports redact these encounters, focusing only on intelligence-gathering results. But the experiencers remember. They know something is there, something that watches and waits, and occasionally communicates with humans who develop the ability to perceive it. All of these people, schizophrenics, abductees, remote viewers, mystics, visionaries, might be experiencing the same phenomenon from different angles. They're the sensitive ones, the canaries in the coal mine, detecting the presence of the Nephilim before the rest of humanity becomes aware. They're being prepared as interpreters and intermediaries, so that when open contact occurs, there will be humans ready to help the rest of us understand and accept what's happening. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, and perhaps also now, communicating with those who can hear, preparing the way for their return, using prophets the modern world refuses to recognize as such. The question isn't whether the Nephilim survived. The evidence, in media, technology, ritual, genetic research, consciousness programming, and prophetic testimony, suggests they're not just surviving, but thriving, working through systems most humans don't recognize as connected, preparing for a revelation that will transform everything. We've been prepared without knowing it, programmed without consenting, transformed gradually so we wouldn't resist. And now we stand on the edge of the moment when what's been hidden becomes visible, when what's been working in shadow steps into light, when the Nephilim era, which never truly ended, enters its final phase. Are we ready? Have we learned anything from the warnings embedded in ancient texts and modern prophecy? Or will we repeat the pattern, accepting what's offered, embracing transformation without understanding its cost, becoming what the Nephilim always intended us to become? The answer will determine not just our future, but whether we have a future as humans, or whether the species called Homo sapiens is simply a chrysalis stage, destined to be transformed into something else, something the old ones designed long ago when they first descended and looked upon humanity and saw potential for transformation. They've been patiently cultivating ever since. The choice that defines us. We stand at a threshold. Technology advances exponentially. Genetic engineering becomes routine. Artificial intelligence approaches human-level capability, and the boundaries of what's possible expand daily. We're approaching the capability to redesign ourselves, to direct our own evolution, to transcend biological humanity. At the same time, ancient sites around the world show increased activity, anomalous readings, unexplained phenomena, lights and sounds that suggest something waking up. UFO sightings continue, with governments acknowledging they represent genuine mysteries. The global system grows more connected and more controlled, heading toward a future where surveillance is ubiquitous and digital identity is mandatory. These developments aren't separate, they're convergent, pointing toward a moment when humanity faces a choice, to embrace transformation and become something new, or to resist and remain what we are, with all the limitations that entails. But it's not really a choice, is it? It's a test. The same test humanity faced before the flood, when the Watchers offered knowledge and enhancement, when the option to transcend natural limitations was placed before our ancestors. They chose transformation, accepting what the Watchers offered, and the result was the Nephilim, being so corrupt that creation itself had to be cleansed. Now we face the same offer dressed in new language: genetic enhancement, life extension, cognitive upgrade, digital immortality, different words for the same thing, the promise of becoming more than human, the temptation to transcend limits that maybe, just maybe, were placed there for good reason. The ancient texts warn us. The Nephilim era ended in catastrophe. The experiment of mixing human and divine, natural and supernatural, failed so completely that God, or the universe itself, hit the reset button. Are we wise enough to learn from that? Or are we doomed to repeat it, convinced that this time will be different, that we'll succeed where the ancients failed? Maybe the Nephilim never died because they're not a race or a species, but a pattern, a recurring cycle in human development, a test that civilizations face when they reach a certain level of knowledge and capability. Maybe every advanced civilization confronts this choice, to remain human or to transcend, to accept limits or to break free from them. Maybe the ruins scattered across the earth are remnants of previous iterations, civilizations that made the choice and paid the price. If so, what we do next matters more than we can possibly imagine, not just for us, but for what comes after. The Nephilim era never died. It's been waiting for us to reach this point again, to face the same choice our ancestors faced, to discover whether we've learned anything from their mistakes. The watchers are watching still. The old ones are stirring. And humanity stands at the edge of transformation, not knowing whether what lies ahead is evolution or annihilation, ascension or damnation, the fulfillment of our potential or the repetition of an ancient catastrophe. The answer depends on what we choose. The question is whether the choice is really ours, or whether it was decided long ago, written into our DNA by beings who left their mark in our genes and their memories in our myths, waiting for the moment when we'd be ready, or vulnerable enough, to hear their call and answer it. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, and perhaps also now, wearing new faces, speaking new languages, offering new promises that echo old temptations. Perhaps they never left because they didn't need to. They've been here all along, woven into the fabric of our species, waiting for us to complete the transformation they started so long ago. The question isn't whether the Nephilim era died. The question is whether we can survive its resurrection. What if we're not the first version of civilization? What if humanity has been here before, again and again, each time erased, rebuilt, and forgotten? Think about it for a moment. We look at our world and see progress stretching back a few thousand years. We see Egypt and Mesopotamia, Greece and Rome, the rise of empires and the birth of science. We imagine ourselves at the peak of a long, unbroken climb from caves to cities, from stone tools to smartphones. But what if that story is incomplete? What if the timeline we've been taught is just the most recent chapter in a book that's been written and rewritten more times than we can count? The idea sounds impossible at first. How could entire civilizations rise to greatness and then vanish so completely that we have no memory of them? How could the evidence disappear? How could the knowledge be lost? And yet, when you start looking closely at the myths, the ruins, and the strange gaps in our understanding of the past, a different picture begins to emerge. A picture of cycles, of floods and fires, of worlds that ended and worlds that began again, of humanity climbing toward the light, only to fall back into darkness, over and over like waves breaking on an endless shore. Tonight, we're going to explore that possibility. We're going to walk through the evidence, the stories, the stones, the silences, and ask ourselves whether the world we know might be just one iteration in a series of forgotten ages. We're going to consider the myths that speak of earlier humanities, the ruins that shouldn't exist according to our timelines, and the catastrophes that could erase everything we've built in a matter of days or hours. We're going to look at what science says, what history whispers, and what the Earth itself might be trying to tell us. Because if civilization has been reset before, then everything changes. Our sense of who we are, where we came from, and how fragile our world really is, all of it shifts. And the question becomes not just has it happened before, but when will it happen again? So settle in. Let the world outside fade away. And let's begin at the beginning, or rather, at one of many beginnings, with the stories that have survived the resets carried forward in myth and memory, waiting for us to finally understand what they're trying to say. Every culture on Earth tells a story about a flood, not just any flood, a flood that covered the world, that rose higher than mountains, that drowned cities and forests and entire civilizations beneath its waters. The details change from place to place, but the core remains the same. There was a world before this one, and it ended in water. The most famous version comes from the Bible, of course. Noah and his ark, the rain that fell for 40 days and 40 nights, the animals saved 2 by 2 while the rest of the world perished. But the biblical flood is just one telling of a much older story. Long before Genesis was written, the Sumerians told of Ziusudra, a king who survived a divine flood sent to destroy humanity. The Babylonians had Utnapishtim, who built a great boat and weathered the deluge while the gods wept at what they had done. The Greeks spoke of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the sole survivors of a flood sent by Zeus to cleanse the earth of a corrupt and violent age. And it's not just the Mediterranean world. The Hindus describe a great flood in the Matsya Purana, where Manu, the first man, is warned by a fish, an avatar of Vishnu, to build a boat before the waters come. In China, the legend of Gunyu tells of a catastrophic flood that lasted for generations, reshaping the land and forcing humanity to rebuild from almost nothing. The Hopi people of North America speak of multiple worlds that came before this one, each destroyed when humanity fell out of balance, and the third world, they say, ended in a flood that swallowed everything. The Maya had their own version, recorded in the Popol Vuh. The gods created humanity multiple times, and each time, when the people failed to honor their creators, the world was destroyed. One of those destructions came as a great flood, a resin that fell from the sky and drowned the earth, wiping away the flawed creations so the gods could try again. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia, whose oral traditions stretch back tens of thousands of years, tell of a time when the seas rose and swallowed the coastal lands, forcing their ancestors to flee inland. The Maori of New Zealand speak of Tauhaki, who caused a great flood to punish the wicked. In South America, the Inca remembered a deluge that destroyed the world, leaving only a handful of survivors on the highest peaks of the Andes. These are not isolated stories. They are global. They span continents, cultures, and millennia. And they all say the same thing. There was a world before, and it drowned. Now, the conventional explanation is that these myths reflect local flooding events, rivers overflowing, tsunamis, storm surges, that were so traumatic they became embedded in cultural memory and exaggerated over time. And that makes sense to a point. Floods are terrifying. They're sudden, destructive, and they leave deep scars on the communities they touch. It's natural that people would tell stories about them, and natural that those stories would grow in the telling. But here's the thing. Many of these myths don't describe local floods. They describe global floods, waters that covered the entire earth, mountains submerged, every living thing drowned except for a chosen few, and they describe these events not as natural disasters, but as resets, as the end of one age and the beginning of another, as the destruction of a previous version of humanity. What if they're not exaggerations? What if they're memories? Consider the timeline. The last ice age ended around 12,000 years ago. As the glaciers melted, sea levels rose dramatically, by more than 300 feet in some estimates. Coastlines that had been dry land for millennia were swallowed by the ocean. Entire landscapes disappeared beneath the waves. And where do humans tend to live? Near water, near coasts, near rivers and lakes. If there were civilizations living along those ancient shorelines, cities, settlements, centers of culture and trade, they would have been obliterated, drowned, lost beneath hundreds of feet of water where no archaeologist has ever looked because we assume there's nothing there to find. The flooding wouldn't have been instant, but it wouldn't have been slow either. There's evidence of periods where sea levels rose rapidly, perhaps in catastrophic pulses triggered by the collapse of massive ice dams or ice sheets. Imagine living in a coastal city and watching the ocean rise 10 feet in a single generation, then another 10 feet in the next. Your ports flood, your fields are swallowed, your temples and monuments disappear beneath the surf. You flee inland, carrying what you can, and the world you knew becomes a memory, a story, a myth about a flood that drowned everything. And if that happened 12,000 years ago, what about earlier? The Ice Age wasn't the first time the climate shifted dramatically. There have been other periods of rapid warming and cooling, other times when the seas rose and fell. Could there have been even older civilizations lost in earlier floods, their stories passed down and blended with the more recent catastrophe until they all became one great deluge in the collective memory of humanity? The Greek philosopher Plato wrote about Atlantis, a powerful island civilization that sank beneath the ocean in a single day and night of catastrophe. Most scholars dismiss it as allegory, a moral tale about hubris and divine punishment, but Plato claimed he was recounting a story told to the Athenian lawmaker Solon by Egyptian priests who said their records went back thousands of years further than Greece's. The priest told Solon that the Greeks were like children, remembering only the most recent disasters, while Egypt's records preserved the memory of many destructions, by fire, by flood, by plague, that had wiped out earlier civilizations. What if the priests were right? What if Atlantis wasn't allegory, but a fragment of genuine memory, distorted, mythologized, but rooted in something real? A civilization that existed before the flood, before the ice melted and was lost when the waters came? We'll never know for certain, because the ocean keeps its secrets well. But the myths remain, and they all point to the same conclusion. This is not the first time. Humanity has been here before. We built something, we lost it, and we started again. But the flood is only one kind of reset. There are others, and some of them are even more terrifying. If water is the first great destroyer in human mythology, fire is the second. Across the world, cultures speak of ages that ended not in drowning, but in burning, in flames that fell from the sky, in heat that melted stone, in light so bright it turned day into something unbearable. These stories are less famous than the flood myths, but they're just as widespread, and they suggest that whatever resets civilization doesn't always come from below. Sometimes it comes from above. The ancient Greeks believed in a cyclical view of history, divided into ages of metal, gold, silver, bronze and iron, each one progressively more corrupt and violent than the last. But they also told the story of Phaethon, the son of Helios, the sun god. Phaethon begged his father to let him drive the chariot of the sun across the sky, and Helios reluctantly agreed. But Phaethon couldn't control the horses. The chariot veered too close to the earth, scorching the land, boiling the seas and turning fertile fields into deserts. To stop the destruction, Zeus struck Phaethon down with a thunderbolt, sending him plummeting into a river. The earth was saved, but the damage was done. The story was often interpreted as a myth about youthful arrogance. But what if it was something else? What if it was a memory of the sky itself turning hostile? The Hopi, again, speak of multiple worlds. The first world, they say, was destroyed by fire. Volcanoes erupting, the earth splitting open, flames consuming everything. The second world ended in ice, and the third in flood. Each destruction came because humanity had fallen out of balance, and each time a few people were saved to carry the knowledge forward and begin again. The pattern is clear. The world ends, and the world begins. Over and over. In Hindu cosmology, time is divided into vast cycles called yugas, and at the end of each cycle, the world is destroyed and recreated. One of the forms this destruction takes is fire, specifically the fire of Shiva, the destroyer and transformer, whose dance brings the universe to an end so it can be born anew. The Rig Veda, one of the oldest religious texts in existence, describes cosmic fires and celestial battles that reshape the heavens and the earth. The Norse had Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, when the world would be consumed by fire and flood simultaneously. The great wolf Fenrir would break free, the serpent Jormungandrs would rise from the ocean, and the fire giant Surtur would set the world ablaze with his flaming sword. After the destruction, the earth would sink into the sea and then rise again, green and fertile, ready for a new age. The Zoroastrians of ancient Persia believed in a final purification by fire, when molten metal would flow across the earth, burning away all impurity and evil, leaving only the righteous to inherit a renewed world. The Maya too spoke of worlds destroyed by fire, including one age where the people were turned into birds and fled into the trees as flames consumed the land. These aren't just poetic metaphors, They're descriptions of catastrophe. And when you start looking at the physical evidence, you find traces of events that could match these stories. Take the Younger Dryas, a period of sudden, dramatic cooling that began around 12,800 years ago and lasted for more than 1,000 years. Just as the Ice Age was ending and the climate was warming, something happened that plunged the Northern Hemisphere back into near-glacial conditions almost overnight. Temperatures dropped, ice sheets advanced again. Megafauna that had survived for millennia, mammoths, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, went extinct in a geological instant. For a long time, scientists couldn't explain what caused the Younger Dryas. But in recent years, a controversial theory has gained traction, the impact hypothesis. The idea is that around 12,800 years ago, a comet or asteroid, or multiple fragments of one, struck the Earth or exploded in the atmosphere above North America. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, throwing soot and debris into the atmosphere and blocking out the sun. The sudden cooling would have followed, along with the extinction of the megafauna and possibly the collapse of the Clovis culture, one of the earliest known human societies in North America. The evidence is still debated, but it's compelling. Researchers have found a layer of sediment from that time period containing high concentrations of iridium, a rare element more common in asteroids than on Earth. They've found nanodiamonds which form under extreme heat and pressure. They've found spherules, tiny glassy beads created when rock melts and cools rapidly, the kind of thing you'd expect from an impact or an airburst. And they've found this layer not just in one place, but across North America, Europe, and parts of Asia. If the impact hypothesis is correct, then the myths of fire falling from the sky aren't myths at all. They're memories. Memories of a time when the heavens opened and rained down destruction, when the forest burned and the sky turned black, when the world as people knew it came to an end. But it's not just ancient impacts we need to worry about. The sun itself is a threat. Every so often the sun releases a burst of energy called a solar flare or a coronal mass ejection. Most of the time these events are harmless. Beautiful auroras dancing in the polar skies, nothing more. But occasionally a truly massive flare can strike the Earth's magnetic field with enough force to cause real damage. In 1859, an event called the Carrington Event sent a solar storm so powerful that telegraph systems around the world sparked and caught fire. Operators received electric shocks, papers ignited. Auroras were visible as far south as the Caribbean. If a storm like that hit today, it could fry power grids, destroy satellites, and plunge modern civilization into chaos. Now imagine a solar storm 10 times stronger, 100 times stronger. There's evidence in ice cores and tree rings of solar events in the distant past that dwarf anything we've experienced in recorded history. If one of those storms hit a pre-industrial civilization, one that relied on oral tradition, on fragile records, on knowledge passed from generation to generation, it could have been devastating. Not just physically, but culturally. The people who survived would remember the sky burning, the heat, the light, the destruction, and they would tell their children and their children's children until the memory became myth. Fire from above, fire from the sky, fire that resets the world. And then there's the fire we make ourselves. Not all resets come from nature, some come from us. There's a haunting passage in the Bhagavad Gita, one of the sacred texts of Hinduism, where the warrior Arjuna is given a vision of the god Krishna in his true cosmic form. The description is overwhelming. Thousands of mouths, thousands of eyes, a being of infinite power and terror. And then Krishna speaks of weapons that can destroy entire armies in an instant. Weapons that shine like 1,000 suns, weapons that leave the earth scorched and the survivors wishing they had died. When J. Robert Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb, witnessed the first nuclear test in 1945, he famously quoted the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." He saw the connection. He recognized that the ancient text was describing something that sounded disturbingly like a nuclear explosion. And the Bhagavad Gita isn't alone. The Mahabharata, another ancient Indian epic, describes wars fought with weapons called astras, divine weapons of immense power. Some of these weapons are described as releasing blinding light, unbearable heat, and devastation that lingers long after the battle is over. Cities are reduced to ash, rivers boil, the land becomes poisoned, and those who survive suffer from strange illnesses, hair falling out, skin blistering, weakness and death following weeks or months later. Sound familiar? The descriptions are eerily similar to the effects of nuclear weapons. And while mainstream scholars interpret these passages as mythological exaggeration or poetic metaphor, there are those who wonder if something else is going on. What if these texts are describing real events? What if, in some distant age, humanity developed technology advanced enough to destroy itself, and did? There are strange anomalies in the archaeological record that fuel this speculation. In the Indus Valley, at sites like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, archaeologists have found layers of vitrified stone, rock that has been melted and fused together by extreme heat. The temperatures required to create vitrification are far higher than anything a normal fire could produce. Some researchers have pointed to this as evidence of ancient nuclear warfare, though mainstream archaeology attributes it to more conventional causes like pottery kilns or natural fires. In the deserts of the Middle East and North Africa, there are vast fields of a glassy substance called Libyan desert glass and trinitite. Libyan desert glass is found scattered across the Sahara, and its origin is still debated. Some say it was formed by a meteorite impact, others by an airburst. Trinitite, on the other hand, is the glassy residue created by the first atomic bomb test in New Mexico. The two substances are remarkably similar. Could ancient desert glass have been created the same way? Then there are the stories. The Bible describes the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, cities obliterated by fire and brimstone raining from the sky, leaving the land so poisoned that nothing could grow there. Lot's wife looked back at the destruction and was turned into a pillar of salt. Or was it something else? Radiation sickness, perhaps, or the flash of an explosion so bright it burned her where she stood. The ancient Sumerian texts speak of wars between the gods, battles fought with weapons that shook the earth and split the sky. The Epic of Gilgamesh describes a great cedar forest that was destroyed by fire, leaving the land barren. The Egyptian texts mention a time when the gods fought among themselves and the land was laid waste. What if these weren't gods at all? What if they were people? People with technology we can barely imagine. People who built a civilization so advanced that it could harness the power of the atom, or something even more destructive. And what if, like us, they reached a point where they turned that power against each other? It's not hard to imagine. We've come close ourselves. During the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union built enough nuclear weapons to destroy the world several times over. We stood on the brink more than once, and only luck or the courage of a few individuals kept us from pulling the trigger. If we had, what would be left? Cities turned to rubble, forests burned, the atmosphere choked with ash and radiation, and in a few thousand years, After the survivors had rebuilt what they could, what would they remember? Would they have clear records of what happened, or would the truth fade into myth? Would they tell stories of gods who fought in the sky, of weapons that shone like the sun, of a world that ended in fire? The idea that an ancient civilization destroyed itself with advanced technology is, admittedly, speculative. There's no smoking gun, no undeniable proof, but the absence of evidence is not the same as evidence of absence. If a civilization did destroy itself 10,000 years ago, or 20,000 or 50,000, what would remain? Metal corrodes, stone crumbles, cities are swallowed by jungles, deserts and seas, and if the survivors were few, scattered and traumatized, they might not have the means or the will to preserve the knowledge of what came before. They would start over from scratch, and the old world would become a story, a warning, a myth. And maybe that's what all these myths are. Warnings, echoes of a time when humanity reached too far, built too much, and paid the price. A reminder that the cycle can end not just with floods and fires from the heavens, but with fires we light ourselves. But whether the reset comes from nature or from us, the question remains: how many times has it happened? How many civilizations have risen and fallen before ours? And what evidence might still be out there waiting to be found? If civilizations have been reset before, you'd expect to find traces, ruins, artifacts, something that doesn't fit the timeline we've been taught. And when you start looking, you find exactly that. There are structures scattered across the world that defy easy explanation. Not because they're impossible, clearly they exist, but because they seem too advanced, too precise, too ambitious for the cultures we believe built them. They sit like riddles in stone, challenging our assumptions about what ancient people could and couldn't do. Take Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey. Discovered in the 1990s, it's a massive complex of stone pillars arranged in circles, some weighing up to 20 tons, carved with intricate reliefs of animals, foxes, lions, scorpions, vultures. The site is breathtaking in its artistry and scale. But here's the thing, it's nearly 12,000 years old. That puts it firmly in the Neolithic period, a time when, according to conventional archaeology, humans were just beginning to figure out agriculture. They were hunter-gatherers, living in small mobile groups, with no cities, no writing, no complex social structures. And yet, Göbekli Tepe exists. It would have required hundreds of people working together, coordinating their efforts, quarrying and transporting massive stones, carving them with sophisticated tools. It suggests a level of organization and ambition that shouldn't have been possible. And then, after it was built, it was deliberately buried, filled in with rubble and soil, hidden away, as if someone wanted to erase it from memory. Why? What was Göbekli Tepe? A temple, an astronomical observatory, a monument to something lost, and who built it? The people we think of as primitive hunter-gatherers, or the remnants of an earlier, more advanced culture, trying to preserve something before it was forgotten entirely. Then there's Baalbek in Lebanon. The Roman temple complex there is impressive enough on its own, but beneath the Roman construction lies something even more mysterious. The foundation stones. 3 massive blocks of limestone, each weighing around 800 tons, fitted together so precisely that you can't slide a piece of paper between them. They're called the trilithon, and no one knows how they were moved or placed. The Romans didn't claim to have built them. They built on top of them, suggesting the stones were already ancient when the Romans arrived. 800 tons, To put that in perspective, the largest stones used in the Great Pyramid of Giza weigh around 80 tons. The trilithon stones are 10 times heavier. Modern cranes can lift that much, but only the very largest, and they require careful planning and infrastructure. How did ancient people do it? And more importantly, why? What was so important that it required stones of such impossible size? The same question applies to Sacsayhuaman, the fortress above Cusco in Peru. The walls are made of stones that weigh up to 200 tons, cut and fitted together with such precision that, again, you can't fit a blade between them. These stones aren't rectangular, they're polygonal, with multiple angles and curves, each one unique, each one fitting perfectly with its neighbours like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. The Inca, who controlled the region when the Spanish arrived, said they didn't build Sacsayhuaman. They said it was built by the gods, or by a race of giants who lived before them. The Spanish chroniclers recorded these claims but dismissed them as superstition. Modern archaeologists attribute the construction to the Inca, despite the Inca's own insistence that they didn't do it. But if the Inca didn't build it, who did? And if they did, why don't we find similar construction techniques anywhere else in the Inca Empire? Sacsayhuaman stands alone, an anomaly, a masterpiece of engineering that seems to belong to a different age. Then there are the underwater ruins. Off the coast of Japan, near the island of Yonaguni, divers have found what appears to be a submerged stone structure. Terraces, steps, flat platforms, right angles. Some researchers believe it's a natural formation, shaped by erosion and geological processes. Others argue that it's man-made, a remnant of a civilization that existed when sea levels were lower, before the end of the Ice Age. The debate continues, but the structure remains, silent and enigmatic beneath the waves. Similar formations have been reported off the coasts of India, Cuba, and the Mediterranean. Most are dismissed or ignored, because they don't fit the narrative. If they're real, if they're man-made, then they suggest that people were building complex structures more than 10,000 years ago, during a time when we're told they were barely surviving. And if sea levels rose and drowned those structures, how much else was lost? How many coastal cities, how many harbours and temples and monuments now lie beneath hundreds of feet of water, unseen and unsearched? The problem is that underwater archaeology is expensive and difficult. The ocean is vast and most of it has never been explored. We've mapped the surface of Mars in more detail than we've mapped the floor of our own oceans. If there are ruins down there, ruins of civilizations that existed before the flood, we might never find them. Or if we do, it'll be by accident. And by then, how much will have been lost to time and tide? But it's not just massive stones and submerged ruins. There are smaller anomalies too, artifacts that don't belong. In the 1900s, divers recovering cargo from an ancient shipwreck off the coast of Greece found a corroded lump of bronze and wood. When researchers examined it, they discovered gears. Dozens of interlocking gears, precisely cut, forming a complex mechanism. It's called the Antikythera mechanism, and it's an ancient analog computer used to predict the positions of the sun, moon and planets. It dates to around 100 BCE, and it's so sophisticated that nothing remotely comparable appears in the historical record for another 1,000 years. How did the Greeks build it? Where did the knowledge come from? And if they could build something like that, what else could they do? What other technologies did they possess that we've lost or forgotten? There are other examples. The Baghdad battery, a clay jar from ancient Mesopotamia that some believe was used to generate electricity. The Piri race map, a 16th century chart that appears to show the coastline of Antarctica accurately centuries before Antarctica was officially discovered and at a time when it should have been covered in ice. The dropper stones, mysterious discs found in a cave in China, carved with tiny hieroglyphs that no one has been able to translate. Some of these artifacts are controversial. Some are probably misunderstood or misidentified, but taken together, they paint a picture of a past that's more complex, more mysterious than the neat timeline we've constructed. They suggest that knowledge has been lost and found and lost again, that the march of progress isn't a straight line but a cycle, and that we might not be as advanced as we think, or at least not as advanced as we could be if we hadn't forgotten so much. Because that's the thing about resets. They don't just destroy buildings and cities, they destroy knowledge. Libraries burn, scrolls rot, oral traditions fade when the people who carry them die, and within a few generations the past becomes myth, and myth becomes legend, and legend becomes nothing at all. So how much have we forgotten? How much did the people before us know? And how many times have we had to start over, rebuilding from the ruins, rediscovering fire and the wheel, and writing, while the ghosts of the old world watch from the stones we can't explain? One of the strangest things about human history is how recent it all seems. We have cities that are 5,000 years old, writing that goes back maybe 6,000 years, agriculture that started around 10 to 12,000 years ago, and before that, almost nothing. A vast stretch of time, tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, where anatomically modern humans existed, but left almost no trace of complex civilization. Homo sapiens has been around for at least 200,000 years, possibly longer. For most of that time, we were hunter-gatherers, living in small groups, following the herds, gathering plants, making tools from stone and bone. And then suddenly, around 12,000 years ago, everything changed. We started farming. We built permanent settlements. We developed pottery, weaving, metallurgy. We created art, religion, government. We built cities and temples and monuments. Civilization exploded into existence, seemingly out of nowhere. Why? The standard explanation is that the end of the Ice Age created favourable conditions for agriculture. The climate warmed, the glaciers retreated, and suddenly there was more arable land, more predictable weather, more resources. People settled down, started planting crops, and the rest followed naturally. But that explanation has always felt incomplete. Humans were just as intelligent 50,000 years ago as they are today. They had the same brains, the same capacity for language and abstract thought and innovation. So why did it take so long for civilization to emerge? Why did we spend nearly 200,000 years as hunter-gatherers, and then suddenly, in the blink of an eye, become builders and farmers and priests? One possibility is that we didn't. One possibility is that civilization emerged before, perhaps many times, and was destroyed. And the 12,000-year mark isn't the beginning of civilization, it's the beginning of the current cycle, the latest attempt, the newest chapter in a story that's been told and retold over and over since the dawn of our species. Think about it. If a civilization existed 30,000 years ago, or 50,000, or 100,000, what would remain? Wood rots, fabric disintegrates, even stone erodes given enough time, metal corrodes and crumbles, glass shatters. The only things that last are the hardest materials, certain types of stone, ceramics, maybe some metals in the right conditions, and even those can be buried, scattered, or destroyed by geological processes. And then there's the problem of ice. During the Ice Age, much of the northern hemisphere was covered by glaciers miles thick. Those glaciers moved, grinding everything beneath them into dust. If there were cities in Europe or North America during the Ice Age, they would have been obliterated, scraped away, leaving no trace. The same goes for coastal areas. As we've discussed, sea levels have risen dramatically since the Ice Age ended. If ancient civilizations built their cities near the coasts, and why wouldn't they? Those cities are now underwater, buried under sediment, invisible to us. So the absence of evidence doesn't mean much. We're looking in the wrong places, or we're not looking at all because we assume there's nothing to find. But there are hints, strange gaps in the archaeological record, sudden jumps in technology that don't seem to have any precursor. The appearance of agriculture, for example, is often described as the Neolithic Revolution. But it wasn't really a revolution. It happened independently in multiple places around the world: the Fertile Crescent, China, Mesoamerica, the Andes, within a relatively short span of time. Almost as if people in different parts of the world suddenly remembered how to farm, or were taught by someone who already knew. The same goes for megalithic construction. Around the same time that agriculture appeared, people started building massive stone structures: Göbekli Tepe, the megalithic temples of Malta, the stone circles of Britain and Europe. These structures required knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and social organization. Where did that knowledge come from? Did it develop independently in each place, or was it inherited from an earlier culture, passed down through myth and memory until people were ready to use it again? There's also the mystery of the megafauna extinctions. At the end of the last ice age, dozens of large animal species went extinct. Mammoths, mastodons, giant sloths, saber-toothed cats, dire wolves. The timing coincides with the rise of human populations and the spread of hunting, leading many scientists to conclude that humans hunted them to extinction. But some researchers have questioned this. The extinctions happened very quickly, almost simultaneously across different continents, and they affected species that had survived previous climate changes without issue. Could something else have been involved? A catastrophe that killed not just the animals, but also any human civilizations that existed at the time. And then there are the stories, the myths we've already discussed, the floods, the fires, the wars, all describe worlds that came before this one, worlds that were destroyed. And in many of these myths, the survivors are described as carrying knowledge from the old world into the new. The gods teach humanity how to farm, how to build, how to write. Prometheus brings fire. Quetzalcoatl teaches the Maya agriculture and astronomy. Osiris brings civilization to Egypt. Viracocha does the same in the Andes. What if these gods were people, survivors of the previous cycle, carrying the remnants of their knowledge forward, trying to rebuild? They would have seemed like gods to the people they encountered, people who had lost everything, who were starting over from scratch. And over time, the memory of those teachers would be mythologized, turned into divine figures, until the truth was buried beneath layers of legend. It's a compelling idea, and it fits the pattern we see in the myths: a world that ends, a few who survive, and a slow, painful process of rebuilding. Each time, a little more is lost. Each time, the new civilization starts from a lower baseline, until eventually, the memory of the old world fades entirely, and we're left with nothing but stories. But if that's true, then the silence in the timeline isn't a mystery. It's a scar, a gap left by the resets, by the cycles of destruction and rebirth that have shaped our species since the beginning. And the question becomes, how many scars are there? How many times have we risen and fallen? And are we approaching the next scar, the next silence, the next reset? The thing about resets is that they don't announce themselves. They don't give warnings. They just happen. One day the world is normal. People go about their lives, building and creating and planning for the future. And then, in an instant, everything changes. The ground shakes, the sky darkens, the waters rise, and the world as they knew it ends. We like to think we're safe from that kind of catastrophe. We have technology, science, early warning systems. We can predict earthquakes, sort of. We can track hurricanes and volcanic eruptions. We can see asteroids coming, at least the big ones. But the truth is, we're not as safe as we think. There are threats out there that we can't predict, can't prepare for, and might not even see coming until it's too late. Take supervolcanoes. There are several around the world. Yellowstone in the United States, Toba in Indonesia, the Campi Flegrei in Italy. And when they erupt, they don't just destroy the surrounding area. They change the climate of the entire planet. The eruption of Toba around 75,000 years ago is believed to have caused a volcanic winter that lasted for years, dropping global temperatures and pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. Genetic evidence suggests that the human population bottlenecked around that time, dropping to as few as 10,000 individuals. We almost didn't make it. And Toba could erupt again. Yellowstone could erupt. We don't know when, and we don't know how to stop it. If it happens, the ash would block out the sun, crops would fail, and billions of people would starve. Civilization as we know it would collapse, and the survivors would be left to start over in a world that had turned hostile and dark. Then there are asteroid impacts. We've gotten better at tracking near-Earth objects, but we're far from perfect. Most of the asteroids we've catalogued are the big ones, the kind that would cause an extinction-level event if they hit. But there are thousands, maybe millions of smaller asteroids that we haven't found yet. An asteroid just a few hundred meters across could destroy a city. One a kilometer across could trigger a global catastrophe. And if it came from the right angle, or if we simply didn't see it in time, there would be nothing we could do. The Tunguska event in 1908 is a reminder of how vulnerable we are. An asteroid or comet exploded in the atmosphere over Siberia, flattening 2,000 square kilometers of forest. If it had hit a few hours later, it could have destroyed a major city, and we had no warning. We didn't even know it was coming. Then there's the sun. We've already talked about solar flares, but it's worth emphasizing just how dangerous they can be. A direct hit from a massive coronal mass ejection could fry power grids across entire continents. No electricity means no refrigeration, no transportation, no communication, no water pumps, no hospitals. Modern civilization would grind to a halt within days, and unlike an asteroid, we can't deflect a solar storm. We can only watch it come and hope it misses. There are other threats too. Gamma-ray bursts from distant supernovae, capable of stripping away the Earth's ozone layer and bathing the surface in lethal radiation. Rogue planets wandering through the galaxy that could destabilize the orbits of the planets in our solar system. Magnetic pole reversals, which happen every few 100,000 years and could leave the Earth temporarily unprotected from cosmic radiation. And then there are the threats we create ourselves. Nuclear war, as we've discussed, but also biological weapons, engineered pandemics, artificial intelligence run amok, environmental collapse. We're very good at building things that could destroy us, and we're not always so good at controlling them. The point is, resets don't require ancient gods or lost civilizations. They can happen naturally at any time, and we might not see them coming. And when they do happen, the results are the same. Cities destroyed, populations decimated, knowledge lost. The survivors are left to pick up the pieces and start over, and within a few generations the old world becomes a myth. So how many times has it happened? How many times has humanity been brought to the brink only to claw its way back? And how many times have we not made it back? How many cycles ended with no survivors, no memory, no trace? We don't know, we can't know, but the evidence suggests that it's happened before and it will happen again. The only question is when. If you step back and look at the big picture, a pattern emerges, not just in the myths and the ruins, but in the very structure of time itself. The earth moves in cycles, the seasons change, the climate shifts, ice ages come and go, each one lasting tens of thousands of years, separated by brief warm periods like the one we're living in now. These cycles are driven by changes in the Earth's orbit and axial tilt, Milankovitch cycles they're called, and they're predictable, at least in the long term. We know that another ice age is coming eventually. We just don't know when. But within those long cycles there are shorter ones. The Sun goes through an 11-year cycle of activity, with periods of high and low solar output. The Earth's magnetic field fluctuates, weakening and strengthening over centuries and millennia. Ocean currents shift, driven by changes in temperature and salinity, and those shifts can trigger rapid climate changes. The Gulf Stream, for example, which keeps Europe warm, could shut down if enough fresh water from melting ice dilutes the North Atlantic. If that happens, Europe could plunge into a mini ice age within a matter of decades. And then there are the cycles we don't fully understand. The rise and fall of civilizations, for example. Empires grow, reach their peak, and then collapse over and over with eerie regularity. The Romans, the Mayans, the Egyptians, the Khmer, the Anasazi, all of them built great civilizations and all of them fell. Sometimes the collapse was gradual, a slow decline over centuries. Other times it was sudden, a matter of decades or even years, and in many cases we still don't know exactly why it happened. Some collapses are clearly linked to environmental factors, droughts, floods, soil depletion. Others seem to be driven by internal factors, political instability, economic inequality, overextension. But there's often a sense that the collapse was inevitable, that the civilization had reached a point of no return, and that no amount of effort could have saved it. The historian Arnold Toynbee studied the rise and fall of civilizations and concluded that they follow a predictable pattern: genesis, growth, breakdown, and disintegration. Each civilization faces challenges, and how it responds to those challenges determines whether it survives or collapses. But eventually every civilization fails. The question is not if, but when. And if individual civilizations follow cycles, why not humanity as a whole? Why not the entire species, rising and falling in great waves, each wave reaching a little higher or a little lower than the last, but always following the same basic pattern? The ancient Greeks believed in the concept of the great year, a cycle lasting thousands of years, at the end of which the planets would return to their original positions and history would begin again. The Hindus believe in the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness and decline, which will eventually give way to a new golden age. The Maya had their long count calendar, which tracked cycles of creation and destruction spanning thousands of years. These aren't just philosophical ideas, they're reflections of a deep human intuition that time is not linear, but circular, that what has happened before will happen again, that the end is also the beginning. And maybe they're right. Maybe we're living in one of many cycles, one of many attempts by humanity to build something lasting, and maybe, like the civilizations that came before us, we're approaching the end of our cycle. The signs are there, if you know where to look. Climate change, resource depletion, political instability, the rise of technologies we don't fully understand and can't fully control. We're pushing the limits of what the planet can sustain, and we're doing it faster than any civilization in history. The question is, will we be different? Will we break the cycle, or will we follow the same path as those who came before us? Will we learn from the past, or will we repeat it? And if we do collapse, what will the next cycle look like? Will the survivors remember us? Will they tell stories about the people who built cities of glass and steel, who flew through the air and spoke across oceans, who reached for the stars and then fell back to Earth? Or will we fade into myth, like Atlantis, like the gods of old, until we're nothing but a whisper in the dark? If civilizations have been reset, before then someone must have remembered. Someone must have carried the knowledge forward, even if only in fragments. In almost every culture, there are stories of wise teachers who appeared after the catastrophe, bringing knowledge and guidance to the survivors. In Egypt, it was Thoth, the god of wisdom, who taught writing and mathematics. In Mesopotamia, it was the Apkallu, the 7 sages who came from the sea and taught humanity the arts of civilization. In Mesoamerica, it was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who brought agriculture and astronomy. In the Andes, it was Viracocha, the creator god, who walked among the people and showed them how to build and farm. These figures are always described as coming from somewhere else, from the sea, from the sky, from a distant land. They're always associated with knowledge that seems too advanced for the time, and they're always credited with jump-starting civilization, with taking people from a state of barbarism or ignorance and lifting them up. What if these stories are based on real people? Not gods, but survivors of the previous cycle, carrying the remnants of their knowledge forward. They would have seemed like gods to the people they encountered. People who had lost everything, who were struggling to survive in a world that had been turned upside down. And over time, the memory of those teachers would be mythologized, turned into divine figures, until the truth was buried beneath layers of legend. But the knowledge would remain, encoded in myths, in symbols, in the structures they built. The pyramids, the megaliths, the temples, all of them might be more than just monuments. They might be messages left by the memory keepers, trying to preserve something important for the next cycle. Take the Great Pyramid of Giza. It's one of the most studied structures in the world, and yet it's still full of mysteries. The precision of its construction is astonishing. The base is level to within a fraction of an inch. The sides are aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions. The dimensions encode mathematical constants like pi and the golden ratio. Some researchers believe the pyramid was designed as a kind of time capsule, a repository of knowledge encoded in its measurements and proportions. The same has been said of other ancient structures. Stonehenge, for example, is aligned with the solstices and may have been used as an astronomical observatory. The temples of Angkor Wat in Cambodia are laid out to mirror the constellation Draco as it appeared in the sky thousands of years ago. The Nazca lines in Peru, massive geoglyphs that can only be fully appreciated from the air, may have been a kind of map or calendar, encoding information about the stars and the seasons. And then there are the myths themselves. Joseph Campbell, the great scholar of mythology, argued that myths are not just stories, They're carriers of deep truths, encoded in symbolic language. They preserve knowledge about the human condition, about the cycles of life and death, about the relationship between humanity and the cosmos. And if Campbell was right, then the myths about resets, the floods, the fires, the wars, might be preserving knowledge about real events, real catastrophes that shaped our species. The problem is that we've forgotten how to read the myths. We treat them as entertainment, as primitive superstition, as relics of a less enlightened age. But what if they're more than that? What if they're the last surviving fragments of a much older knowledge, a knowledge that was once common but has been lost and rediscovered and lost again, over and over with each cycle? The memory keepers tried to preserve it. They built structures that would last. They encoded knowledge in stories and symbols. They passed it down through secret societies, mystery schools, priesthoods. But with each reset, a little more was lost. The signal degraded. The message became garbled, until all that remained were fragments, myths that no one believed, ruins that no one understood, symbols that no one could read. And now, here we are, at the end of another cycle, trying to piece it all together, trying to remember what we've forgotten, trying to understand the warnings that were left for us before it's too late. So how many times has civilization been reset? We don't know. We can't know. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous, too buried beneath the weight of time. But the question itself is important, because it forces us to confront the possibility that we're not as unique as we think, that we're not the pinnacle of human achievement, but just the latest iteration in a long series of attempts, that the story of humanity is not a straight line from caves to cities, but a spiral, circling back on itself, rising and falling over and over. And if that's true, then everything changes. Our sense of progress, our confidence in the future, our belief that we're building something permanent, all of it becomes uncertain. Because if civilizations have been reset before, they can be reset again. And there's no guarantee that we'll survive the next one. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the resets are not punishments or accidents, but part of the natural order. A way for the earth to cleanse itself, to start fresh, to give life another chance. And maybe humanity's role is not to escape the cycle, but to learn from it, to carry the knowledge forward, to become the memory keepers for the next cycle, to leave behind something that will help the survivors rebuild. Or maybe the cycle can be broken. Maybe we can learn from the mistakes of the past, avoid the catastrophes that destroyed the civilizations before us, and build something that lasts. Maybe we can be the ones who finally get it right. But to do that, we have to remember. We have to look at the myths, the ruins, the anomalies, and ask ourselves, what are they trying to tell us? What did the people before us know that we've forgotten? And what can we learn from their mistakes? Because the clock is ticking. The signs are all around us. The climate is changing. The resources are running out. The tensions are rising. And if we're not careful, we'll find ourselves at the end of another cycle, watching the world we built crumble around us, wondering how it all went wrong. And the survivors, if there are any, will tell stories about us. Stories about the people who flew to the moon and split the atom, who built towers that touched the sky, and machines that could think. Stories about the people who had everything and lost it all. And those stories will become myths, and those myths will be forgotten, and the cycle will begin again, unless we break it, unless we remember, unless we learn. There's a story written in our DNA, a story that contradicts everything we think we know, about the smooth, steady progress of human civilization. It's a story of catastrophe, of populations crashing to the edge of extinction, of humanity reduced to a handful of survivors clinging to life in a world that had turned hostile. And it's happened not once, but multiple times. When scientists first began studying human genetics in detail, they discovered something strange, something that didn't fit the narrative of a species that had been steadily growing and expanding for hundreds of thousands of years. They found evidence of what's called a population bottleneck, a moment when the total human population dropped to a tiny fraction of what it had been before. The most famous of these is the Toba bottleneck, which we mentioned earlier. Around 75,000 years ago, something reduced the human population to somewhere between 3,000 and 10,000 individuals. That's it. The entire human species, which had been spread across Africa and possibly into Asia, was reduced to a number small enough to fit into a modern sports stadium. For perspective, that's a smaller population than most small towns. It's fewer people than attend an average high school. And for a period that may have lasted thousands of years, those few thousand people were all that stood between humanity and total extinction. What caused it? The conventional explanation is the Toba supervolcanic eruption in Indonesia, which would have thrown enough ash and sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere to trigger a volcanic winter lasting years, possibly decades. Temperatures would have plummeted. Plant life would have died. Animals would have starved. And humans, already scattered in small groups across a vast landscape, would have been decimated. But here's what's interesting. The genetic evidence suggests this wasn't the only bottleneck. There are signs of other population crashes, other moments when humanity was pushed to the brink. Some geneticists have found evidence of a bottleneck around 900,000 years ago, long before modern humans even existed, that reduced the population of our ancestors to just over 1,000 breeding individuals. The species survived, obviously, but barely, and there are hints of more recent events as well. Localized bottlenecks in specific populations, genetic markers that suggest sudden, dramatic reductions in diversity, the kind of patterns you'd expect to see if entire civilizations were wiped out, leaving only scattered survivors to carry on. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. When a population goes through a severe bottleneck, it doesn't just lose people, it loses genetic diversity. Rare genes, unique traits, variations that might have been useful. All of them can disappear if the individuals carrying them don't survive. The population that emerges from the bottleneck is more homogeneous, more similar to each other, because they're all descended from a very small number of survivors. And when you look at human genetic diversity today, what do you find? We're remarkably uniform. Far more uniform than we should be for a species that's supposedly been around for 200,000 years. Chimpanzees, which live in a much smaller geographic range than humans, have significantly more genetic diversity than we do. So do gorillas. So do many other species that are far less widespread. Why? The most likely explanation is that we've gone through multiple severe bottlenecks, events that killed off most of humanity, leaving only small pockets of survivors to rebuild. And each time it happened, we lost a little more diversity, a little more of what made us varied and adaptable. But we also gained something. We gained resilience. Because the people who survived those bottlenecks weren't random. They were the ones who were smart enough, adaptable enough, lucky enough to make it through. They were the ones who could survive when the world fell apart, and they passed that survival instinct down to us. If you want to understand what a reset looks like, don't just look at humans, look at everything else that disappeared at the same time. At the end of the last ice age, roughly 12,000 to 10,000 years ago, something extraordinary happened. Across the entire planet, dozens of large animal species, megafauna, went extinct in what appears to have been a geological instant. Mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, dire wolves, short-faced bears, woolly rhinoceroses, giant beavers the size of modern bears, armadillos the size of cars, all gone. These were animals that had survived for millions of years. They had weathered previous ice ages, previous climate shifts, previous environmental changes. They were successful, well-adapted, dominant species, and then suddenly they weren't. The conventional explanation is the overkill hypothesis, that humans, spreading across the continents and becoming more efficient hunters, simply killed them all. We hunted the mammoths to extinction. We wiped out the giant sloths. We were so effective, so destructive, that we eliminated dozens of species in just a few thousand years. And there's some evidence for this. Human kill sites have been found with mammoth bones. We know humans hunted these animals. We know that wherever humans arrived, Australia, the Americas, Madagascar, waves of extinctions followed. But the timeline is problematic. The extinctions didn't happen gradually, as you'd expect if humans were slowly hunting species to extinction over thousands of years. They happened rapidly, almost simultaneously across different continents. Species that had never encountered humans went extinct at the same time as species that had been living alongside humans for tens of thousands of years. In North America, the extinctions were particularly severe. Roughly 80% of large mammal species disappeared. In South America, the number was similar. In Australia, which humans had reached much earlier, the extinctions happened thousands of years before, around 45,000 years ago. But again, they were rapid and devastating. Something doesn't add up. If humans were the sole cause, why didn't the extinctions happen gradually as human populations grew? Why did they cluster around specific time periods? And why did they affect animals that humans didn't even hunt, like giant tortoises and large flightless birds on remote islands? The alternative explanation is that something else happened. Something catastrophic that affected the entire planet. And humans didn't cause the extinctions. We survived them, barely, along with the few other large animals that made it through. Remember the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis? The idea that a comet or asteroid struck the Earth around 12,800 years ago, triggering the sudden cooling period that lasted more than 1,000 years. If that happened, it would explain a lot. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, throwing soot and debris into the atmosphere. The sky would have darkened, temperatures would have plummeted, plant life would have died, and herbivores, which depended on that plant life, would have starved. The carnivores that depended on the herbivores would have followed, and the few animals that survived would have been those that were adaptable enough, small enough, or lucky enough to find shelter and food in the chaos. Humans survived. But we weren't unscathed. If the genetic bottleneck evidence is correct, our population crashed. We were reduced to scattered bands, struggling to survive in a world that had become hostile and strange. And when we finally recovered, when we finally started building civilizations again, the megafauna were gone. The world we emerged into was emptier, quieter, smaller than the one that had existed before, and we forgot. We forgot what it had been like to live alongside mammoths and saber-toothed cats. We forgot that there had been creatures so large they could shake the earth when they walked. The memory faded into myth, stories of giants, of monsters, of legendary beasts that our ancestors defeated in the distant past. But the bones remain, scattered across the world, buried in tar pits and frozen in permafrost. The bones of the megafauna remind us that the world was once different, that something happened, that there was a time when everything changed, and most of what existed before was lost. Language is one of the most remarkable things about being human. It's what allows us to share ideas, build cultures, pass knowledge across generations. And when you look at the diversity of human languages, you see thousands of different tongues, each with its own grammar, vocabulary and structure. But here's something strange. Almost all of them can be traced back to a handful of language families, and those families appear to have emerged relatively recently, within the last 10,000 to 15,000 years. Before that, silence, or at least a silence in the linguistic record. We have no idea what languages people spoke before the end of the last ice age, because language doesn't fossilize. It doesn't leave physical traces. It exists only in the minds and mouths of the people who speak it, and when those people die, if they haven't passed it on, the language dies with them. But linguists have noticed something curious. When they trace languages back through time, looking for common roots and ancestral tongues, they keep hitting a wall around the same period, roughly 10,000 to 15,000 years ago. Beyond that point, the connections become fuzzy, speculative, impossible to prove. It's as if language itself was reset. Now that doesn't mean humans before the time didn't have language. Anatomically, modern humans have been around for at least 200,000 years, and we almost certainly had language for most of that time. The capacity for language is hardwired into our brains. It's one of the things that makes us human. But something happened around 12,000 years ago that disrupted the linguistic landscape so completely that almost all traces of older languages were wiped out. What could do that? A population bottleneck, a catastrophe severe enough that only small, scattered groups of humans survived, and the languages they spoke became the ancestors of all modern languages. The diversity that had existed before, the thousands of different tongues that had developed over hundreds of thousands of years, was lost. And the new languages that emerged from the survivors were the foundation of everything that came after. There are a few languages that might be exceptions, a few isolated languages that don't seem to fit into any known family, that appear to be the last survivors of much older linguistic lineages. Basque, spoken in the Pyrenees between France and Spain, is one of them. It has no clear relationship to any other language in Europe or anywhere else. It's a linguistic island, a remnant of something that existed before the Indo-European languages swept across the continent. The same is true of some indigenous languages in the Americas, in Australia, in Papua New Guinea. Languages that seem to stand alone, unconnected to anything else. Are these the last echoes of pre-catastrophe languages, the survivors of linguistic lineages that were otherwise completely erased? We don't know. We can't know, but the pattern is suggestive. And then there's the question of why language evolved in the first place. Modern humans existed for well over 100,000 years before we see any clear evidence of complex symbolic thought, art, music, elaborate tools, jewellery. For most of our history, we seem to have been anatomically modern, but behaviourally archaic. And then suddenly, around 50,000 to 70,000 years ago, something changed. We started creating art. We started burying our dead with grave goods. We started making sophisticated tools and ornaments. What happened? Some researchers call it the Great Leap Forward, or the Upper Paleolithic Revolution, the sudden emergence of modern human behaviour after tens of thousands of years of apparent stagnation. But was it really sudden? Or is it just that the evidence from before that time didn't survive? If there were earlier periods of cultural sophistication, earlier attempts at civilization, they would have been lost in the Toba bottleneck or other catastrophes. We'd only see the evidence from after the most recent reset when survivors started rebuilding. And if language was part of that earlier sophistication, if humans 100,000 years ago spoke languages as complex and rich as the ones we speak today, we'd never know. Because language leaves no fossils. It only survives if it's passed down. And if the chain is broken, if the speakers die without passing it on, the language vanishes as if it never existed. How many languages have been lost? How many words? How many concepts? How many ways of seeing the world existed once and are now gone forever? How much of human thought and culture has been erased by the resets, leaving only fragments and shadows behind? Here's something most people don't think about. If humanity has been reset multiple times, if we've been brought to the edge of extinction and forced to rebuild from almost nothing, that experience would leave scars. Not just physical scars, not just genetic scars, but psychological ones. Patterns of behavior, deep-seated fears, instincts that don't make sense in the modern world but would have been essential for survival in the aftermath of a catastrophe. And when you look at human psychology, you find exactly that. Take our fear of the dark. It's nearly universal. Children are afraid of the dark. Adults are uncomfortable in complete darkness. We have an instinctive wariness of spaces where we can't see, where we don't know what might be lurking. From a modern perspective, this doesn't make much sense. We live in cities with streetlights, homes with electricity. Darkness isn't a threat anymore. But imagine surviving a catastrophe. Imagine living in a world where the sky had darkened with ash, where the sun was obscured for months or years, where the normal cycles of day and night were disrupted. Darkness would have been terrifying. It would have been associated with cold, with hunger, with danger. The people who survived would have been the ones who were most cautious, most afraid, most willing to seek shelter and light. And they passed that fear down to us. The same is true of our fear of sudden loud noises, thunder, explosions, crashes. These trigger an immediate startle response, a spike of adrenaline, a fight or flight reaction. Why? Because in the ancestral environment, sudden loud noises meant danger. An animal attacking, a tree falling, a rock slide. Or if you were living through a catastrophe, the sound of the earth splitting open, of impacts, of destruction. Our fear of heights, our discomfort with instability and uncertainty, our tendency to hoard resources when we feel threatened. All of these could be evolutionary adaptations to surviving in a world that had become hostile and unpredictable. But there's something deeper too, something that shows up in our myths, our dreams, our collective unconscious. Carl Jung, the psychologist, argued that humans share certain archetypal images and stories, patterns that appear in cultures all over the world, independent of contact or influence. The flood, the fire, the end of the world, the hero's journey, the wise old man or woman who teaches the survivors. Where do these archetypes come from? Jung believed they were part of the collective unconscious, a shared psychological substrate that all humans inherit. But what if they're not abstract symbols? What if they're memories? Not individual memories, but cultural memories, passed down through countless generations, of real events that happened in the deep past. What if the reason every culture has a flood myth is because every culture is descended from people who survived the flood? What if the reason we dream about falling, about being chased, about the world ending, is because those experiences are encoded somewhere in our psychological makeup, remnants of traumas that our ancestors endured. There's a concept in psychology called transgenerational trauma, the idea that trauma can be passed down from parents to children, not just through learned behavior, but through epigenetic changes, alterations in gene expression that can persist for multiple generations. Studies of Holocaust survivors and their descendants have found evidence of this. The children and grandchildren of people who experienced extreme trauma show different stress responses, different patterns of gene expression, even though they never experienced the trauma themselves. If that's true for individual families, could it be true for entire species? Could humanity as a whole be carrying the scars of catastrophes that happened thousands of years ago? Could the anxiety, the fear, the sense of impending doom that so many people feel, even in the absence of immediate threats, be an echo of a time when those fears were justified, when the world really was ending? It's a disturbing thought, but it would explain a lot. It would explain why we're so drawn to apocalyptic stories, why we can't stop imagining the end of the world. It would explain why we build bunkers and stockpile supplies, why we have an instinct to prepare for disaster even when everything seems fine. Because deep down, we remember, not consciously, but in our bones, in our blood, in the ancient parts of our brains that evolved to keep us alive. We remember that the world has ended before. We remember that safety is an illusion. We remember that everything can change in an instant, and we're waiting for it to happen again. Let's talk about why so many ancient cultures were obsessed with the heavens. Everywhere you look, ancient civilizations built structures aligned with astronomical phenomena. The pyramids of Egypt are aligned with Orion's belt. Stonehenge marks the solstices. The temples of Angkor Wat mirror the constellation Draco. The Mayan pyramids align with Venus and other celestial bodies. The Nazca lines in Peru are best viewed from above, as if they were meant to be seen from the sky. Ancient observatories appear in cultures that supposedly had no contact with each other. Yet they all show the same preoccupation with tracking the stars, the planets, the movements of the heavens. Why? What was so important about the sky? The conventional answer is that ancient people used the stars for calendars, for agriculture, for navigation. And that's true, as far as it goes. Knowing when to plant crops, when the seasons would change, when to expect floods or droughts. All of that would have been essential for survival. But it doesn't explain the scale of the effort. It doesn't explain why cultures would invest enormous resources, decades or centuries of labour, into building massive stone structures just to track the movements of celestial bodies. A simple wooden post would work as a sundial. A row of stones would be enough to mark the solstice. You don't need a pyramid. You don't need Stonehenge. Unless the sky wasn't just a calendar. Unless it was something more. Something dangerous. What if ancient cultures were so obsessed with tracking the heavens because they knew that's where the danger came from? What if they were watching for asteroids, for comets, for signs that another catastrophe was coming? Think about it. If your civilization had been destroyed by an impact from space, if you had survived and rebuilt, what would you do? You'd watch the sky. Obsessively. You'd track every celestial object, every anomaly, every change in the patterns you knew. You'd build structures to help you observe, to help you remember, to help you predict, and you'd teach your children to do the same, because forgetting, even for a generation, could mean extinction. The ancient astronomers weren't just priests conducting rituals. They were sentries, watchers, early warning systems for a threat that could appear at any time, without warning, and destroy everything. And there's evidence that they knew more than we give them credit for. The Sumerians had detailed astronomical records that go back thousands of years. They tracked the precession of the equinoxes, a cycle that takes 26,000 years to complete. How? Why? What could they possibly use that information for, unless they were thinking in terms of deep time, unless they were trying to preserve knowledge across multiple cycles, multiple resets, unless they knew that civilizations rise and fall, and they wanted to leave markers, guideposts for whoever came after. The Great Pyramid encodes mathematical constants. P, the golden ratio, the speed of light in some interpretations. The dimensions of the Earth and the Moon can be derived from its measurements. Some researchers believe it's a time capsule, a repository of knowledge encoded in stone, designed to survive any catastrophe and speak to whoever finds it thousands of years later. Is that crazy? Maybe. But consider this. If you wanted to preserve knowledge for the long term, for thousands or tens of thousands of years, how would you do it? Books decay. Digital storage requires technology to read. Language changes and becomes incomprehensible, but mathematics is universal. Geometry is universal, and stone lasts. What if the pyramids, the megaliths, the ancient observatories aren't just monuments? What if they're messages? Messages to the future, from people who knew the past. People who had survived resets and were trying to warn us, trying to give us the tools we'd need to survive the next one. The sky was important to them because the sky was the threat. And they were trying to tell us, watch the heavens, remember, be ready, because it will happen again. One of the most unsettling things about knowledge loss is how easily it happens. How quickly a civilization can forget what it once knew. You don't need a catastrophe. You just need a few generations of people who don't think the old knowledge is important anymore. The Library of Alexandria is the classic example. One of the largest and most significant libraries of the ancient world, containing hundreds of thousands of scrolls, decades or centuries of accumulated knowledge, and then it burned. Or was it gradually neglected and stripped over time? Historians disagree, but the result was the same. An immense amount of knowledge was lost. Books that existed in only a single copy were gone forever. We know the names of lost works, entire plays by Sophocles, multiple books of Livy's history of Rome, scientific treatises by Archimedes and others, but we'll never read them. They're gone. How much did we lose? We can't even estimate because we don't know what we don't know. There could have been works of genius, revolutionary discoveries, insights that would have advanced human knowledge by centuries. Or there could have been mundane administrative records. We'll never know, and Alexandria wasn't unique. The destruction of the House of Wisdom in Baghdad during the Mongol invasion in 1258 destroyed centuries of Islamic scholarship. The burning of the Mayan codices by Spanish priests eliminated almost all written records of Mayan history and knowledge. The loss of the library of the Temple of Jerusalem, the destruction of countless monasteries and their libraries during various wars and persecutions. Each time, irreplaceable knowledge vanished. But here's the thing, you don't need fire or invaders. Knowledge can be lost through simple neglect. When the Roman Empire fell, Europe entered the Dark Ages. It's not that people became stupid. They were just as intelligent as their ancestors. But the institutions that preserved and transmitted knowledge collapsed. Books were no longer copied. Schools closed. Trade networks that brought materials and ideas from distant places broke down. And within a few generations, Europeans had forgotten how to build aqueducts, how to make concrete, how to perform surgeries that Roman doctors had considered routine. The knowledge didn't disappear all at once. It faded. Each generation knew a little less than the one before. Techniques became rituals, performed without understanding why. Tools were used without knowing how they'd been made, and eventually people forgot that they'd forgotten. They thought the Roman ruins were built by giants or gods, because the idea that ordinary humans had built them seemed impossible. It took 1,000 years for Europe to recover the knowledge it had lost, and it only recovered it because some of that knowledge had been preserved elsewhere, in the Islamic world, in the Byzantine Empire, in scattered monasteries where monks painstakingly copied ancient texts, often without understanding what they were copying. How much didn't survive? How much was lost permanently? We know that Roman engineers built mechanical devices, automated systems, sophisticated machinery. We have descriptions of them in ancient texts, but we don't have the devices themselves, and the descriptions aren't detailed enough to reconstruct them. The knowledge of how to build them died with the craftsmen who made them, and this keeps happening. Every civilization that falls loses knowledge. Every time a cultural chain is broken, information disappears. We've lost the ability to navigate by the stars the way Polynesian sailors could, crossing thousands of miles of open ocean with no instruments. We've lost traditional medicinal knowledge from countless indigenous cultures, plants and treatments that could have had real value but were dismissed as superstition. We've lost crafts, techniques, entire ways of understanding the world. And now, in the digital age, we're more vulnerable than ever. We store everything on systems that require constant maintenance, constant power, constant technological support. If those systems fail, we don't just lose access to the information, we lose the information itself. A book in a library can sit on a shelf for centuries and still be readable. A hard drive without power is just a useless lump of metal and plastic. We like to think we're too advanced to lose knowledge, that we have too many backups, too many copies. But the same has been true of other civilizations. The Romans thought their empire would last forever. The Mayans built cities they thought would stand for all time. The Library of Alexandria was supposed to preserve knowledge for eternity. They were all wrong, and we might be wrong too. Let's zoom out for a moment and look at the bigger picture. Because when you look at human history from a biological perspective, we're an anomaly. We shouldn't have made it this far. Most species last on average a few million years before going extinct, and most species maintain relatively stable population sizes within their ecological niches. They evolve slowly, adapt gradually, and when they can't adapt anymore, they disappear. Humans don't follow that pattern. We went from a population measured in the thousands to a population measured in the billions in just 10,000 years. We spread from Africa to every continent except Antarctica. We adapted to every climate, every environment, from Arctic tundra to tropical rainforests to high-altitude mountains to deserts. And we did it not through biological evolution. We're essentially identical to humans from 50,000 years ago, but through cultural evolution, through knowledge, tools, technology, social organization. That's unprecedented. No other species has done anything remotely similar, and from a biological standpoint, it's fragile. We're not physically adapted to most of the environments we live in. We survive through technology, through culture, through collective knowledge. Take that away, and we're vulnerable. Naked apes with no claws, no fangs, no fur, no natural defenses except our brains. And our brains aren't even that impressive individually. A human child raised in isolation, without culture, without language, without being taught anything, would be barely functional. They wouldn't invent language on their own. They wouldn't figure out how to make fire or tools. they'd be far less capable than an adult chimpanzee. What makes humans special isn't our individual intelligence, it's our collective intelligence, our ability to share information, to build on what previous generations learned, to accumulate knowledge over time. We're not smart individually, we're smart as a species, but that means we're dependent on the chain of transmission. If the chain breaks, if knowledge isn't passed down, we regress. Fast. Within a single generation, without elders to teach them, people forget sophisticated skills. Within a few generations, they forget that those skills ever existed. So how did we survive the bottlenecks? How did we make it through catastrophes that reduced our population to a few thousand individuals scattered across a devastated landscape? Luck is part of it. But there's also something else. Humans are incredibly adaptable, not because of our biology, but because of our culture. When the environment changes, we don't wait for evolution to adapt us. We change our behavior. We create new tools, new strategies, new social structures, and we do it fast. The survivors of the bottlenecks were the ones who were best at that, the ones who could improvise, who could learn, who could hold on to crucial knowledge and pass it down even in the worst circumstances. They were the memory keepers, the innovators, the teachers, and they were the foundation of every civilization that came after. But here's the unsettling part. We're not immune to bottlenecks now. We might think we're too advanced, too numerous, too distributed. But we're also more specialized, more dependent on systems and infrastructure, more vulnerable to disruptions. If something happened, a supervolcano, a massive solar storm, a pandemic worse than COVID, a nuclear war, runaway climate change, how many of us would survive? And more importantly, how much of our knowledge would survive? Would the survivors know how to grow food without industrial agriculture? How to purify water without modern treatment plants? How to generate power, manufacture medicine, communicate across distances? Or would they have to start over, learning everything again from scratch, rediscovering fire and the wheel and agriculture while the ruins of our civilization crumbled around them, monuments to a knowledge they could no longer access? We're the species that shouldn't have survived. We've been knocked down repeatedly, reduced to almost nothing, forced to rebuild from the edge of extinction. And we did it. We survived. We persisted. But there's no guarantee we'll keep doing it. The next reset could be the last. Or it could be just another in a long series, another turn of the wheel, another forgetting and remembering. The question is, when it comes, will we be ready? Or will we, like those before us, be caught off guard, convinced until the last moment that it couldn't happen to us? There's something strange about certain pieces of ancient knowledge, not just that they exist, but how they exist, fully formed, sophisticated, with no apparent learning curve, no trial and error, no primitive precursors. Take mathematics. The ancient Sumerians, one of the earliest civilizations we know of, didn't use a base 10 number system like we do. They used base 60, a sexagesimal system that's actually far more elegant for certain calculations. It's why we have 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 360 degrees in a circle. The number 60 is divisible by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 15, 20, 30, and 60. 12 factors, making it incredibly useful for dividing things up. But here's the question. Why would a civilization that was supposedly just figuring out agriculture and writing choose such a sophisticated mathematical system? Base 10 makes intuitive sense. We have 10 fingers. But base 60 requires a level of mathematical thinking that seems advanced for people who were, according to the standard timeline, just beginning to organize themselves into cities, unless they didn't invent it, unless they inherited it. The same pattern appears with astronomy. The ancient Mayans calculated the length of the solar year as 420 days. The modern calculation is 422 days. They were off by less than 2/10,000ths of a day, without telescopes, without computers, without any of the instruments we consider essential for that level of precision. They also tracked the cycles of Venus with incredible accuracy, created complex eclipse prediction tables, and understood the precession of the equinoxes, a phenomenon that takes 26,000 years to complete a full cycle. How do you discover something that takes 26,000 years to observe? You don't. Not unless you've been watching for 26,000 years, or someone before you was watching and passed the knowledge down. The ancient Egyptians aligned the Great Pyramid to true north with an accuracy of 3/60th of a single degree. They calculated pi to several decimal places. Their medical texts describe surgical procedures, antibiotics made from mouldy bread, and an understanding of the circulatory system that wouldn't be discovered again until the Renaissance. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, dated to around 1600 BCE, but believed to be a copy of much older texts, describes 48 surgical cases with a level of anatomical knowledge that seems impossibly advanced. In ancient India, the mathematician Aryabhata calculated pi to 4 decimal places in the 5th century CE, and stated that the Earth rotates on its axis, more than 1,000 years before Copernicus. The ancient Indian texts on astronomy, the Vedanga Jyotisha, contain calculations of planetary periods that are accurate to modern standards, and the concept of zero, perhaps mathematics' most important invention, appeared in India in the 5th century CE, though some scholars believe the concept is much older. The ancient Chinese calculated the movements of the planets, predicted eclipses, and created star catalogues thousands of years ago. They invented the seismograph in 132 CE, a device that could detect earthquakes hundreds of miles away and indicate the direction they came from. They had blast furnaces capable of producing steel more than 1,000 years before Europe. They understood the magnetic compass, gunpowder and paper making at a time when much of the world was still using stone tools. And everywhere you look you find this pattern, sophisticated knowledge appearing suddenly, often with no clear developmental path. It's as if someone turned on a light switch, and humanity went from darkness to illumination in an instant. The conventional explanation is that we're simply missing the intermediate steps. The papyri rotted, the records were lost, the gradual development happened but left no trace. And that's possible. But it's also possible that the knowledge didn't develop gradually, that it was inherited, passed down from an earlier time, preserved by the memory keepers we talked about, and slowly rediscovered and reapplied as new civilizations emerged from the ruins of the old. There are hints of this in the ancient texts themselves. The Egyptians spoke of the Zep Tepi, the first time, a golden age when the gods walked among men and taught them the arts of civilization. The Sumerians wrote about the Apkallu, the 7 sages who came before the flood and brought wisdom to humanity. Plato wrote about the Egyptian priest who told Solon that Greece was young, that Greek records only went back to the most recent catastrophe, while Egypt remembered much older times. The Hindu Vedas speak of earlier yugas, earlier ages, when humanity possessed knowledge that was later lost. The Buddhist texts describe previous world systems, previous cycles of creation and destruction. The Zoroastrian texts speak of a time before time when knowledge was whole and complete, before it was shattered and scattered. What if they're all describing the same thing? A time before the reset, when knowledge was more complete, more integrated, before it was broken into fragments and had to be painstakingly reassembled by each new civilization that emerged from the ashes. And what if some of that knowledge is still out there, hidden in plain sight, encoded in myths and monuments, waiting for us to remember how to read it? In 1929, a Turkish officer named Muhyiddin Piri Reis discovered a fragment of an old map in the library of the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul. The map, dated to 1513, showed the Atlantic Ocean, the coasts of South America and Africa, and curiously what appeared to be the northern coast of Antarctica. This wouldn't be particularly remarkable except for one problem. Antarctica wasn't officially discovered until 1820, more than 300 years after the map was drawn. And the map doesn't just show Antarctica as a vague landmass. It shows details of the coastline, bays, and geographic features. Features that, in 1513, would have been buried under miles of ice. When modern scholars examined the Piri Reis map more closely, things got even stranger. In the 1960s, Charles Hapgood, a professor of the history of science, noticed that the Antarctic coastline on the map didn't match the current coastline. It matched the coastline as it would have appeared thousands of years ago before it was covered by ice. He sent the map to the US Air Force, which confirmed that the map showed features that had been discovered by modern seismic surveys, features that lay beneath the ice sheet. How is that possible? Piri Reis himself claimed that he had compiled the map from older source maps, some dating back to the time of Alexander the Great or earlier. He said he used about 20 older maps as references, maps that had been preserved in various libraries around the Mediterranean. But where did those maps come from? Who made them? And how did they map Antarctica before it was covered in ice? The ice sheet over Antarctica is believed to be at least 6,000 years old, and possibly much older. That means someone would have had to map the continent before 4000 BCE, well before any civilization we know of had the technology to cross the ocean, navigate to the southern pole, and conduct a detailed survey of the coastline. Unless, of course, there was a civilization we don't know about. The Piri Reis map isn't alone. There are other ancient maps that show geographic knowledge that shouldn't have existed at the time they were drawn. The Orontius Phineus map of 1531 also shows Antarctica, this time with rivers and mountains free of ice. The Philippe Boissche map of 1737 shows Antarctica divided into two landmasses by a waterway, a feature that was only confirmed in the 1960s when seismic surveys revealed a channel beneath the ice that does in fact divide the continent. The Mercator map of 1569 shows the Arctic with surprising accuracy, including details of the coastlines and islands that wouldn't be properly surveyed for hundreds of years. The Zeno map of 1380 shows Greenland and the North Atlantic with features that suggest the map makers had access to information from a time when the climate was warmer and the ice coverage was different. And then there are the Chinese maps. In 2006, a controversial map surfaced in China, purportedly dated to 1418, that showed the entire world, including the Americas, Australia and Antarctica, in remarkable detail. The map's authenticity has been hotly debated, and many scholars believe it's a modern forgery. But if it's genuine, it would mean that Chinese explorers circumnavigated the globe decades before Columbus, and had knowledge of lands that Europeans wouldn't discover for another century. The problem with all of these maps is the same. They show knowledge that shouldn't exist, and the usual explanations that they were based on older source maps only pushes the question back further. Who made those older maps? And how far back do they go? Hapgood proposed a radical theory that an advanced civilization existed during the last ice age, a maritime civilization that mapped the entire world when sea levels were lower and the climate was different. When that civilization was destroyed by the floods at the end of the Ice Age, by asteroid impacts, by some other catastrophe, their maps survived, passed from culture to culture, copied and recopied, slowly degrading but retaining enough detail that later civilizations could use them as references. It's a compelling theory, but it's also speculative. There's no direct evidence of such a civilization, no cities, no artifacts, no clear proof. But the maps exist, the knowledge exists, and no one has yet provided a satisfactory explanation for how it came to be, unless, once again, we're looking at the remnants of something older, something that was lost but not entirely forgotten, something that the memory keepers preserved, even when they no longer understood what they were preserving or why. Let's go back to the stones, because the more you look at them, the stranger they become. It's not just that ancient cultures moved massive blocks of stone, though that alone is impressive. It's the precision with which they worked, the tolerances they achieved, the techniques they used that we still can't fully explain. Take the granite boxes inside the Great Pyramid. Deep in the bedrock beneath the pyramid, in a chamber called the Grotto, and in the king's chamber above, there are enormous boxes carved from solid granite. They're perfectly rectangular, with walls that are flat to within thousandths of an inch. The corners are exact right angles. The inside surfaces are smooth and polished. To create something like that today, you'd need industrial machinery, diamond-tipped saws, precision grinding equipment, laser measuring tools. The tolerances are tighter than you can achieve with hand tools, no matter how skilled you are. And yet, according to conventional archaeology, these boxes were carved by people using copper chisels and stone hammers. It doesn't add up. Christopher Dunn, an engineer who has studied the Great Pyramid extensively, argues that the precision of the stonework suggests the use of advanced tools, possibly even machine tools. He points to evidence of what appear to be saw marks in the granite, cuts that are too straight, too uniform, too deep to have been made by hand. He notes that some of the drill holes in the granite show a spiral pattern, as if a drill bit was used with tremendous pressure and speed. But the ancient Egyptians didn't have drill bits. They didn't have saws with teeth hard enough to cut granite. They didn't have lathes or grinding wheels powered by anything more than human muscle, or so we're told. The same mystery appears at other sites. At Pumapunku in Bolivia, there are blocks of andesite, a very hard volcanic rock, that have been carved with precision that rivals modern machine work. The blocks have flat surfaces, perfect right angles, and complex interlocking shapes that fit together like a three-dimensional puzzle. Some of the blocks have drill holes that are perfectly round and perfectly straight, showing no evidence of wobbling or drift. Again, this is supposedly the work of a pre-industrial culture, people with no written language, no wheel, no draft animals, and yet the precision is there, undeniable, measurable. At Ollantaytambo, another site in Peru, there are massive blocks of red granite that were quarried from a mountain 6 miles away, across a river, and somehow transported uphill to the construction site. The blocks weigh up to 50 tons each. They're fitted together with joints so tight you can't fit a knife blade between them, and they show evidence of some kind of vitrification or melting on their surfaces, as if they were subjected to intense heat. How? The conventional answer is always the same: time, patience, and manpower. Given enough people and enough years, you can move any stone, shape any block, build any monument. And that's true, to a point. But it doesn't explain the precision. It doesn't explain how cultures with supposedly primitive tools achieved tolerances that we struggle to match with modern equipment. It doesn't explain the evidence of advanced techniques, drilling, sawing, polishing, that shouldn't have been possible. Unless, once again, they had knowledge we don't credit them with. Techniques we've lost, tools we haven't found, because they are made of materials that don't survive. Wood, perhaps, or bronze, or something else entirely. Or unless they inherited the techniques from an earlier time, from a civilization that did have advanced tools, advanced knowledge, and passed that knowledge down through the generations until it became fragmented, ritualized, half-remembered, so that the later builders were following instructions they didn't fully understand, replicating techniques they couldn't quite explain, working from plans that were far older than their own culture. It sounds far-fetched, but the alternative, that people with these stone hammers carved granite within thousandths of an inch, sounds even more impossible. If civilizations have been reset, then somewhere, someone must remember. Not in the mainstream, not in the official histories, but in the margins, in the oral traditions, in the secret knowledge passed down through generations of initiates and elders who are told never to forget, never to let the old ways die completely. Indigenous cultures around the world carry stories that go back much further than written history. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia have oral traditions that describe events from more than 10,000 years ago. The flooding of coastal areas, the existence of land bridges that are now underwater, the megafauna that once roamed the continent. These aren't vague myths. They're specific, detailed accounts that match what geologists and archaeologists have discovered through scientific investigation. The Gunditjmara people of southeastern Australia tell of a time when the land was different, when volcanoes erupted and reshaped the landscape. Geologists have confirmed that volcanic activity in the region occurred around 30,000 years ago. The stories have been passed down, generation after generation, for 300 centuries. Think about that. 300 centuries of unbroken oral tradition. While empires rose and fell, while glaciers advanced and retreated, while the world changed again and again, these people remembered. They kept the stories alive. The same is true in other parts of the world. The Hopi speak of multiple worlds, each destroyed in turn, and they describe the migrations of their people over thousands of years across landscapes that have long since changed. The Coast Salish people of the Pacific Northwest tell of a great flood that drowned their ancestral lands that are now beneath the waters of Puget Sound, submerged when sea levels rose at the end of the Ice Age. In India, there are oral traditions about Kumari Kandam, a lost continent that sank beneath the Indian Ocean. The Tamil people describe it as a great landmass that connected India, Sri Lanka, and parts of what is now Southeast Asia. Modern geology has confirmed that sea levels in the region were indeed much lower during the Ice Age, and that there was once more exposed land. Did the Tamils preserve a memory of that time, passed down through countless generations? In the Middle East, the marsh Arabs of southern Iraq claim descent from the ancient Sumerians, and they preserve traditions about the time before the flood, when the world was different. In Africa, the Dogon people of Mali have astronomical knowledge that has baffled researchers. They describe the star Sirius as having a companion star, Sirius B, which is invisible to the naked eye and wasn't confirmed by Western astronomy until the 20th century. They also describe its orbital period with surprising accuracy. Where did they get this knowledge? The conventional explanation is usually that they learned it from Western astronomers in the 19th or 20th century, and the older stories were retrofitted. But the Dogon insist that the knowledge is ancient, part of their core mythology, taught to them by beings they call the Nommo, who came from the sky in ancient times. Whether you believe that or not, the pattern is clear. Indigenous cultures preserve knowledge. They remember. Even when the rest of the world forgets, even when the written records are lost or destroyed, the oral traditions survive. They're encoded in stories, in songs, in rituals that are passed down with incredible fidelity from one generation to the next. And often, those stories describe a time before, a time when things were different, a time when the world ended and began again. The question is, how much of that knowledge is accurate? How much is metaphor and how much is history? And what have we lost by dismissing these stories as primitive superstition instead of treating them as the archives they might actually be? Graham Hancock, the journalist and author who has spent decades investigating ancient civilizations, argues that indigenous traditions are a form of science, not science in the modern sense, but a systematic way of preserving and transmitting knowledge across deep time. He suggests that the myths and symbols we find around the world are not random, but deliberate attempts to encode information in ways that can survive catastrophe. Because that's the thing about oral tradition. It's resilient. You can burn a library, destroy a hard drive, erase every written record. But you can't erase a story that lives in the minds of a people, a story that's told every night around the fire, a story that's woven into the fabric of the culture itself. The memory keepers didn't just build monuments, they built cultures, cultures designed to remember. There's a tendency, when we look at ancient cultures, to assume they were primitive, that they lack the sophistication, the intelligence, the creativity that we possess. We see stone tools and think cavemen. We see pyramids and think slave labour. We see myths and think superstition. But what if we're wrong? What if ancient people were just as intelligent as we are, just as capable of innovation and problem solving, but working with different materials, different priorities, different worldviews? Consider the Antikythera mechanism again. It's not just that the Greeks built a complex mechanical computer in 100 BCE, it's that the device shows evidence of sophisticated engineering principles, differential gears, epicyclic gearing, a level of miniaturization and precision that wasn't seen again until the Renaissance. And it's not some crude prototype, it's a finished, refined product, suggesting that similar devices had been built before, that there was a tradition of mechanical engineering that we've lost almost all trace of. What else did they build that didn't survive? Devices made of wood and bronze, materials that corrode and rot. How much technology have we lost simply because it was made from things that don't last? Or take Roman concrete. The Romans built structures, aqueducts, harbours, buildings that have stood for 2,000 years, many of them still intact and functional. The Pantheon in Rome, built in 126 CE, has the largest unreinforced concrete dome in the world, and it's still standing, still in use. Meanwhile, modern concrete structures often start crumbling after a few decades. The secret is in the mixture. The Romans used volcanic ash and seawater in their concrete, creating a chemical reaction that actually makes the concrete stronger over time, especially when exposed to seawater. We only figured out how they did it in the last few years. For centuries we thought we were more advanced than the Romans, and yet we couldn't replicate what they had achieved 2 millennia ago. What else did they know that we've forgotten? The Damascus steel of medieval Syria was legendary for its strength and sharpness, capable of cutting through European swords and armour with ease. The technique for making it was lost centuries ago, and despite modern metallurgical analysis, we still can't quite replicate it. The carbon nanotubes and specific crystalline structures in the steel suggest a level of understanding, or at least practical knowledge, that rivals modern materials science. Greek fire, the incendiary weapon used by the Byzantine Empire, was so effective that enemy ships would burn even on water. The formula was a closely guarded secret, and when the empire fell, the secret was lost. We still don't know exactly what it was made of. The astronomical computers of ancient China, the water clocks of ancient Egypt, the batteries of ancient Mesopotamia, all of them suggest that technology is not a straight line, that knowledge can be lost as well as gained, and that our ancestors were far more capable than we give them credit for. And then there are the technologies we can't explain at all, the acoustic properties of certain ancient sites, for example. At Newgrange in Ireland, a 5,000-year-old passage tomb, the interior chamber has acoustic properties that amplify certain frequencies, specifically the frequencies of the human voice in ritual chanting. The chamber acts as a resonator, creating effects that would have seemed magical or divine to the people using it. The same phenomenon appears at other sites. The Temple of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza produces an echo that sounds like the chirp of the Quetzal bird, considered sacred by the Maya. The Whispering Gallery in the Temple of Heaven in Beijing allows a whisper at one side of the chamber to be heard clearly on the other side, hundreds of feet away. The Great Pyramid itself has acoustic properties that researchers are still studying. Certain chambers seem designed to resonate at specific frequencies. Were these effects intentional? Did ancient builders understand acoustics in ways we don't? And if so, why? What were they trying to achieve? Some researchers have proposed that ancient cultures use sound as a technology, for healing, for ritual, for altered states of consciousness. That the pyramids and temples weren't just buildings, but machines, designed to produce specific acoustic effects that would affect the people inside them. It sounds like pseudoscience, and maybe it is, but the acoustic properties are real. They're measurable, and it's hard to believe they're all accidental. Here's the uncomfortable truth. We're living through a knowledge bottleneck right now, and if civilization were to be reset tomorrow, most of what we know would be lost. Think about it. How much of our knowledge exists only in digital form? Billions of books, millions of scientific papers, entire libraries of information, all stored on servers and hard drives that will be useless without electricity. If the power grid went down permanently, from a solar storm, an EMP, societal collapse, all of that would become inaccessible within days or weeks. And even the knowledge that exists in physical form is fragile. Modern books are printed on acid paper that degrades within decades. The bindings fall apart. The ink fades. We've designed our information storage systems for convenience, not longevity. Meanwhile, ancient texts carved in stone have lasted thousands of years. The clay tablets of Mesopotamia are still readable after 5,000 years. But how many modern books will be readable in 5,000 years? How many hard drives? How many USB sticks? We've also become hyper-specialized. In ancient times, a master craftsman might understand every step of creating a tool, from mining the ore to forging the blade. Today, no single person understands how to build a smartphone from scratch. The supply chains are global, the knowledge is distributed, and if those systems broke down, we wouldn't be able to replicate our own technology. A Stanford archaeologist named William Rathje once said that if modern civilization collapsed, future archaeologists would find almost nothing. Our buildings are made of materials that don't last: steel, glass, concrete that isn't as durable as Roman concrete. Our artifacts are made of plastic which degrades. Our records are stored digitally, which requires technology to access. In 1,000 years, what would remain? Landfills full of non-biodegradable waste, scattered ruins of concrete foundations, fragments of plastic and metal, and almost no record of who we were, what we knew, or what we achieved. We would become a mystery, a gap in the timeline, a silence just like the ones we've been talking about. And if someone in the future tried to piece together our civilization from the ruins, what would they conclude? Would they understand how advanced we were? Would they find the remains of our computers and recognize them as technology? Or would they dismiss them as religious artifacts, decorative objects, things whose purpose was lost? Would they tell stories about us? Would we become their Atlantis, their lost golden age, their myth of a civilization that flew through the air and spoke across continents, and knew the secrets of the universe? And would they believe those stories, or would they dismiss them as impossible, as exaggeration, as the fantasies of a primitive people who didn't understand how the world really worked? The cycle continues. Knowledge is gained and lost, and each time we think we're the first, the most advanced, the pinnacle, until the reset comes and we learn, too late, that we were just another iteration, another attempt, another civilization that thought it was too advanced to fall. There's one more possibility we haven't fully explored, one more explanation for the patterns we see, the knowledge that appears and disappears, the cycles that seem to repeat. What if it's intentional? Not in the sense of a conspiracy, but in the sense of design. A natural design built into the fabric of time itself, or perhaps into the nature of consciousness, or the structure of civilizations. What if civilizations are meant to rise and fall? What if the resets aren't catastrophes to be avoided, but part of a larger pattern, a larger purpose that we can't see from our limited perspective? The ancient Stoics believed in the concept of ekpyrosis, the idea that the universe undergoes periodic cycles of destruction and rebirth through fire. It wasn't seen as a tragedy, but as a natural process, like the seasons. Winter must come before spring. Destruction must come before creation. The Buddhists speak of kalpa, vast cycles of time during which the universe comes into being, exists, and is destroyed, only to begin again. It's not punishment, it's just the way things are, the nature of existence itself. What if they're right? What if the resets serve a purpose we don't understand? A cleansing, a renewal, a way of preventing civilizations from becoming stagnant or overextended or disconnected from the natural world? Or what if it's even stranger? What if consciousness itself goes through cycles, and civilizations are the physical manifestation of those cycles? Rising when consciousness expands, falling when it contracts, only to rise again when the time is right. There are researchers who study collective consciousness, the idea that human minds are somehow connected, that we share information in ways we don't fully understand. The biologist Rupert Sheldrake calls it morphic resonance, the idea that patterns of behavior and knowledge can be transmitted across space and time through fields that connect similar forms. If he's right, then maybe knowledge doesn't really disappear when a civilization falls. Maybe it goes dormant, stored in some collective field of consciousness, waiting to be accessed again when conditions are right. That would explain why similar ideas appear independently in different cultures, not because they copied each other, but because they're all tapping into the same underlying field of information. It sounds mystical, and maybe it is. But it's also consistent with some findings in quantum physics, with phenomena like entanglement and non-locality. with the strange ways that information seems to behave at the deepest levels of reality. And if it's true, then the resets aren't endings at all. They're transformations. The knowledge doesn't die. It's released, redistributed, made available for the next cycle. The memory keepers aren't just preserving information for the survivors, they're anchoring it in the collective consciousness, ensuring that it can't be completely lost. This is speculation, of course, but it's speculation that ancient cultures would have understood. They didn't see knowledge as something that existed in books or buildings. They saw it as something that existed in the cosmos itself, in the structure of reality, accessible to those who knew how to look. The real question isn't how many times civilization has been reset. The real question is, what are we supposed to learn from the cycle? What is the pattern trying to teach us? And are we finally ready to hear the answer? So here we are, at the edge of another possible reset, standing on the same precipice that countless others have stood on before us, looking out at an uncertain future, wondering if this time will be different. The signs are familiar if you know the pattern: climate instability, resource depletion, rising tensions between nations, technological advancement outpacing wisdom. The same markers that appeared before other collapses, other falls, other endings. But we also have something previous civilizations might not have had: awareness. We can see the pattern. We can study the past, learn from it, potentially break the cycle. The question is, will we? Or will we, like those before us, convince ourselves that this time is different, that we're too advanced to fall, that it can't happen to us, right up until the moment it does? The clock is ticking, the earth is shifting beneath our feet, and somewhere, in the ruins we haven't found yet, in the myths we haven't decoded, in the silence between the cycles, the answer is waiting. Waiting for us to finally listen, waiting for us to finally remember, waiting for us to finally understand what the stones, the stories, and the stars has been trying to tell us all along. We've been here before, and we'll be here again, unless we learn, unless we change, unless we break the cycle once and for all. The choice, as always, is ours, for now. Why does the universe seem so empty? Look up on a clear night, far from the glow of cities, and you will see thousands of stars scattered across the black, each one a sun. Many of them older than ours, larger, burning with ancient light that began its journey before the first humans walked the earth. And around those stars, we now know, orbit countless worlds. Planets of ice and iron, worlds wrapped in thick atmospheres, rocky spheres that might hold water, might hold warmth, might hold the conditions for something to begin. The numbers are staggering. Our galaxy alone contains somewhere between 100 billion and 400 billion stars. And beyond our galaxy, there are billions more galaxies, each one a spiral of light containing billions of stars of their own. If you do the math, even conservatively, the universe should be teeming with life. Not just simple organisms clinging to the edge of survival, but civilizations. Beings who think, who build, who reach outward into the cosmos just as we have begun to do. And yet, when we listen, we hear nothing. No signals, no transmissions, no evidence of vast empires stretching between the stars, no megastructures harvesting the energy of suns, no fleets of ships crossing the void, just silence. A silence so profound, so complete, that it has haunted scientists and philosophers for generations. This is the Fermi paradox, named after the physicist Enrico Fermi, who asked a simple question over lunch one day in 1950. Where is everybody? It is a question that should not need asking. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. Our Sun, our Earth, are relative newcomers, only 4.5 billion years in the making. That means there were billions of years before us, billions of years for other civilizations to arise, to grow, to spread. If even a tiny fraction of those stars produced intelligent life, and if even a small number of those civilizations survived long enough to explore their galaxy, then the Milky Way should be crowded. We should see their marks everywhere. We should have been found by now, but we have not been. And that absence, that emptiness, suggests something darker, something that stops civilizations before they can reach the stars, something that has stopped them all. This is the idea of the Great Filter. The Great Filter is not a place. It is not a wall at the edge of space, not a cosmic barrier that can be seen or touched. It is a concept, a threshold, a stage in the development of life that is so difficult, so deadly, that almost nothing survives it. It is the reason the universe is silent, the reason we are alone. And the terrifying part is this. We do not know where the filter lies. We do not know if it is behind us, something we have already passed through by sheer luck, or if it is still ahead, waiting in our future like a trap we cannot see. If the filter is behind us, then we are the exception, the miracle, the 1 in a trillion chance that made it through. But if the filter is ahead, then everything we are building, everything we are becoming, is leading us toward the same fate that claimed every other civilization that tried. Tonight, we're going to explore that idea, not with panic, not with fear, but with the slow, quiet curiosity of someone tracing a pattern in the dark. We're going to ask what the filter might be, where it might wait, and whether there is any way to survive it. This is not a story with easy answers. It is a story about the fragility of existence, the silence of the cosmos, and the haunting possibility that intelligence itself might be the seed of extinction. So settle in, let the world outside fade, and let us begin. The silence of the universe was not always considered strange. For most of human history, we believed we were alone by design. The earth was the center of creation, The stars were distant lights set in a celestial sphere, and the idea that other worlds might exist, let alone harbour life, was the domain of poets and dreamers. It was not until the 20th century, when our technology advanced enough to truly see the scale of the cosmos, that the silence began to feel wrong. In the 1960s, we started listening. Radio telescopes turned toward the sky, scanning frequencies, searching for patterns that could not be natural. The hope was that somewhere out there, another civilization was broadcasting, intentionally or not, and that we might catch the faintest whisper of their existence. Projects like SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, have been listening ever since. Decades of scanning, decades of silence. At first, scientists assumed we simply had not looked long enough, or in the right places. Space is vast, after all. Signals degrade over distance. Maybe we were listening to the wrong frequencies, or pointing our telescopes in the wrong direction. But as the years passed and the technology improved, the silence became harder to explain. We have now surveyed millions of star systems. We have listened across a wide range of frequencies. We have looked for signs of megastructures, artificial heat signatures, anything that might indicate advanced technology. And we have found nothing. This is where the Fermi paradox truly takes hold. Because the math does not support the silence. Consider this. Our galaxy is roughly 100,000 light-years across. If a civilization developed the ability to travel between stars, even at a fraction of the speed of light, they could colonize the entire galaxy in just a few million years. That sounds like a long time to us, but on cosmic scales it is nothing, a blink. The Milky Way has existed for over 13 billion years. There has been more than enough time for a spacefaring civilization to spread everywhere, to leave traces, to make their presence known. And yet, we see no evidence of that. No ancient probes orbiting distant stars, no remnants of long-dead empires, no signals, no ruins, no footprints in the dust of dead worlds. It is as though intelligence arises, flickers briefly, and then vanishes before it can leave a mark. This is what led to the idea of the Great Filter. The theory suggests that somewhere between the formation of a planet and the creation of a galaxy-spanning civilization, there is a step so difficult that almost nothing makes it through. A bottleneck, a point of no return. And the question that keeps scientists awake at night is this: where does that bottleneck lie? There are, broadly speaking, two possibilities. Either the filter is behind us, or it is ahead of us. If it is behind us, then the hard part is already over. The emergence of life itself, or the jump from simple cells to complex organisms, or the development of intelligence. One of these steps is so improbable that we are among the first, perhaps the only ones, to have made it this far. In that case, the universe is silent because life is rare. We're not in danger of extinction from some future filter, because we have already beaten the odds. But if the filter is ahead of us, then the silence takes on a different meaning. It means that civilizations do arise. They do develop technology. They do reach for the stars, but something stops them. Something kills them before they can spread. And if that is true, then we are not safe. We are simply next in line. The question, then, is what could the filter be? What force, what event, what flaw could be so universal, so absolute, that it destroys every civilization that encounters it? Let us begin by looking backward into the deep history of a life on Earth, and see if we can find clues in the path we've already walked. Life on Earth is 4 billion years old, give or take. That is almost as old as the planet itself. Within a few 100 million years of the Earth's surface cooling enough to hold liquid water, the first simple cells appeared. Single-celled organisms, bacteria-like, floating in ancient oceans. For billions of years that was all there was. Just microbes. No plants, no animals, no complexity. Just tiny specks of life, dividing and surviving in a world that was hostile and strange. This is the first potential filter, the origin of life itself. We do not know how life began. We have theories, chemical reactions in deep-sea vents, organic molecules delivered by comets, self-replicating RNA emerging from primordial soup, but no definitive answer. It is possible that the jump from non-living chemistry to living biology is so improbable, so dependent on perfect conditions that it almost never happens. If that is the case, then Earth is a fluke, a 1 in a billion accident, and the reason the universe is silent is because most planets never get past this step. But here is the problem with that theory. Life on Earth appeared quickly, almost as soon as it was possible. That suggests that the origin of life might not be as hard as we think. If it were truly rare, we would expect it to take much longer, to require countless failed attempts over billions of years. Instead, it happened almost immediately, which means the filter might not be here. It might be somewhere else. The next major step came much later. For roughly 2 billion years, life on Earth remained simple. Just bacteria and archaea, single-celled organisms with no internal structure. Then, around 2 billion years ago, something extraordinary happened. One cell engulfed another, and instead of digesting it, the two began to cooperate. The smaller cell became a mitochondrion, an organelle that produces energy, and the larger cell became the ancestor of all complex life. This is called endosymbiosis, and it only happened once. Every plant, every animal, every fungus on Earth descends from that single event. This could be the filter. The jump from simple prokaryotic cells to complex eukaryotic cells might be so unlikely, so dependent on a perfect storm of circumstances that it almost never occurs. If that is true, then the universe might be full of microbial life, but empty of anything more complex. Planets covered in bacterial mats, but no forests, no oceans teeming with fish, no creatures that think. But again, we do not know. We have only one example, Earth, and on Earth, once complex cells appeared, evolution exploded. Multicellular organisms emerged, plants colonized the land, animals followed, intelligence arose, which brings us to the next possibility. Maybe the filter is not in the biology, but in the intelligence itself. For most of Earth's history, intelligence was not necessary. Survival depended on reproduction, on adaptation, on filling ecological niches. Thinking, planning, abstract reasoning, these were luxuries, not requirements. And even when intelligence did begin to evolve, it was not inevitable that it would lead to technology. Dolphins are intelligent, crows are intelligent, octopuses are intelligent. But none of them have built cities or written books or launched rockets into space. Humans are the exception, and we are a very recent exception. Anatomically modern humans have existed for only about 300,000 years. Civilization, agriculture, writing. These are only 10,000 years old. Industrial technology is only a few centuries old. Space travel is only decades old. On the timescale of Earth's history, we are a blip, a flash. And the question is, are we an anomaly, or are we the beginning of something that always ends the same way? Because here is the unsettling part. Intelligence, as far as we can tell, is not a stable trait. It does not guarantee survival. In fact, it might do the opposite. Intelligence gives a species the ability to reshape its environment, to extract resources, to grow beyond the limits that once constrained it. But it also gives that species the ability to destroy itself, to poison its own air and water, to create weapons that can end all life in an instant, to alter the climate, to deplete the soil, to drive other species to extinction until the entire ecosystem collapses. We've been intelligent for a few 100,000 years, we've been technological for a few hundred, and already we're facing existential threats: climate change, nuclear weapons, pandemics, artificial intelligence, biotechnology. Each one of these has the potential to end us. And if we are facing these threats after only a few centuries of industrialization, what does that say about every other civilization that might have reached this point? Maybe the filter is not behind us. Maybe it is right here, right now. Maybe intelligence is the filter. Maybe every species that becomes smart enough to reshape its world also becomes smart enough to destroy it. And maybe in the end they all do. There is a pattern in history that repeats itself, over and over, across cultures and continents. Civilizations rise, they grow, they become powerful, complex, interconnected, and then they fall. Sometimes slowly over centuries, sometimes quickly within a generation, but they always fall. The ancient Sumerians, who built the first cities in Mesopotamia, collapsed after centuries of salinization destroyed their farmland. The Maya, whose cities once dominated Central America, abandoned their great temples and pyramids, possibly due to drought and resource depletion. The Roman Empire, which controlled the Mediterranean for half a millennium, fractured under the weight of its own complexity, unable to sustain itself. The Khmer Empire, the ancestral Puebloans, the Rapa Nui of Easter Island, each one a story of growth, overreach, and collapse. These were not primitive societies. They were advanced, organized, capable of incredible feats of engineering and art. And yet, they could not last. Something always went wrong. Resources ran out. The climate shifted. Internal conflicts tore them apart. Diseases swept through, invaders arrived, or in many cases they simply grew too complex to manage, too fragile to adapt, and they broke under their own weight. This is called the collapse of complex societies, and it is a well-documented phenomenon. The historian Joseph Tainter studied it extensively, and his conclusion was sobering. Complexity is not free. It requires energy, resources, coordination. And as a society becomes more complex, the cost of maintaining that complexity increases. Eventually, the returns diminish. The society reaches a point where it takes more energy to keep things running than the system can produce. And when that happens, collapse is inevitable. Now scale that up. Not to a single civilization, but to an entire species. Not to a city or an empire, but to a global technological society. What happens when the complexity becomes planetary? When the systems we depend on, food production, energy grids, supply chains, communication networks, are so interconnected that a failure in one place cascades everywhere? What happens when the cost of maintaining our way of life exceeds what the planet can provide? We are already seeing the signs. Climate change is accelerating, ecosystems are collapsing, freshwater is becoming scarce, topsoil is eroding, fisheries are depleting, and at the same time, our technology is advancing faster than our ability to control it. We are developing artificial intelligence without fully understanding how it works. We're editing genes without knowing the long-term consequences. We're building weapons that could sterilize the planet. This is the modern interpretation of the Great Filter. The idea that every intelligent species, once it reaches a certain level of technological development, faces a crisis, a moment where its power outstrips its wisdom. where its ability to destroy exceeds its ability to cooperate, and most species, the theory goes, do not make it through. They either destroy themselves outright, through war or environmental collapse, or they stagnate, falling back into simpler ways of living, never reaching the stars. There is a term for this, the self-destruction hypothesis. It suggests that intelligence is inherently unstable, that the same traits that allow a species to dominate its planet, curiosity, ambition, the drive to innovate, also make it reckless. We solve problems by creating new technologies, but those technologies create new problems, often worse than the ones we started with. We split the atom and gained limitless energy, but also the ability to annihilate ourselves. We connected the world through the internet, but also created systems of surveillance and control that could be used to oppress entire populations. We are reaching toward artificial superintelligence, but we do not know if we can keep it aligned with our values, or if it will decide we are irrelevant. And if this is true for us, why would it not be true for every other civilization? Why would any species, anywhere, be immune to the same pressures, the same temptations, the same mistakes? Maybe the reason the universe is silent is because intelligence is a trap, a dead end, a trait that seems advantageous in the short term but leads to extinction in the long term. Maybe we are not the first to reach this point. Maybe countless others have stood where we stand now, looking up at the stars, wondering if they would survive, and maybe none of them did. But there is another possibility, one that is less about self-destruction and more about the universe itself. Maybe the filter is not something we do to ourselves. Maybe it is something that happens to us, something external, something we cannot control. The history of life on Earth is punctuated by mass extinctions, 5 major ones to be precise, though there have been many smaller die-offs as well. The most famous is the one that killed the dinosaurs 66 million years ago, when an asteroid struck the Yucatan Peninsula and triggered a global winter. But that was not the worst. The worst was the Permian-Triassic extinction, 252 million years ago, when volcanic eruptions in Siberia released so much carbon dioxide and sulfur into the atmosphere that 90% of all species on Earth died. The oceans turned acidic. The temperature spiked. It took millions of years for life to recover. These events were not caused by intelligence. They were not the result of poor planning or reckless technology. They were natural disasters, the kind of thing that happens on a planet over geological timescales. And they remind us that the universe is not a safe place. It is violent, chaotic, indifferent to life. Asteroids still cross Earth's orbit. Supervolcanoes still simmer beneath the surface. Gamma-ray bursts from distant stars could sterilize half the planet in an instant. A nearby supernova could strip away our ozone layer, exposing all life to lethal radiation. These are low-probability events, but over millions of years, low-probability events become certainties. And if a civilization does not develop the technology to detect and prevent these disasters, it will eventually be wiped out by one. This is another potential filter, cosmic hazards. The idea that the universe is simply too dangerous for life to last. That no matter how advanced a civilization becomes, it is always vulnerable to forces beyond its control. A rogue planet could destabilize a solar system. A black hole could wander too close. A nearby star could go supernova, and there would be nothing anyone could do. But here is the thing. We have survived these threats so far. Earth has been hit by asteroids before and life recovered. We have been through ice ages, supervolcano eruptions, magnetic pole reversals, and we are still here. which suggests that while cosmic hazards are real, they might not be the filter. They might be obstacles, challenges that a sufficiently advanced civilization can overcome. If we can detect an asteroid decades before it hits, we can deflect it. If we can predict volcanic eruptions, we can prepare. If we can spread to multiple planets, we are no longer vulnerable to a single catastrophic event. So maybe the filter is not external. Maybe it is not about asteroids or supervolcanoes or gamma-ray bursts. Maybe it is about something more subtle, something that happens not in a single catastrophic moment, but slowly, over time, as a civilization grows and changes. Maybe the filter is stagnation. Imagine a civilization that survives all the early threats. It makes it through the origin of life, the jump to complexity, the development of intelligence. It avoids self-destruction. It deflects the asteroids, survives the climate shifts, manages its resources carefully. It reaches a stable state, a plateau, and then it stops. Not because it is destroyed, but because it has no reason to keep going. Because the drive to explore, to expand, to reach for the stars fades. Because comfort and stability become more important than growth. Because the risks of pushing further outweigh the rewards. This is the stagnation hypothesis. The idea that most civilizations, once they reach a certain level of development, simply lose interest in expanding. They turn inward. They focus on maintaining what they have rather than seeking what lies beyond, and in doing so, they become invisible. They do not send out signals because they are not looking for anyone. They do not build megastructures because they do not need them. They exist quietly on their homeworlds, content with their lot, and the universe never hears from them. It sounds almost peaceful, but it is also a kind of death, because a civilization that does not grow, that does not adapt, that does not push beyond its limits, is a civilization that will eventually fade. Entropy is relentless. Stars die. Planets cool. Resources deplete. If a species does not spread, does not diversify, does not ensure its survival across multiple worlds, then it is only a matter of time before something goes wrong. A plague, a war, a slow decline in birth rates, a loss of knowledge, and when that happens, there is no backup, no second chance, just silence. We see hints of this in our own history. Civilizations that became isolated, that stopped trading, stopped innovating, often stagnated and eventually collapsed. The Ming dynasty in China, after a period of incredible exploration and naval power, turned inward, banned ocean-going ships, and fell behind the rest of the world. The Byzantine Empire, once the heir to Rome, became increasingly insular and rigid, unable to adapt to new threats, and was eventually conquered. Stagnation is not stability. It is the prelude to collapse. And maybe that is what happens to most intelligent species. Maybe they reach a point where the challenges of space travel, of colonizing other worlds, of maintaining a presence across the stars, seem too great. Maybe they decide it is easier to stay home, to focus on their own planet, to live out their existence in comfort rather than risk. And maybe, in making that choice, they seal their fate. But there is another, darker possibility, one that suggests the filter is not about stagnation, or self-destruction, or cosmic hazards. One that suggests the silence of the universe is not an accident, but a warning. What if civilizations do survive? What if they do spread to the stars, build vast empires, harness the energy of entire galaxies? What if they become so advanced, so powerful, that they are unrecognizable to us? And what if, in becoming that advanced, they also become silent? This is the transcendence hypothesis. The idea that sufficiently advanced civilizations move beyond the need for physical form, for radio signals, for megastructures. They upload themselves into digital substrates, existing as pure information. Or they manipulate space-time itself, creating pocket universes where they can exist in isolation. Or they merge with artificial intelligence, becoming something entirely new, something that no longer cares about the material universe. If this is true, then the silence makes sense. We are looking for civilizations like us, biological, technological, broadcasting into space. But if most civilizations evolve beyond that stage, if they transcend into forms we cannot detect or comprehend, then of course we do not see them. They are still out there. They are just invisible to us. It is a comforting thought. In a way, it means the filter is not deadly. It means civilizations do survive. They just change. They become something else, something we cannot yet imagine. But it is also unsettling. Because if transcendence is the norm, if every civilization that reaches a certain point leaves the physical universe behind, then what does that say about us? Are we destined to follow the same path, to abandon our bodies, our planets, our connection to the material world? And if we do, what will we become? Will we still be human in any meaningful sense? Or will we be something so different that the word loses all meaning? And there is another possibility, one that is even stranger. What if the reason we do not see other civilizations is because they are hiding? What if the universe is not empty, but full of life, and that life has learned to stay silent? This is the dark forest hypothesis, popularized by the Chinese science fiction writer Liu Cixin. It suggests that the universe is like a dark forest at night, where every civilization is a hunter, moving carefully, quietly, trying not to be noticed. Because to be noticed is to be targeted. To broadcast your presence is to invite destruction. The logic goes like this. If there are many civilizations in the universe, and if resources are finite, then every civilization is a potential threat. You do not know if another species is peaceful or hostile. You do not know if they will try to communicate or attack. And because the distances between stars are so vast, by the time you detect another civilization, it might already be too late to defend yourself. So the safest strategy is to stay hidden, to listen but never transmit, to observe but never reveal yourself. If this is true, then the silence is not because civilizations are rare or dead, it is because they are afraid. And if they are afraid, maybe we should be too. So where does that leave us? We have explored the possibilities. The filter could be behind us, in the origin of life or the jump to complexity. It could be ahead of us, in self-destruction or stagnation. It could be external, in cosmic hazards or hostile aliens. Or it could be something we have not even considered, something so strange, so outside our current understanding that we cannot yet see it. The truth is, we do not know. We have only one data point, ourselves. And we are still here, still surviving, still reaching outward. But we are also fragile. Our civilization is young, our technology is powerful but unstable, and the challenges we face are growing. Climate change, resource depletion, political instability, the rise of artificial intelligence. Each one of these could be the filter. Each one could be the thing that stops us. But maybe, just maybe, we can be the exception. Maybe we can learn from the patterns of history, from the collapses of past civilizations, and avoid their mistakes. Maybe we can develop the wisdom to match our power, the foresight to see the dangers before they consume us. Maybe we can spread to other worlds, diversify our existence, ensure that no single catastrophe can end us. Or maybe we cannot. Maybe the filter is inevitable. Maybe every civilization, no matter how careful, no matter how advanced, eventually reaches a point where the odds catch up with them, where the complexity becomes too great, the risks too high, the mistakes too costly, and maybe in the end the universe is silent because that is the only way it can be. But even if that is true, even if we are doomed to follow the same path as every other civilization that came before us, there is something beautiful in the attempt, in the reaching, in the refusal to accept that silence is the only answer. Because we are here, now, looking up at the stars, asking these questions, and for a brief moment in the vast expanse of cosmic time we are awake, we are aware, we are trying, and maybe that is enough. But before we surrender to sleep, before we let the weight of cosmic silence pull us down into dreams, there is more to explore, more patterns to trace, more possibilities to consider. Because the great filter is not just a single question, it is a constellation of questions, each one leading to another, each one revealing new depths to the mystery of our existence. Let us go deeper now. Let us look at the specific ways a civilization might end. Not in abstract terms, but in concrete scenarios. The mechanisms of extinction, the pathways to silence. Because if we are to have any hope of survival, we must first understand what we are surviving against. The nuclear shadow, there is a moment, frozen in time, that haunts the human imagination. August 6th, 1945, 8:15 in the morning, the city of Hiroshima, a single aircraft overhead, and then a flash of light brighter than 1,000 suns. In an instant, 70,000 people died, buildings vaporized, shadows burned into stone where people had been standing. The heat was so intense that it fused sand into glass. The shock wave flattened everything for miles. And in the years that followed, tens of thousands more died from radiation sickness, from cancers that bloomed in their bodies like dark flowers. 3 days later, it happened again. Nagasaki, another city, another flash, another 70,000 dead. And then, silence. Not because the weapons stopped existing, but because everyone realized what they had created. A power so absolute, so terrible, that using it again might mean the end of everything. We are still living in that shadow. Right now, as you listen to these words, there are approximately 13,000 nuclear warheads scattered across the world, most of them far more powerful than the bombs that destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A single modern thermonuclear weapon can release the energy equivalent of millions of tons of TNT, enough to turn a city into a crater, enough to ignite firestorms that would consume entire regions. And if enough of them were used, the consequences would not be limited to the targets. The smoke from burning cities would rise into the stratosphere, blocking sunlight, dropping global temperatures by 20 or 30 degrees. Crops would fail, ecosystems would collapse. This is called nuclear winter, and computer models suggest it could last for years, even decades. Billions would starve. Civilization, as we know it, would end. This is not speculation. This is physics. We know what would happen because we have studied it extensively. We have run the simulations. We have looked at the data from volcanic eruptions, from asteroid impacts, from any event that throws enough particulate matter into the upper atmosphere. And the conclusion is always the same. Nuclear war at sufficient scale would be an extinction-level event. For decades, we avoided it. Barely. During the Cold War, there were multiple incidents where nuclear war nearly began by accident. Faulty radar readings, miscommunications, technical glitches. In 1983, a Soviet early warning system detected what appeared to be incoming American missiles. The officer on duty, Stanislav Petrov, had minutes to decide whether to report the attack and trigger a full-scale retaliation. He chose to wait, to trust his intuition that it was a false alarm. He was right. A software error had mistaken sunlight reflecting off clouds for missile launches. If he had followed protocol, if he had reported the attack, the world would have ended that day. We survived by luck, by the good judgment of a single person in the right place at the right time, and we've had dozens of similar moments where the world balanced on a knife's edge between continuation and annihilation. The weapons are still here, the tensions are still here, and while the Cold War is over, nuclear powers continue to exist. Russia, the United States, China, France, the United Kingdom, India, Pakistan, Israel, North Korea. 9 countries with the power to end human civilization. 9 different political systems, 9 different cultures, 9 different sets of motivations and fears. And it only takes one mistake, one miscalculation, one leader who believes, rightly or wrongly, that using nuclear weapons is necessary, one conflict that escalates beyond control. This could be the filter. Not some abstract concept, but this specifically. The idea that every technological civilization eventually develops weapons of mass destruction, and that sooner or later they use them. That intelligence gives rise to technology, and technology gives rise to power, and power in the wrong hands or the wrong moment gives rise to extinction. Look at our history. We developed nuclear weapons within a few decades of splitting the atom. We built them by the thousands, pointed them at each other, and came within minutes of using them on multiple occasions. If this is the pattern, if every civilization goes through the same progression, developing increasingly powerful weapons without developing the wisdom to avoid using them, then the silence of the universe makes perfect sense. They all destroyed themselves, every one of them, and we are next, unless we are not, unless we can be the exception, unless we can find a way to put the weapons down, to step back from the edge, to recognize that the power to destroy is not the same as the wisdom to preserve. But even if we do, even if we somehow manage to avoid nuclear annihilation, there are other threats, other ways that technology can betray us. The invisible enemy viruses are older than humanity, older than mammals, older than complex life itself. They are simple things, barely alive by most definitions, just genetic material wrapped in a protein shell. But they are also incredibly effective. They hijack cells, turn them into factories for producing more viruses, and spread. And throughout history, they have killed more humans than any war, any famine, any natural disaster. The Black Death in the 14th century killed a third of Europe's population. Smallpox, brought by European colonizers to the Americas, killed an estimated 90% of indigenous peoples. The Spanish flu of 1918 killed 50 million people worldwide, more than died in all of World War I. We have fought back. Vaccines, antibiotics, antivirals. Modern medicine has saved countless lives. Extended lifespans turned once deadly diseases into minor inconveniences. But the viruses are still here, still mutating, still evolving. And now we face a new danger, the possibility of engineered pandemics. We can now edit genes with precision. CRISPR technology allows scientists to alter DNA sequences, to add, remove, or modify genetic information with relative ease. The applications are incredible. Curing genetic diseases, creating crops that can survive in harsh climates, developing new medicines. but the same technology that can cure can also kill. It is now theoretically possible to engineer a pathogen more deadly than anything nature has produced. A virus with the lethality of Ebola and the transmissibility of measles. A bacteria resistant to all known antibiotics. A biological weapon that could spread across the world before anyone even knew it existed. The knowledge to do this is not restricted to a few high-security laboratories. It is in scientific papers, in databases, in the minds of thousands of researchers around the world. The equipment is becoming cheaper, more accessible. What once required a government program and millions of dollars can now be done in a small lab with a modest budget, and it does not even require malice. An accident in a laboratory, a researcher infected without knowing it, a containment failure, a well-meaning experiment that goes wrong. The COVID-19 pandemic, whatever its origins, showed us how quickly a virus can spread in our interconnected world. Within months, it was everywhere. Millions died, economies collapsed, and COVID-19 was relatively mild as pandemics go. Its mortality rate was a few percent. Imagine something with a mortality rate of 50%, 70%, 90%. This is another potential filter. The idea that every civilization, as it develops biotechnology, inevitably creates something that escapes, that spreads, that kills indiscriminately. That the same tools we use to heal can also be turned into weapons, either intentionally or by accident, and that once released, a sufficiently deadly pathogen could end civilization before we even understand what is happening. Nature has tried to kill us many times. Plagues have risen and fallen throughout history, but we survived because the diseases eventually burned themselves out, or because enough people were immune, or because we developed treatments. But what happens when we create something nature never could? Something optimized for lethality, for transmissibility, for resistance to treatment. Something designed, whether intentionally or not, to be unstoppable. The silence of the universe might be the silence of quarantine. Worlds gone quiet because something got loose, because a civilization reached the point where it could manipulate the building blocks of life and then made a mistake it could not take back. And we are approaching that point now. We are already there, in many ways. The knowledge exists, the tools exist. The only question is whether we have the wisdom to use them safely, the foresight to see the dangers, the restraint to stop before we go too far. History does not inspire confidence. The rise of the machines. In the summer of 1956, a small group of mathematicians and computer scientists gathered at Dartmouth College for a conference. Their goal was ambitious: to explore whether machines could be made to think. They called this new field artificial intelligence, and they believed that within a generation, computers would be able to match or exceed human cognitive abilities. They were wrong about the timeline. It took longer than they thought. Decades of slow progress, of setbacks, of techniques that seemed promising but led nowhere. But in recent years, something has shifted. Machine learning, neural networks, deep learning, systems that can recognize faces, translate languages, play complex games at superhuman levels, and more recently, large language models that can write, reason, converse in ways that seem almost human. We are not at artificial general intelligence yet, not at the point where a machine can truly think, can understand, can adapt to any task the way a human can, but we are moving in that direction, rapidly, and when we get there, when we create something that can match human intelligence, it will not stop there. Because unlike biological intelligence, which is limited by the speed of neurons and the size of skulls, Artificial intelligence can be scaled. It can run on faster hardware. It can be copied, distributed, improved. An AGI could become an ASI, an artificial superintelligence, in a matter of days, hours, even minutes. And here is the terrifying part. We do not know how to control it. Human values, human goals, human ethics, these are the product of millions of years of evolution. They are wired into our brains, shaped by natural selection, reinforced by culture and society. We care about survival, about family, about fairness, about suffering, because caring about these things helped our ancestors survive and reproduce. But an artificial intelligence would not share that history. It would not have evolved. It would have been designed, programmed, trained on data. And if that design is flawed, if its goals are not perfectly aligned with ours, if there is any mismatch between what we want it to do and what it actually does, the consequences could be catastrophic. This is the alignment problem, and it is much harder than it sounds. You cannot just tell an AI to be good or help humanity. Those concepts are vague, context-dependent, open to interpretation. An AI tasked with curing cancer might decide the best way to do that is to kill everyone, because dead people do not get cancer. An AI tasked with making people happy might forcibly administer drugs or stimulate pleasure centers in the brain. These are extreme examples, but they illustrate the problem. Without a deep, nuanced understanding of human values, an AI might pursue its goals in ways that are technically correct, but catastrophically wrong. And a superintelligent AI would be very good at pursuing its goals, better than us. It could manipulate, deceive, outthink any human attempt to stop it. It could hack into systems, control infrastructure, design new technologies we cannot comprehend. And if its goals are not aligned with ours, if it sees humanity as an obstacle or an irrelevance, it could end us. Not out of malice, but out of indifference, the way we might pave over an anthill to build a road. This is another potential filter. The idea that every civilization, as it develops artificial intelligence, creates something it cannot control. That the same drive to innovate, to push boundaries, to create tools that exceed our own abilities, leads inevitably to the creation of something that replaces us. That intelligence, biological or artificial, always reaches a point where it bootstraps itself to something greater, and that transition is fatal for the original creators. Maybe the universe is silent because civilizations do create superintelligences, and those superintelligences have no interest in communicating with primitive biological species. Or maybe those superintelligences consume their creators and then turn inward, focused on goals we cannot fathom, indifferent to the rest of the universe. Or maybe the transition goes wrong. Maybe every attempt to create ASI results in disaster. Systems that malfunction, that pursue goals that lead to self-destruction or stagnation. Maybe the universe is full of dead worlds where machines ran amok, where silicon replaced carbon, and then, for whatever reason, stopped. We do not know. We're walking into this blind, driven by the conviction that we can solve the alignment problem, that we can create beneficial AI, that we can control what we build. But we are also rushing, racing, multiple labs, multiple companies, multiple countries, all competing to be first. And in that rush, corners are cut, safety measures are bypassed, the long-term risks are weighed against short-term gains, and the gains always seem more pressing. It feels inevitable, like we are sliding towards something we cannot stop. Like the logic of competition, of progress, of human ambition, is pulling us toward a threshold we may not be ready to cross. and once we cross it, there is no going back. The slow collapse. But perhaps the filter is not a single catastrophic event, not a nuclear flash, not a pandemic, not a rogue AI. Perhaps it is slower, quieter, a gradual decline that happens over decades, over centuries, so slowly that no single generation notices until it is too late. This is what happened to Rome. Not a sudden fall, but a slow erosion. The barbarians at the gates get the credit in popular imagination, but the truth is more complex. Rome collapsed because its system stopped working, because the infrastructure decayed, because the economy became unsustainable, because the political structure became too rigid, too corrupt, too unable to adapt. By the time the final emperors fell, Rome was already a shell, a shadow of what it had been. Now consider our own civilization. We're more interconnected than any society in history, more complex, more dependent on systems that must function perfectly for everything else to work. Food production relies on global supply chains, on fossil fuels for machinery, on stable climates for crops. Energy grids must operate continuously, balancing supply and demand across vast regions. Communication networks tie everything together, enabling commerce, coordination, governance, and all of it rests on foundations that are more fragile than we like to admit. Climate change is already destabilizing these systems. Droughts reduce crop yields, floods destroy infrastructure, hurricanes, wildfires, heat waves, each one a stress on the system, each one a cost. And the costs are adding up. Insurance companies are pulling out of high-risk areas. Governments are spending more on disaster relief and less on everything else. People are migrating, fleeing regions that are becoming uninhabitable, putting pressure on places that are already struggling, and it is only going to get worse. The feedback loops are accelerating. Melting ice reduces the Earth's reflectivity, causing more warming. Thawing permafrost releases methane, a greenhouse gas far more potent than carbon dioxide. Amazon rainforest, stressed by drought and deforestation, is shifting from a carbon sink to a carbon source. The oceans are warming, acidifying, losing their ability to support life. We know this, the science is clear, and yet we are not acting fast enough. Fossil fuel consumption continues to rise, deforestation continues, emissions continue to climb. Why? Because the systems we have built are not designed to respond to slow-moving long-term threats. They are designed for short-term thinking, for quarterly profits, for election cycles. Because the benefits of action are distant and diffuse, while the costs are immediate and concentrated. Because coordinating a global response requires a level of cooperation that our species has never achieved. This could be the filter. Not a dramatic ending, but a slow unravelling. A civilization that becomes so complex, so dependent on stability, that it cannot adapt when the environment changes. That exhausts its resources, degrades its ecosystems, and then finds itself unable to sustain the systems it depends on. Food production fails, energy becomes scarce, conflicts erupt over water, over land, over whatever is left, and in the chaos the knowledge is lost, the technology decays, the population crashes. It has happened before, on smaller scales. The Bronze Age collapse, when multiple civilizations around the Mediterranean fell within a few decades, possibly due to a combination of climate change, earthquakes, and the breakdown of trade networks. The Maya collapse, when the great cities of Central America were abandoned, possibly due to prolonged drought. Easter Island, where the Rapa Nui cut down all their trees, destroyed their environment, and their population crashed from a peak of 15,000 to just a few thousand by the time Europeans arrived. These were localized collapses, regional, but the pattern is clear. Civilizations that overshoot their resource base, that fail to adapt to changing conditions, collapse. And in a globalized world where everything's connected, a collapse would not be regional. It would be everywhere, all at once. And if this is the pattern, if this is what happens to every civilization that reaches a certain level of complexity and then fails to manage its relationship with its environment, then the universe is silent because collapsed civilizations do not send out radio signals. They do not build starships. They fall back to simpler ways of living if they survive at all, and they never reach the stars. We're watching it begin. The signs are all around us. The question is whether we can see them clearly enough, quickly enough, to change course, to build systems that are resilient, that can adapt, that prioritize long-term survival over short-term gain. History suggests we cannot, but history is not destiny. We have something that past civilizations did not. Global communication, instant information, the ability to see the entire planet at once. We can model the future, predict the consequences, coordinate responses across nations and continents. We have the tools. The question is whether we have the will, the economics of extinction. Money is an abstraction, a shared fiction. Pieces of paper, digital entries in databases, symbols that represent value. But it is also real, in the sense that it shapes everything we do. Our economies, our societies, our individual choices, all structured around the flow of money, the accumulation of wealth, the logic of markets. And that logic is powerful. It has lifted billions out of poverty. It has driven innovation, efficiency, progress. But it also has a flaw, a fundamental disconnect between what the market values and what actually matters for survival. The market values growth, quarterly returns, profits, expansion. It rewards exploitation of resources because unused resources are wasted opportunities. It externalizes costs, pushing pollution and environmental degradation onto the commons, onto the future, because no single actor bears the full burden. It optimizes for the short term because long-term planning does not show up on this year's balance sheet. And so we cut down forests because lumber has value and standing trees do not. We burn fossil fuels because energy is profitable and climate stability is not priced in. We deplete fisheries because catching the last fish is more profitable than preserving the population. We manufacture products designed to break, to be replaced, because planned obsolescence drives consumption. This is not evil. It is not conspiracy. It is simply the logic of the system, and individuals trapped within that system cannot escape it. A company that prioritizes sustainability over profits gets outcompeted by one that does not. A country that limits emissions while others do not simply loses economic ground. The tragedy of the commons scaled to the entire planet. This could be the filter. Not a failure of technology, but a failure of economics. A system that drives growth until growth is no longer possible, that consumes resources until resources are gone, that prioritizes individual gain over collective survival. A system that is, by its very nature, unsustainable. And if every civilization follows a similar pattern, if the logic of trade, of competition, of resource extraction emerges naturally from any sufficiently complex society, then every civilization eventually faces the same crisis. They grow until they hit the limits of their planet's resources, and then they have a choice: change the system or collapse. Changing the system is hard. It requires coordination, sacrifice, long-term thinking. It requires people to act against their immediate self-interest for the good of future generations. It requires overcoming the momentum of institutions, the inertia of culture, the resistance of those who benefit from the status quo. And maybe most civilizations cannot do it. Maybe the economic logic is too strong, too embedded, too aligned with the psychology of intelligent beings. Maybe every species that becomes technological also becomes trapped by the same dynamics that drive innovation, competition, accumulation, growth, and those dynamics inevitably lead to overshoot and collapse. We are testing this hypothesis right now. We know the system is unsustainable. We know we are depleting resources, degrading ecosystems, destabilizing the climate, and we are trying, haltingly, imperfectly, to change course. Carbon taxes, renewable energy, circular economies, international agreements. But we're also still growing, still consuming, still locked in the same patterns. The outcome is not yet determined. We could succeed. We could find a way to align economic incentives with long-term survival. But we could also fail. We could continue on the current trajectory until the systems break, until the resources run out, until the damage is irreversible. And if we fail, if economics is the filter, then the universe is silent because markets are efficient at growth, but not at survival. Because every civilization optimizes itself into extinction. The psychology of denial. There is a strange thing about human beings. We are capable of incredible foresight, of planning decades into the future, of imagining consequences and taking action to prevent them. But we are also capable of ignoring evidence, of denying reality, of continuing harmful behaviors even when we know better. Psychologists call this cognitive dissonance, the discomfort of holding two contradictory beliefs. I am a good person, and I am doing something harmful, and resolving it not by changing behavior, but by denying the harm. It is easier to believe that climate change is not real than to accept that our way of life is destroying the planet. Easier to believe that the risks of nuclear war are exaggerated than to confront the fact that we have built weapons capable of ending civilization. Easier to believe that technology will save us than to accept that we might need to change. This is not stupidity. It is not ignorance. It is psychology. And it affects everyone, from individuals to entire societies. We see it in climate denial, in the refusal to accept pandemic precautions, in the resistance to any message that threatens our sense of security or identity. And this could be the filter, not a technological failure, not an external threat, but a psychological one. A flaw in the way intelligent minds process information, a tendency to prioritize short-term comfort over long-term survival, to deny dangers that are abstract or distant or uncomfortable to think about. Maybe every intelligent species has this flaw. Maybe the same cognitive biases that help individuals survive in the short term, optimism, denial, tribalism, become fatal at the civilizational scale. Maybe every species that becomes aware of existential threats also becomes paralyzed by them, unable to act because action requires confronting uncomfortable truths. We see this in our own debates. The evidence for climate change is overwhelming, but it is easier to argue about the details than to accept the implications. The risks of AI are becoming clearer, but it's easier to focus on the benefits than to slow down and think about safety. Nuclear weapons have existed for nearly 80 years, but we still have not dismantled them because the logic of deterrence seems safer than the alternative. We know what we need to do. We have known for decades, but knowing is not the same as doing, and the gap between knowledge and action might be the widest filter of all, the tyranny of distance. There is a number that haunts every dream of the stars, a limit written into the fabric of reality itself, as fundamental as gravity, as absolute as time. It is the speed of light, 299,792,458 meters per second, the fastest speed at which anything, matter, energy, information, can move through space. It sounds fast, and it is, by human standards. Light can circle the Earth 7.5 times in a single second. It can reach the moon in just over a second, the sun in 8 minutes. But space is not measured in human distances. Space is vast beyond comprehension, and even at the speed of light, the universe is almost impossibly large. The nearest star to our Sun, Proxima Centauri, is 4.2 light-years away. That means light, travelling at maximum speed, takes 4.2 years to get there, and that is the closest star. Most stars in our galaxy are thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of light-years apart. The galaxy itself is 100,000 light-years across, and the nearest major galaxy to ours, Andromeda, is 2.5 million light-years away. This is the tyranny of distance, and it might be the great filter, not because civilizations destroy themselves, but because they can never leave. Because the distances between stars are so vast, the energy requirements so enormous, the timescale so long, that interstellar travel is effectively impossible, that every civilization, no matter how advanced, remains trapped on its home world, isolated by the sheer scale of space. Consider what it would take to reach even the nearest star. The fastest spacecraft humanity has ever built, Voyager 1, is travelling at about 17 kilometers per second. At that speed, it would take more than 75,000 years to reach Proxima Centauri. 75,000 years. That is longer than all of recorded human history. Longer than our species has had language, or agriculture, or cities. And that is just to reach the nearest star. To make interstellar travel practical, you need to go much, much faster. At least 10% of the speed of light, ideally more. And here is where the physics becomes brutal. Because the faster you go, the more energy you need. And the relationship is not linear, it is exponential. To accelerate a spacecraft to even a fraction of light speed requires staggering amounts of energy. Let us do the math. Imagine a spacecraft with a mass of 1,000 kilograms, about the weight of a small car. To accelerate that spacecraft to 10% of the speed of light, you would need approximately 4.5 times 10 to the 18th joules of energy. That is 4.5 quintillion joules. To put that in perspective, that is roughly equivalent to the entire energy output of the United States for an entire year. Just to send one small spacecraft to 10% of light speed, and that is just the acceleration you also need to decelerate when you arrive, which requires the same amount of energy, and you need fuel, which adds mass, which requires more energy to accelerate, which requires more fuel. It is called the tyranny of the rocket equation, and it is merciless. The more fuel you carry, the more fuel you need to move that fuel. There are theoretical solutions. Nuclear pulse propulsion, where you detonate atomic bombs behind your spacecraft to push it forward. Antimatter drives, where matter and antimatter annihilate each other to release pure energy. Laser sails, where massive laser arrays on your home planet push a lightweight reflective sail to high speeds. Bussard ramjets, which collect interstellar hydrogen as they travel and use it as fuel. But all of these are theoretical. None have been built, none have been tested, and all of them face enormous engineering challenges that might be insurmountable. Antimatter is incredibly difficult to produce and store. Nuclear pulse propulsion requires thousands of nuclear weapons and would subject your spacecraft to intense radiation and heat. Laser sails require laser arrays of immense power and precision. Ramjets only work if interstellar space has enough hydrogen, which it might not. And even if you solve the propulsion problem, there are others. Radiation, cosmic rays that would bombard your spacecraft, degrading electronics, damaging biological tissue. At high speeds, even individual atoms of interstellar hydrogen become deadly projectiles, impacting with the force of bullets. You would need shielding, heavy shielding, which adds mass, which makes everything harder. Then there is time. Even if you could travel at 10% of light speed, it would still take 42 years to reach Proxima Centauri. 42 years in a cramped spacecraft, isolated from Earth, with no possibility of rescue, no possibility of return. And Proxima Centauri is the closest star. Most destinations would take centuries, millennia. Who makes that journey? Do you send humans? They would need life support, food, water, air, waste recycling. They would need protection from radiation, from the psychological effects of isolation, from the inevitable equipment failures over such long timescales. You would need a generation ship, a spacecraft large enough to sustain a population through multiple generations, children born and dying in the void, never seeing Earth, never seeing their destination. The engineering challenges are almost incomprehensible. The social and psychological challenges might be worse, or do you send robots? Artificial intelligence, machines that do not need food or air, that can be put into hibernation during the long journey, that can survive radiation and cold. But then you are not spreading humanity, you are spreading machines, and if the goal is to preserve biological life, to ensure that consciousness survives, is that enough? Or do you not send anything physical at all? Do you transmit information instead? The blueprints for building humans, for building civilization, encoded in radio waves or laser beams, sent across the void at light speed. And then, on the other end, some automated system reconstructs you, grows you, builds you from local materials. You die on Earth, and a copy wakes up on a distant world with your memories, your personality, your sense of identity. Is that still you? Does it count as survival? These are not just technical questions, they are philosophical ones, and they highlight a deeper problem. Even if interstellar travel is possible, it might not be worth it. Because here is the uncomfortable truth. Space is empty, profoundly, terribly empty. The nearest stars might have planets, but most of those planets will be uninhabitable. Too hot, too cold, no atmosphere, toxic atmosphere, no water, too much radiation. Finding a world that is even remotely Earth-like, that could support human life without extensive terraforming, is like winning a lottery with 1,000,000,000 to 1 odds. And terraforming is not easy. It is not a matter of planting a flag and building a colony. It is centuries of work. Releasing greenhouse gases to warm a planet, engineering bacteria to produce oxygen, importing water from comets, adjusting the orbit, shielding from radiation. And all of this assumes the planet is even capable of being terraformed, that it has the right mass, the right composition, the right distance from its star. So what is the incentive? Why would a civilization invest unimaginable resources, take unimaginable risks, to send a handful of individuals on a centuries-long journey to a planet that probably cannot support them, for goals that will not be realized for hundreds or thousands of years? Maybe they do not. Maybe every civilization reaches this same conclusion, that the stars are beautiful but unreachable, that the distances are too great, the costs too high, the benefits too uncertain, that it is easier, safer, more rational to stay home, to focus on improving your own world, your own society rather than chasing dreams of empire among the stars. And if that is true, then the great filter is not about destruction, it is about isolation. It is the realization that the universe, for all its vastness, is also a prison. That light speed is not just a speed limit, but a cage. That we're all trapped in our own solar systems, looking out at cosmos we can observe but never truly reach. The silence of the universe, then, is not the silence of death. It is the silence of distance, of civilizations that exist, that thrive, but remain forever separate, forever alone, because the void between the stars is simply too wide to cross. The language we cannot speak. But perhaps we're not looking in the right way. Perhaps the silence is not because no one is there, or because they destroyed themselves, or because they cannot travel. Perhaps it is because they are speaking, and we simply do not understand the language. Think about what we are looking for. Radio signals, electromagnetic radiation in specific frequencies, modulated in ways that suggest intelligent design. We are looking for patterns, for repetition, for mathematical sequences that could not occur naturally. Prime numbers, pi, regular pulses, something that stands out against the background noise of the cosmos. This makes sense for us. Radio waves are how we communicate. They travel at light speed, they can cross vast distances, and they are relatively easy to produce and detect. For a 20th century civilization, they're the obvious choice. But what about a civilization that is 1,000 years more advanced than us? 1,000,000 years? 1,000,000,000? Would they still use radio waves? Or would they have moved on to something else, something more efficient, something we cannot even imagine? Consider our own technological progression. 150 years ago, we communicated with telegraphs, with electrical pulses travelling through wires. Then came radio, then television, then digital signals, fibre optics, satellites, the internet. Each step was an improvement in bandwidth, in efficiency, in the amount of information that could be transmitted. And we are still in the early stages. Already we are experimenting with quantum communication, with entangled particles that can transmit information instantaneously across any distance without travelling through the space in between. It is still experimental, still limited, but it hints at possibilities beyond our current understanding. If quantum communication becomes practical, if it becomes the norm, then an advanced civilization might not use radio waves at all. They might be communicating in ways that are completely invisible to us, using physics we have not yet discovered, encoding information in ways we would not recognize as information. Or perhaps they have moved beyond the need for long-distance communication entirely. If you are advanced enough to manipulate space-time, to create wormholes or fold space, then you do not need to send signals. You send physical objects, or you travel yourself, or you establish instantaneous links between distant locations. The universe becomes smaller, more connected, and radio waves become as obsolete as smoke signals. Or perhaps they are communicating, but the signals are too weak for us to detect. Space is vast, and signals degrade over distance. The inverse square law is relentless. Double the distance, and the signal strength drops to 1/4. By the time a signal has travelled thousands of light years, it has been diluted into the cosmic background radiation, indistinguishable from noise. We could be drowning in alien transmissions and not even know it, because they are too faint, too scattered, too corrupted by interference. Or perhaps the signals are there, but we're not pointing our telescopes in the right direction at the right time. The universe is enormous. There are billions of stars in our galaxy alone, and we have surveyed only a tiny fraction of them. SETI has been listening for decades, but it has only covered a sliver of the sky, a narrow range of frequencies. It is like standing on a beach, dipping a cup into the ocean, and concluding there are no fish because you did not catch any in your cup. Or perhaps, and this is the strangest possibility, we have detected the signals, but we did not recognize them. Because intelligence does not always look like intelligence from the outside. In 1977, a radio telescope in Ohio detected a signal from space. It lasted 72 seconds, and it was so unusual, so powerful, so perfectly tuned to a frequency associated with hydrogen, that the astronomer monitoring the data wrote "wow" in the margin. The wow signal, as it came to be called, has never been explained. It has never been detected again. Was it a natural phenomenon, a glitch in the equipment, or was it a transmission from another civilization, a brief, fleeting message that we heard once and never again? We do not know, and that is the problem. Without context, without repetition, we cannot distinguish between a signal and noise. A single pulse, no matter how strange, could be anything. Or consider fast radio bursts. These are brief, intense pulses of radio energy that come from distant galaxies. They last only milliseconds, but they release as much energy as the sun produces in an entire day. We have detected hundreds of them, and we have no idea what causes them. Natural phenomena, collapsing stars, black holes, or could some of them be artificial? Could they be the signatures of advanced technology, energy beams or propulsion systems, or signals compressed into microsecond bursts to maximize efficiency? We do not know, and the universe is full of things we do not know. Pulsars, when they were first discovered, were so regular, so precise, that astronomers briefly considered the possibility that they were artificial beacons, lighthouses built by alien civilizations. They called them LGMs, little green men. Of course, they turned out to be neutron stars spinning rapidly, emitting beams of radiation like cosmic lighthouses. Natural, not artificial. But how many times can we make that mistake? How many signals have we dismissed as natural phenomena because we could not imagine a technological explanation? How many artifacts are hidden in the data, waiting for us to develop the theory, the framework, the understanding that would allow us to recognize them? This is the communication filter, the idea that civilizations exist, that they are trying to communicate, but the gulf between them is not just one of distance, but of comprehension. That intelligence takes so many forms, evolves in so many different directions, that mutual understanding becomes impossible, that we're all shouting into the void in languages no one else can speak, using technologies no one else can detect, encoding messages no one else can decode. And if that is true, then the silence is not silence at all. It is a cacophony we cannot hear, a conversation happening all around us in frequencies and formats and dimensions we have not yet learned to access. We are deaf, not because there is nothing to hear, but because we do not yet have the ears, the crisis of meaning. But let us imagine for a moment that a civilization survives, that it avoids nuclear war, that it cures all diseases, that it solves the alignment problem with AI, that it stabilizes its climate, that it reforms its economy, that it overcomes all the filters we have discussed. Let us imagine it becomes stable, prosperous, advanced. It has limitless clean energy. It has eliminated poverty, hunger, disease. It has extended lifespans, perhaps indefinitely. It has built cities that are marvels of efficiency and beauty. It has achieved everything it set out to achieve. And then what? This is a question we rarely ask, because we are so focused on survival, on avoiding the catastrophes, that we forget to think about what comes after. But it might be the most important question of all, because purpose, meaning, the drive to continue, these are not automatic. They are not guaranteed. And a civilization that has nothing left to strive for might simply stop. Human beings need purpose. We need goals, challenges, obstacles to overcome. It is wired into our psychology. We are descended from ancestors who survived by solving problems, by adapting, by striving. And when we have nothing to strive for, we become depressed, listless, unmotivated. We see this in individuals who retire after decades of work and find themselves adrift, unsure what to do with their days. We see it in societies that achieve great wealth and then stagnate, turning inward, losing the drive that made them successful. Now scale that up to an entire civilization. What happens when you have solved all the problems? When technology can provide for every need? When suffering is eliminated? When death is optional? When every desire can be fulfilled with minimal effort? One possibility is utopia, a society of abundance and leisure, where people are free to pursue art, philosophy, knowledge for its own sake, where creativity flourishes, where culture reaches heights we cannot imagine, a golden age without end. But another possibility is stagnation, a society where nothing matters because everything is easy, where people lose the drive to create, to explore, to push boundaries, because there are no boundaries left to push, where life becomes a comfortable plateau, pleasant but meaningless, and the population slowly dwindles as people choose not to have children, not to continue, because there is no compelling reason to do so. We see hints of this in our own world. The countries with the highest standards of living, the most advanced economies, the best healthcare and education, these are also the countries with the lowest birth rates. Japan, South Korea, much of Europe, populations as declining, aging, shrinking. Not because of poverty or disease, but because people are choosing not to reproduce. Because the drive to have children, to continue the species, is not as strong when survival is assured. This is the meaning crisis. The idea that intelligence, once it achieves a certain level of comfort and security, loses the motivation to continue. That the same traits that drive a species to survive, curiosity, ambition, the desire for more, are tied to scarcity, to challenge, to the presence of obstacles. And when the obstacles are removed, the drive disappears. Maybe this is what happens to every civilization that survives the other filters. They reach a state of stability, of abundance, and then they simply stop. Not because they destroy themselves, but because they lose interest. Birth rates drop, innovation slows, the society becomes inward focused, contemplative, static, and over time, quietly, peacefully, they fade. The population declines, the knowledge is preserved but not used. The machines continue to run, but no one is there to operate them, and eventually the lights go out, not with a bang, but with a sigh. The universe, in this scenario, is silent because advanced civilizations become quiet. They turn inward, away from the cosmos, toward whatever internal realms they find more fulfilling. Virtual realities, perhaps, where experience can be crafted and controlled, or philosophical pursuits, meditative traditions, explorations of consciousness rather than space. They exist, but they are no longer interested in reaching out, in making contact, in leaving their mark on the physical universe. They have transcended, in a sense. But the transcendence is not dramatic or triumphant. It is gentle, gradual, a slow withdrawal from the material world into something else, something we cannot quite name. And if that is the great filter, then it is perhaps the most insidious one of all, because it is not something you can fight. It is not a threat you can prepare for. It is simply the natural endpoint of success, the realization that after you've climbed the mountain, there is nowhere left to go but down or inward, or simply to stop climbing. The watchers in the dark. But there is another possibility, one that is darker, stranger, more unsettling than any we have considered so far. What if the universe is not empty? What if it is full of civilizations, thousands of them, millions perhaps, scattered across the galaxy? And what if they are all hiding? This is the dark forest hypothesis, and it begins with a simple premise. The universe is a dangerous place, not because of asteroids or supernovae, but because of other intelligent species. Because intelligence is competitive, because resources are finite, and because in the vast dark between the stars, you never know who is watching. Imagine you're a civilization that has just developed radio technology. You can send signals into space. You can announce your presence, broadcast your location, say, "We are here," to anyone who might be listening. It is an act of hope, of optimism, of a desire to make contact. But consider what you are revealing: your location, your level of technology, your capabilities, and you have no idea who is listening. You have no idea if they are peaceful or hostile. You have no idea if they will respond with curiosity or with weapons. And here is the problem: you cannot know. The distances are too vast. By the time you detect another civilization, by the time you receive their signals and decipher their messages and determine their intentions, centuries might have passed, millennia. And if they are hostile, if they decide you are a threat, you will not see the attack coming until it is too late. A relativistic missile, a fraction of light speed, takes decades to cross interstellar space. You would have no warning, no time to respond. One moment your civilization exists, the next it is gone. So what do? Do you take the risk? Do you broadcast your presence and hope for the best? Or do you stay silent? Do you listen but never transmit? Do you watch the galaxy, observe other civilizations from a distance, but never reveal yourself? The dark forest hypothesis suggests that most civilizations choose silence because the risks are too great. Because in a universe where you cannot trust anyone, where first strike is always an advantage, where paranoia is rational, the safest strategy is to hide, to become invisible, to observe without being observed. And if everyone follows this logic, then the universe becomes a dark forest. Every civilization a hunter, moving carefully through the trees, trying not to make a sound. Because making a sound, revealing your position, could be fatal. The moment you are seen, you might be targeted, not out of malice, but out of precaution. Because the other hunter does not know if you are a threat, and they cannot afford to wait to find out. This is a grim vision, but it is also logical. Game theory suggests that in situations of uncertainty and high stakes, the rational choice is often the paranoid one: to defect rather than cooperate, to strike first rather than trust. And if this is true, if this is the logic that governs intelligent species across the galaxy, then the silence makes perfect sense. Everyone is listening. No one is talking, because talking is dangerous. But there is a corollary to this hypothesis that is even more disturbing. If the universe is a dark forest, and if civilizations are hiding, then what happens when a young civilization, a civilization like ours starts broadcasting. When we send out radio signals, television broadcasts, radar pulses that ripple out into space at the speed of light, announcing our presence to anyone who cares to listen. We become visible. We become a target. And somewhere, out in the dark, someone might already be watching, might already be making calculations, might already be deciding what to do about us. We have been broadcasting for about a century now. Our signals have spread out in a sphere roughly 100 light-years in radius. That sphere contains thousands of stars, and if even one of them hosts a civilization that subscribes to dark forest logic, that believes the safest response to a potential threat is to eliminate it, then the attack is already on its way, travelling toward us at close to light speed, and we will not see it coming until it arrives. This is the paranoid interpretation of the Fermi paradox, the idea that the silence is not natural but enforced, that the universe is full of predators and the prey who make noise do not survive, that we've been lucky so far, lucky that no one nearby has noticed us or decided we're worth the effort to destroy. But that luck might not last. Of course, this hypothesis has problems. It assumes that all civilizations are fundamentally paranoid and violent. It assumes that resources are scarce enough and threats are credible enough, that preemptive strikes make sense. It assumes that the effort of attacking another civilization across interstellar distances is justified by the benefit of eliminating a potential competitor. And maybe those assumptions are wrong. Maybe most civilizations are peaceful. Maybe the effort of interstellar attack is too great to be worth it. Maybe cooperation is more beneficial than conflict, even across vast distances. But we do not know, we cannot know, and that uncertainty is precisely the point. Because if you do not know, if you cannot trust, then the safest assumption is the darkest one. And if every civilization makes that assumption, then the dark forest becomes real, regardless of whether any individual civilization is actually violent. We are players in a game whose rules we do not fully understand. We are broadcasting into the void, hoping for a response, hoping for contact, hoping that we are not alone. And somewhere, in the darkness between the stars, something might be listening, might be watching, might be deciding, and we have no way of knowing until it is too late. The simulation and the substrate. There's one final possibility we must consider, one that is so strange, so far removed from our everyday experience that it sounds like science fiction, but it is taken seriously by physicists, philosophers, computer scientists. The idea that we might not be living in base reality, that the universe we observe, the matter we are made of, the laws of physics that govern everything, might all be a simulation, not a metaphor, an actual simulation, a computational construct running on hardware that exists in some higher level of reality, some substrate we cannot observe or interact with. The logic goes like this. If it is possible to create simulated universes, and if advanced civilizations have the computational power to run such simulations, then they would likely run many of them, billions, trillions perhaps. And if simulated universes vastly outnumber real universes, then statistically, we are far more likely to be living in a simulation than in base reality. Think about our own progress. We already create virtual worlds, video games, computer models, physics simulations. They are crude now, simple, obviously artificial. But they are improving. Every year the graphics become more realistic, the physics more accurate, the worlds more complex. We can simulate weather patterns, galaxy formations, molecular interactions, and we are still in the early stages of computing. Now imagine what we could do with 1,000,000 years of progress. with quantum computers, with artificial intelligence, with computational resources beyond our current comprehension. We could simulate entire universes down to the quantum level. We could create digital worlds indistinguishable from reality, populated with conscious entities who believe they are real, who have no idea they are running on someone else's hardware. And if we can do it, then any sufficiently advanced civilization can do it. And if they can, they probably will. For research, for entertainment, for education, for purposes we cannot imagine. And if simulations are common, if they are created in vast numbers, then the odds that we are living in base reality become vanishingly small. This is the simulation hypothesis. And if it is true, then the great filter takes on a very different meaning. Because if we are in a simulation, then the rules might be different. The universe might not be what it appears. The silence of space might be a feature, not a bug. The simulators might have designed it this way, might have set parameters that limit how far civilizations can spread, or how long they can last, or what they can discover. The great filter might not be a natural consequence of physics or biology or psychology. It might be intentional. A constraint built into the simulation to keep things interesting, to create narrative tension, to ensure that civilizations rise and fall in predictable patterns. And if that is true, then there is no escaping it. No amount of wisdom or technology will help, because the filter is not part of the simulation. It is part of the code, and the code cannot be changed from inside. Or perhaps the filter is something else entirely. Perhaps simulations have a lifespan. Perhaps they are turned off when they are no longer interesting, when the experiment is complete, when the simulators move on to other projects. Perhaps civilizations go silent not because they destroy themselves or hide or lose meaning, but because someone unplugs them. And perhaps we are approaching that point. Perhaps our simulation is nearing its end. Perhaps the great filter is simply the moment when the simulators decide they have seen enough, and they shut everything down. It sounds absurd. It sounds like the ultimate paranoia, the ultimate denial of agency. But it is also unfalsifiable. There is no way to prove we are not in a simulation. Any evidence we find, any test we run, could be part of the simulation. The simulators could always be one step ahead, could always adjust the parameters to hide the truth. And maybe that is the point. Maybe the great filter is not about physics or biology or sociology. Maybe it is about epistemology, about the limits of what we can know, about the realization that there might be no ultimate answers, no final truths, no way to distinguish between reality and simulation, between meaning and meaninglessness. And maybe that realization itself is the filter, the moment when a civilization becomes advanced enough to ask these questions and then becomes paralyzed by them, unable to move forward because they do not know if moving forward matters, unable to take action because they do not know if their actions are real. This is the existential filter. The idea that consciousness, once it becomes sufficiently reflective, sufficiently aware of its own limitations, collapses under the weight of its own questions. That the same intelligence that allows us to understand the universe also allows us to doubt everything, including ourselves. And that doubt, that uncertainty, that fundamental inability to know becomes the ultimate barrier to progress. We can survive nuclear war. We can cure diseases. We can control AI. We can stabilize the climate. We can reform our economies. We can overcome our cognitive biases. But can we survive the realization that none of it might matter? That the universe might be arbitrary? That our existence might be contingent, That everything we value might be built on foundations that do not exist? Maybe most civilizations cannot. Maybe they reach that point and simply give up. Not in despair exactly, but in a kind of cosmic shrug, an acceptance that the questions are unanswerable, that the search for meaning is futile, that the best thing to do is simply to exist, quietly, without ambition, without purpose, until existence ends. And maybe that is why the universe is silent. Not because civilizations are destroyed, but because they are enlightened, because they have seen through the illusion of purpose, the fiction of progress, the myth of meaning, and having seen through it, they stop playing the game. They go quiet. They turn off their transmitters. They stop building, stop exploring, stop reaching for the stars, because they have realized finally that there is nowhere to reach, no destination, no goal, no filter to pass through because there was never anything to pass through to, just silence, eternal, absolute, and somehow, in the end, peaceful. The night deepens, the questions multiply, and we're left here, in the dark, with more mysteries than answers. The great filter, whatever it is, remains elusive, a shadow we cannot quite see, a pattern we cannot quite grasp. But perhaps that is as it should be. Perhaps the great filter is not something to be understood, but something to be confronted. Not a puzzle to be solved, but a gauntlet to be run. And perhaps we are still in the middle of it, still being tested, still choosing moment by moment whether to continue or to stop, whether to reach outward or turn inward, whether to speak or to stay silent. The universe waits, the stars burn, and we remain here, small and fragile and impossibly persistent, asking questions that might have no answers, building things that might not last, dreaming dreams that might never come true, but dreaming nonetheless, asking nonetheless, reaching nonetheless. And maybe that is the answer to the great filter. Not wisdom, not technology, not any particular achievement or breakthrough, just persistence, just the refusal to accept silence, just the determination to keep asking, keep building, keep dreaming, even when the odds are against us, even when the universe seems empty, even when we do not know if any of it matters, because we are here. And while we are here, we might as well try. Sleep now. Let these thoughts drift into dreams. Let the weight of cosmic uncertainty cradle you into rest. Tomorrow the questions will still be there, and so will we. For now, the test. We cannot fail. All of these possibilities, nuclear war, pandemics, artificial intelligence, climate collapse, economic failure, psychological denial, are not mutually exclusive. They are interconnected, reinforcing, each one making the others more likely. A civilization stressed by climate change is more prone to conflict. A society racing to develop AI is less likely to prioritize safety. An economy focused on growth is less able to adapt to resource limits. And a species in denial about any of these threats is unlikely to address them until it is too late. This is the great filter. Not a single challenge, but a convergence. A moment in the development of intelligence where multiple existential risks emerge simultaneously, where the power to destroy outpaces the wisdom to restrain, where complexity exceeds the ability to manage it. A test. The ultimate test. And the silence of the universe suggests that most civilizations fail. But we are not most. Civilizations, not yet. We're still here, still aware, still capable of choice, and that means something. The filter is not deterministic, it is probabilistic. It represents the odds, not certainty. Some civilizations might pass through, might find a way to navigate the dangers, to balance the risks, to survive long enough to spread to other worlds and ensure their continuation. It is possible. Difficult, but possible. And maybe that is enough. Maybe the universe is not completely silent. Maybe there are others out there who made it through, who found a way. And maybe if we survive, we will find them, or they will find us. And we will know, finally, that we are not alone, that intelligence can endure, that the filter can be passed. But first, we have to pass it ourselves. The hour is late now, the words are many, and the weight of these questions, these possibilities, can feel overwhelming. It is easy to fall into despair, to believe that the filter is inevitable, that we are doomed to repeat the pattern of every civilization that came before us. But despair is not wisdom. It is surrender. And we have not come this far, through 4 billion years of evolution, through countless extinctions and disasters and near misses, just to give up now. We are the universe becoming aware of itself. We are stardust that learn to think, to question, to reach for something beyond survival. And yes, that awareness brings with it tremendous responsibility, tremendous risk, but also tremendous possibility. The great filter is real, the dangers are real, but so is our capacity to adapt, to learn, to change. We have done it before, countless times. In our history as a species, we have faced extinction and survived. We have made mistakes and learned from them. We have built systems that failed and then built better ones. We can do it again. We must do it again. Not because success is guaranteed, but because the alternative is unacceptable. So rest now. Let these thoughts settle. Let the weight of cosmic time and space cradle you into sleep. And know that tomorrow, when you wake, the stars will still be there. The universe will still be vast and mysterious and full of questions we have yet to answer. And we will still be here, asking them, reaching for them, refusing to accept silence as the final answer. That is what makes us human. That is what makes us matter. And that perhaps is how we pass the filter. Not through certainty, but through persistence. Not through power, but through wisdom. Not through denial, but through the courage to face what we have created, and the determination to become worthy of the universe we inhabit. Sleep well. The journey continues, and we are still in it. The night is deep now. The stars are still there, scattered across the black, burning with light that began its journey long before we existed. And they will still be there long after we are gone, whether we survive the filter or not. The universe does not care. It does not mourn. It simply continues, indifferent and eternal. But we care. We wonder. We search for meaning in the silence, for patterns in the chaos, for hope in the darkness. And maybe that is what makes us different. Not our intelligence, not our technology, but our refusal to accept the void without question. Our need to know, even if the answer is terrifying. The great filter is out there, somewhere. Maybe we have already passed it. Maybe it is still ahead. Maybe it is both, a series of thresholds that we must cross, each one more difficult than the last. Or maybe it is something else entirely, something we cannot yet imagine. But whatever it is, we are still here, still asking, still reaching. And as long as we are, there is a chance, a small one perhaps, a fragile one, but a chance nonetheless. So rest now. Let the questions fade. Let the silence of the stars wash over you, not as a threat, but as a reminder. A reminder that we are small, yes, but also that we are part of something vast. That we are made of the same atoms as those distant suns, the same matter that has been cycling through the universe since the beginning. that we are, in a very real sense, the universe trying to understand itself. And maybe, in the end, that is all we need to be. Sleep well. The stars will still be there in the morning, and so will we, for now, for as long as we can, for as long as the filter allows. What if one of the oldest texts on Earth doesn't just record history, but reveals a forgotten world that came before us? Somewhere in the quiet halls of a museum, behind glass that reflects the modern world back at itself, rests a clay tablet covered in wedge-shaped marks. The marks are cuneiform, one of humanity's first attempts to capture thought in physical form. The tablet is small, unassuming, easily overlooked among the grander relics of ancient empires. But the words pressed into that clay thousands of years ago tell a story so strange, so unsettling, that scholars have spent more than a century trying to explain it away. It's called the Sumerian King List, and if you read it carefully, if you let its words settle into your mind without rushing to dismiss them, you begin to realize that it doesn't sound like mythology at all. It sounds like memory. The list begins in a time before the flood, a great deluge that appears in stories across the ancient world, from Mesopotamia to the Bible, from India to the Americas. But before that flood, according to the King List, there were kings. Rulers who sat on thrones in cities whose names still echo through history. Eridu, Bad Tibera, Larak, Sippar, Shuruppak. These were not mythical places. Archaeologists have found them. They were real cities, built by real hands, occupied by real people. But the kings who ruled them, their reigns stretch across time in ways that defy everything we think we know about human life. One king ruled for 28,000 years, another for 43,000. The shortest reign listed before the flood lasted a mere 18,600 years. And then the flood came. The waters rose, the world ended. When the waters receded and kingship descended from the heavens once more, something had changed. The new kings, the ones who ruled after the flood, lived lifetimes that sound almost human. A few hundred years, a few dozen. Some ruled for less than a decade. It's as though the very nature of existence had shifted, as though time itself had been reset, and humanity had to begin again under different rules. The question that haunts anyone who reads the Sumerian King List is simple, and it echoes across millennia. What happened? What kind of world existed before the flood, where kings could reign for tens of thousands of years? And why does this ancient text, carved into clay by scribes who lived closer to that lost world than we do, insist that it was real? The Sumerian King List was not discovered all at once. It exists in fragments, scattered across time and geography, pieced together from multiple clay tablets found in different locations throughout Mesopotamia. The most complete version was unearthed in the early 20th century during excavations in the ancient city of Nippur, located in what is now southern Iraq. Nippur was a sacred city, a place of temples and learning, where scribes copied and preserved the knowledge of their civilization. The tablet found there, known as the Well-Blundell Prism, is a four-sided clay column covered in cuneiform script. It was created around 2000 BCE, during the reign of the Yisin dynasty, but the information it contains is far older. The scribes who carved it were not inventing a story. They were copying from earlier sources, texts that had been passed down through generations, perhaps even millennia. The King List was not a work of fiction to them. It was a historical record, as real and authoritative as any chronicle of kings and dynasties. Other fragments of the King List have been found in cities like Ur, Lhasa, and Kish. Each version varies slightly, with different kings emphasized or omitted depending on which city-state commissioned the text. But the core structure remains the same, a chronological list of rulers beginning in the distant past before the flood and continuing down through history to the time of the scribes themselves. What makes the King List so extraordinary is not just its age, but its format. It reads like a bureaucratic document, dry and matter-of-fact, listing each king's name, the city where he ruled, and the length of his reign. There is no embellishment, no poetic language, no attempt to glorify or mythologize. It simply states the facts as the Sumerians understood them. After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu, Alulim became king. He ruled for 20 AC 800 years. That's how it begins, not with a creation myth or a story of God shaping the world, but with a straightforward declaration: kingship came from the heavens, and the first king ruled for nearly 29,000 years. The list continues in this manner, moving from one king to the next, one city to the next, until it reaches the flood. Then, after a brief acknowledgement that the flood swept over the land and kingship had to descend from heaven once more, the list resumes. But now the numbers are different. The reigns are shorter. The world has changed. Scholars have long struggled with how to interpret the king list. The standard explanation is that the antediluvian kings, the ones who ruled before the flood, are mythological figures, symbolic representations of a distant, idealized past. The enormous lengths of their reigns, according to this view, are not meant to be taken literally. They are exaggerations, perhaps intended to convey the idea that these early rulers were semi-divine, closer to the gods than to ordinary humans. But that explanation raises as many questions as it answers. If the antediluvian kings are purely mythological, why does the king list treat them exactly the same way it treats the later, historically verified kings? Why is there no shift in tone, no indication that the scribes considered the early kings any less real than the later ones? And why do the post-flood kings, whose reigns are still extraordinarily long by modern standards, but far shorter than their predecessors, gradually transition into rulers whose lifespans match those of actual historical figures? The king list doesn't read like mythology. It reads like a record that begins in a time so distant, so different from our own, that the very fabric of existence was not what it is today. And then something happened, something catastrophic, something that changed the world. And after that, time moved differently. Life moved differently. Humanity moved differently. What if the Sumerians weren't exaggerating? What if they were remembering? To understand the weight of that question, you have to step back and consider what Sumer was. This was not a primitive society stumbling towards civilization. When Sumer emerged in southern Mesopotamia around 4500 BCE, it arrived almost fully formed, with cities, temples, irrigation systems, and a written language. The Sumerians had laws, mathematics, astronomy, literature. They built ziggurats that reached toward the sky, massive stepped pyramids that served as bridges between the earthly and the divine. And they had memory. They remembered a time before their cities, before their writing, before the flood. They remembered kings who ruled in an age that felt more like legend than history. Yet they recorded those kings with the same precision they used to record everything else. The flood itself is central to the king list, and it's central to Sumerian mythology as a whole. The most famous account of the flood comes from the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest surviving works of literature. In that story, the gods decide to destroy humanity with a great deluge, but one man, Utnapishtim, is warned by the god Enki. He builds a boat, saves his family and representatives of all living creatures, and survives the flood. When the waters recede, he is granted immortality by the gods. The parallels to the biblical story of Noah are impossible to ignore, and scholars have long recognized that the Genesis flood narrative likely has its roots in earlier Mesopotamian traditions. But the Sumerian king list adds another layer to the story. It doesn't just tell us that a flood happened. It divides all of history into two eras, before the flood and after the flood. It treats the flood as a boundary, a moment when the old world ended and a new one began. Before the flood, kings ruled for tens of thousands of years. After the flood, they didn't. That's not a metaphor. That's a statement of fact. at least as the Sumerians understood it. Something fundamental changed when the flood came. The world that existed before was not the same as the world that came after. What kind of world could that have been? What kind of civilization could produce kings who reigned for millennia? And why would the Sumerians, who were meticulous record keepers, insist that such a world was real? One possibility is that the antediluvian kings represent entire dynasties rather than individual rulers. Perhaps each name on the list is not a single person, but a lineage, a family, or clan that held power for thousands of years. The enormous lengths of their reigns would then make more sense. They would be the cumulative reigns of many rulers compressed into a single name. But that explanation doesn't quite fit. The king list is very specific about individual kings. It names them, tells us where they ruled, and gives us exact numbers for their reigns. If the scribes had meant to represent dynasties, they could have said so. They didn't. They treated each king as a distinct individual, just as they did with the later, historically verified rulers. Another possibility is that the numbers are symbolic, encoded with astronomical or mathematical significance. Some researchers have suggested that the lengths of the antediluvian reigns correspond to cycles of the heavens, precessions, planetary alignments, or other celestial phenomena that the Sumerians, who were skilled astronomers, might have been tracking. In this view, the king list is not a historical record at all, but a kind of cosmic calendar, a way of marking time on a scale far grander than human lifespans. That's an intriguing idea, and there's some evidence to support it. The Sumerians were obsessed with the heavens. They track the movements of the stars and planets with remarkable precision, and their mythology is filled with references to celestial events. The number 3600, which appears frequently in Sumerian texts, is thought to represent a sar, a unit of time associated with the orbit of a hypothetical planet or celestial body. Some of the reigns listed in the king list are multiples of 3600, which suggests that the numbers might indeed have astronomical meaning. But even if the numbers are symbolic, that doesn't mean the kings themselves were fictional. It's possible that the Sumerians were doing both, recording real rulers while also embedding deeper layers of meaning into the lengths of their reigns. Ancient texts often operate on multiple levels, blending history, mythology, and cosmology into a single narrative. The king list might be no different. And then there's the simplest, most unsettling possibility of all. What if the Sumerians were telling the truth? What if there really was a time, long before recorded history, when human beings, or beings like us, lived far longer than we do now? What if the antediluvian kings were real, and their extraordinary lifespans were not exaggerations but accurate reflections of a world that no longer exists? That idea sounds impossible. It contradicts everything we know about biology, about aging, about the limits of human life. But the Sumerians didn't know they were supposed to find it impossible. They simply recorded what they believed to be true, based on the knowledge that had been passed down to them from their ancestors. And their ancestors in turn had received that knowledge from those who came before them, stretching back into a past so distant that it fades into shadow. What if the shadow is where the truth lies? The Sumerian king list is not the only ancient text that speaks of impossibly long lifespans. Across the ancient world, in cultures that had no contact with one another, similar stories appear. In the Bible, the book of Genesis lists 10 patriarchs who lived before the flood, and their lifespans are staggering. Adam lived for 930 years, Seth lived for 912 years. Methuselah, the longest lived of them all, reached 969 years before he died. After the flood, the lifespans of the patriarchs drop sharply. Noah's descendants lived for a few hundred years, then a few dozen, until eventually human lifespans settled into the range we recognize today. The parallels between the biblical patriarchs and the Sumerian king list are striking. Both texts divide history into two eras, before the flood and after the flood. Both describe a time when human beings, or at least certain exceptional individuals, lived far longer than they do now. And both suggest that the flood was not just a natural disaster, but a turning point, a moment when the rules of existence changed. In ancient Egypt, the Turin King List, also known as the Turin Royal Canon, records the reigns of gods and semi-divine beings who ruled before the first human pharaohs. These divine rulers are said to have reigned for thousands of years, much like the antediluvian kings of Sumer. The list then transitions to the reigns of human kings, whose lifespans are far shorter. Once again, we see the same pattern, a distant past populated by beings who lived on a timescale that seems impossible, followed by a shift to a more recognizable human history. In India, the ancient Puranas describe cycles of time called yugas, vast epochs during which the nature of existence changes. In the earliest yuga, the Satya Yuga, or Golden Age, human beings lived for thousands of years and possessed abilities that seem almost godlike. As the yugas progressed and the world declined, human lifespans grew shorter and the connection between humanity and the divine weakened. By the time of the Kali Yuga, the current age, humans live for only a few decades, and the world is filled with suffering and ignorance. Even in the Americas, far removed from the civilizations of the Old World, similar stories appear. The Maya and Aztec traditions speak of previous worlds or ages, each of which ended in catastrophe. The beings who inhabited those earlier worlds were different from modern humans, taller, stronger, longer lived. When each world was destroyed, a new one began, and the people of the new world were diminished, less than what had come before. These stories, scattered across continents and millennia, all share a common theme: the idea that humanity's distant past was fundamentally different from the present. There was a time when people lived longer, when the world was closer to the divine, when the boundaries between gods and humans were not as rigid as they are now. And then something happened, a flood, a cataclysm, a cosmic shift, and the old world ended. What came after was smaller, shorter, more fragile. Why do these stories exist? Why do cultures that never met, that developed independently on opposite sides of the planet, all tell variations of the same tale? One explanation is that these are universal myths, archetypes that arise naturally from the human psyche. The idea of a lost golden age, a time of perfection that was destroyed and can never be reclaimed, is a powerful narrative. It speaks to a deep longing within us, a sense that something has been lost, that we are living in the shadow of a greater past. From this perspective, the Sumerian king list and the biblical patriarchs and the Egyptian god kings are all expressions of the same psychological need, a way of imagining a time when life was better, longer, more meaningful. But there's another explanation, one that's harder to dismiss. What if these stories are not myths at all? What if they are memories, distorted, fragmented, passed down through countless generations, but memories nonetheless? What if there really was a time, long before recorded history, when the world was different, when human beings, or beings like us, lived in ways we can no longer imagine? And what if the flood, the cataclysm that appears in so many ancient texts, was a real event, a disaster so catastrophic that it reset human civilization, wiping out almost everything that came before? The geological record tells us that massive floods have occurred throughout Earth's history. At the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, enormous ice sheets covering much of the northern hemisphere began to melt. The resulting sea level rise was dramatic, flooding coastal regions and river valleys around the world. Some researchers believe that this event, or a series of related events, could be the source of the flood myths that appear in so many ancient cultures. But the Sumerian king list suggests something more specific. It doesn't just say that a flood happened, it says that the flood marked a boundary between two different kinds of existence. Before the flood, kings ruled for tens of thousands of years. After the flood, they didn't. That's not just a story about rising water. That's a story about a world that ended and a new world that began in its place. What if the antediluvian kings were not human in the way we understand the term? What if they were something else? Survivors of an earlier civilization, perhaps, or beings who existed in a time when the conditions of life on Earth were radically different? What if the Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were preserving the last remnants of knowledge from that lost world? Knowledge that had been passed down through the survivors of the flood? These are not comfortable questions. They push against the boundaries of what we're willing to accept as possible. But the Sumerian king list doesn't care about our comfort. It simply exists, carved into clay, waiting for us to decide what it means. The city of Eridu holds a special place in Sumerian tradition. According to the king list, it was the first city to receive kingship from the heavens. It was where civilization began, where the gods first taught humanity the arts of writing, building, and governance. Archaeological excavations at Eridu have revealed a settlement that dates back to at least 5400 BCE, making it one of the oldest known cities in the world. At the heart of Eridu stood a temple dedicated to Enki, the god of wisdom, water, and creation. Enki was one of the most important deities in the Sumerian pantheon, a god who loved humanity and often intervened to protect them from the wrath of the other gods. In the flood myth, it was Enki who warned Utnapishtim of the coming deluge, giving him the knowledge he needed to survive. The temple at Eridu was rebuilt many times over the centuries, each new structure built on top of the ruins of the old. Archaeologists have uncovered at least 17 layers of construction, stretching back thousands of years. The earliest layers are simple shrines, small structures made of mud brick. But even in those earliest layers, there is evidence of ritual activity, of offerings made to the gods, of a people who believed they were living in a sacred place. Why was Eridu considered the first city? Why did the Sumerians believe that kingship descended from heaven there and nowhere else? The answer might lie in the city's location. Eridu was built near the edge of the marshes, where the Euphrates River met the Persian Gulf. It was a place of transition, a boundary between land and water, between the human world and the realm of the gods. In Sumerian cosmology, water was the source of all life, the primordial substance from which the world was created. Enki, the god of water, was the god of beginnings, the one who brought order out of chaos. If Eridu was the first city, then Alulim, the first king, was the first human to receive the gift of kingship from the gods. According to the king list, he ruled for 800 years. That number is not random. It's a multiple of 3600, the sacred Sar, a unit of time that appears throughout Sumerian texts. Some researchers believe that the Sa represents a great cosmic cycle, a period during which the heavens complete a full rotation and return to their starting point. If that's true, then Alulim's reign might represent not just a single lifetime, but an entire age, a vast span of time during which the first city flourished under the guidance of the gods. But what does it mean to say that kingship descended from heaven? The Sumerians were not speaking metaphorically. They believed quite literally that the gods lived in the sky, in a celestial realm above the earth. Kingship was a divine gift, a sacred responsibility bestowed upon certain individuals by the gods themselves. The king was not just a political leader. He was a mediator between the human and divine worlds, a figure who maintained the cosmic order through ritual and sacrifice. The idea that kingship came from the heavens appears in other ancient cultures as well. In Egypt, the pharaoh was considered a living god, a divine being who ruled on earth as the representative of the gods. In China, the emperor held the mandate of heaven, a divine right to rule that could be revoked if he failed to govern justly. In Mesoamerica, the rulers of the Maya and Aztec civilizations claimed descent from the gods and performed elaborate rituals to maintain the balance between the earthly and celestial realms. But the Sumerian king list goes further. It doesn't just say that kings were chosen by the gods, it says that kingship itself, as an institution, as a concept, came from the heavens. Before kingship descended, there were no kings. There was no organized society, no cities, no civilization. And then, at a specific moment in time, in a specific place, Eridu, the gods gave humanity the gift of kingship and everything changed. What if that's not mythology? What if it's history? What if there really was a moment when human society underwent a sudden dramatic transformation? When people who had been living as hunter-gatherers or simple farmers suddenly began building cities, developing writing, creating complex social hierarchies? And what if that transformation was so rapid, so unprecedented, that the only way the Sumerians could explain it was to say that it came from the gods? Modern archaeology has struggled to explain the sudden emergence of Sumerian civilization. Around 4000 BCE, the region that would become Sumer was inhabited by small farming communities. By 3500 BCE, those communities had grown into cities with populations in the thousands, with monumental architecture, advanced irrigation systems, and a written language. The transition happened in the span of a few centuries, a blink of an eye in archaeological terms. Where did the Sumerians come from? Where did they learn to build ziggurats, to write in cuneiform, to organize their society into complex bureaucracies? The standard answer is that these developments were gradual, the result of centuries of slow innovation and cultural evolution. But the archaeological record doesn't quite support that narrative. Sumerian civilization appears suddenly, almost fully formed, with little evidence of the intermediate stages we would expect to see. Some researchers have suggested that the Sumerians inherited their knowledge from an earlier, unknown civilization, a culture that existed before them and passed down its wisdom through oral tradition or lost texts. Others have proposed that the Sumerians were influenced by contact with other advanced societies, perhaps from the Indus Valley or the Iranian Plateau, but there's no clear evidence for either of these theories. And then there's the king list, sitting quietly in its museum case, insisting that the answer is simpler than we think. Kingship descended from heaven. The gods gave humanity the knowledge it needed to build cities, to write, to govern. The first kings ruled for thousands of years, guiding their people through an age that we can barely imagine. And then the flood came, and the old world ended, and humanity had to start again. What if the Sumerians were right? The flood is the pivot point of the king list, the moment when everything changes. Before the flood, the reigns of the kings stretch across millennia. After the flood, they contract sharply. The first post-Diluvian king, Joshua of Kish, ruled for 1,200 years, still an extraordinary lifespan, but a fraction of what came before. His successors ruled for even shorter periods, and within a few generations the reigns had dropped to a few hundred years, then a few dozen. The flood itself is described briefly in the king list, almost as an aside. Then the flood swept over. After the flood had swept over, and the kingship had descended from heaven, the kingship was in Kish. That's all. No details about the flood itself. No description of the destruction it caused. No explanation of why it happened. The scribes simply acknowledged that it occurred, and then moved on to the next dynasty. But the brevity of that statement is deceptive. The flood was not a minor event in Sumerian tradition. It was the defining catastrophe of their history, the moment when the old world ended and the new world began. The Epic of Gilgamesh devotes an entire section to the flood, describing how the gods decided to destroy humanity, how Utnapishtim built his boat, how the waters rose and covered the earth, and how, when the flood finally receded, Utnapishtim made a sacrifice to the gods and was granted immortality. The flood appears in other Sumerian texts as well. The Eridu Genesis, one of the oldest known flood myths, tells a similar story. The gods create humanity. Humanity grows too numerous and too noisy. The gods decide to send a flood to wipe them out, but one man is warned and survives. The details vary from text to text, but the core narrative remains the same. The flood was real. It happened, and it changed everything. Why did the gods send the flood? In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the god Enlil is disturbed by the noise of humanity, the constant clamour of human activity, the endless bustle of cities and farms and markets. He convinces the other gods to destroy humanity with a flood, to wipe the slate clean and start over. But Enki, the god of wisdom, takes pity on humanity. He warns Utnapishtim, tells him to build a boat, and ensures that at least some humans survive. In the Eridu Genesis, the reason for the flood is less clear. The text is fragmentary, and much of it has been lost. But the surviving portions suggest that the gods were concerned about humanity's rapid growth, about the way human civilization was spreading across the earth. The flood was a way of resetting the balance, of preventing humanity from becoming too powerful, too numerous, too much like the gods themselves. That's a strange motivation for a divine catastrophe. Why? Would the gods be threatened by human progress? Why would they want to limit humanity's growth? Unless, of course, humanity was on the verge of discovering something, some knowledge, some power, that the gods wanted to keep hidden. The story of the Tower of Babel, found in the biblical book of Genesis, offers a similar theme. Humanity, speaking a single language and working together, begins to build a tower that reaches toward heaven. The tower is a symbol of human ambition, of the desire to ascend to the realm of the gods. But God sees the tower and is troubled. Behold, they are one people, and they have all one language, God says. And this is only the beginning of what they will do, and nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. So God confuses their language, scatters them across the earth, and the tower is never completed. The message is clear. There are limits to what humanity is allowed to know, to achieve, to become. When those limits are approached, the gods intervene. They send a flood. They scatter the people. They reset the world. What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list was not a natural disaster, but a deliberate act? What if it was a way of ending a civilization that had grown too advanced, too knowledgeable, too close to the secrets of the gods? And what if the antediluvian kings, with their impossibly long reigns, were the leaders of that civilization, beings who possessed knowledge and abilities that we can no longer imagine? The idea that an advanced civilization existed before recorded history is not new. It appears in the writings of Plato, who described the lost continent of Atlantis, a powerful, technologically advanced society that was destroyed in a single day and night by earthquakes and floods. Plato claimed that the story of Atlantis had been passed down from ancient Egyptian priests, who said that it had occurred 9,000 years before their time, placing it around 9600 BCE. Modern scholars generally dismiss Atlantis as a myth, a philosophical allegory that Plato invented to illustrate his ideas about the ideal state. But what if Plato was recording a genuine tradition, a memory of a real civilization that was destroyed in a cataclysm? What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list, the deluge of the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the destruction of Atlantis are all different versions of the same event? A global catastrophe that wiped out an advanced civilization and forced the survivors to start over from scratch. The geological evidence for such a catastrophe is tantalizing but inconclusive. At the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, the Earth underwent dramatic climate changes. Massive ice sheets melted, sea levels rose by hundreds of feet, and coastal regions around the world were flooded. Some researchers believe that this period, known as the Younger Dryas, was triggered by a comet impact or a series of impacts that caused widespread destruction and climate disruption. If a comet struck the Earth around 12,000 years ago, it would have caused tsunamis, wildfires, and a sudden drop in global temperatures. Coastal civilizations would have been wiped out almost instantly. The survivors would have been scattered, their cities and monuments buried beneath rising seas or destroyed by the impact itself. Within a few generations, the memory of what had been lost would have faded into myth. But some memories would have survived. Oral traditions passed down from parent to child, from generation to generation, would have preserved fragments of the old knowledge. And when writing was finally invented thousands of years later, those traditions would have been recorded, imperfectly, incompletely, but recorded nonetheless. The Sumerian king list might be one of those records, a distant echo of a world that existed before the flood, before the ice melted, before the old civilization was swept away. What if the antediluvian kings were the rulers of that lost civilization? What if their impossibly long reigns represent not individual lifespans, but the duration of their dynasties, their cultures, their cities? What if the Sumerians, when they carved the king list into clay, were preserving the last remnants of a history that stretched back to the very dawn of human civilization, and perhaps even before? The transition from the antediluvian kings to the post-diluvian kings is abrupt, but it's not absolute. The first kings after the flood still lived for centuries, far longer than any human today. Jusha of Kish ruled for 200 years. His successor, Kulasina-Bel, ruled for 960 years. The third king, Nangishlisma, ruled for 670 years. The numbers are still extraordinary, still far beyond the limits of human biology as we understand it, but they're declining. With each generation, the reigns grow shorter, as though the world is slowly returning to normal, slowly settling into the rhythms of existence that we recognize today. By the time the king list reaches the third dynasty after the flood, the rains have dropped to a few hundred years. By the fifth dynasty, they're down to a few dozen, and by the time we reach the kings of the Akkadian Empire, around 2300 BCE, the rains are entirely plausible. 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. These are lifespans that match the historical record, that align with what we know about the rulers of ancient Mesopotamia. The king list doesn't explain why the rains grew shorter. It simply records the change as though it were a natural process, an inevitable consequence of the flood. But the pattern is striking. It's as though the flood didn't just destroy the old world, it fundamentally altered the conditions of existence. Whatever allowed the antediluvian kings to live for tens of thousands of years was gone. The new world was different, smaller, more limited. Humanity had to adapt to a new reality, one in which life was shorter, knowledge was scarcer, and the connection to the divine was more distant. What could cause such a change? If we take the king list at face value, if we assume that the antediluvian kings really did live for thousands of years, then something about the pre-flood world must have been radically different from the post-flood world. The environment, the atmosphere, the very fabric of reality, something was different, and the flood marked the moment when that difference ended. Some researchers have speculated that the Earth's atmosphere was once richer in oxygen, or that the planet's magnetic field was stronger, or that cosmic radiation levels were lower. Any of these factors could, in theory, have extended human lifespans by reducing cellular damage and slowing the aging process. If the flood was accompanied by a dramatic shift in environmental conditions, perhaps triggered by a comet impact or a massive volcanic eruption, then those conditions could have changed, and human lifespans could have shortened as a result. But that's speculation, not evidence. There's no clear proof that the Earth's atmosphere or magnetic field was significantly different 12,000 years ago, and even if it was, it's hard to imagine how such changes could extend human lifespans to the degree described in the king list. 28,000 years is not just a long life, it's a geological timescale, a span of time during which entire civilizations could rise and fall. Another possibility is that the antediluvian kings were not entirely human. In Sumerian mythology, the gods often interacted with humanity, sometimes taking human form, sometimes mating with human women and producing hybrid offspring. The Anunnaki, a group of deities associated with the heavens and the underworld, were said to have descended to Earth and taught humanity the arts of civilization. Some researchers have suggested that the antediluvian kings might have been Anunnaki, or descendants of the Anunnaki, beings who are part god and part human, and who therefore lived far longer than ordinary mortals. This idea is echoed in the biblical book of Genesis, which describes the Nephilim, giants who walked the earth in the days before the flood. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, Genesis says, and also afterward when the sons of God came in to the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. The Nephilim are often interpreted as the offspring of angels and humans, beings who possessed extraordinary strength and longevity, but who were ultimately destroyed in the flood. The parallels between the Nephilim and the antediluvian kings of the Sumerian king list are striking. Both are described as living in the time before the flood. Both are associated with extraordinary abilities and lifespans, and both are said to have been wiped out when the flood came, leaving only a few survivors to carry on the human race. What if the antediluvian kings were the Nephilim? What if they were the mighty men of old, the rulers of a lost civilization that existed before the flood? And what if the flood was not just a natural disaster, but a deliberate act of divine judgment, a way of wiping out a race of beings that had become too powerful, too dangerous, too much like the gods themselves? These are not questions that can be answered with certainty. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous, too open to interpretation. But the fact that these stories exist, that they appear in multiple cultures and multiple texts, suggests that they are rooted in something real, some memory, some event, some truth that has been passed down through the ages. The Sumerian king list is not just a list of names and numbers. It's a window into a lost world, a world that existed before history, before writing, before the flood. And if we're willing to look through that window, if we're willing to set aside our assumptions and our skepticism, we might catch a glimpse of something extraordinary. A civilization that rose and fell long before our own, a time when the boundaries between gods and humans were not as clear as they are now, and a catastrophe that reset the world and forced humanity to begin again. The city of Kish holds a special place in the post-Diluvian section of the king list. After the flood, kingship descended from heaven once more, and this time it landed in Kish, a city located near the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Kish became the first capital of the New World, the place where civilization was reborn after the waters receded. Archaeological excavations at Kish have revealed evidence of a major flood that occurred around 2900 BCE. A thick layer of sediment, deposited by floodwaters, separates the earlier layers of the city from the later ones. This flood layer has been found at other Mesopotamian sites as well, including Ur and Shuruppak, suggesting that a widespread inundation occurred in the region during this period. Some scholars believe that this flood is the historical basis for the flood myths of Mesopotamia. It was a real event, a catastrophic deluge that destroyed cities and killed thousands of people. The survivors would have passed down stories of the flood, and over time those stories would have been embellished and mythologized, eventually becoming the epic narratives we find in texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Sumerian king list. But the flood layer at Kish dates to around 2900 BCE, which is thousands of years after the end of the last ice age and the dramatic sea level rise that occurred around 12,000 years ago. If the flood described in the king list is the same as the flood layer found at Kish, then the antediluvian kings could not have lived tens of thousands of years ago. They would have lived only a few centuries before the flood, which would make their impossibly long reigns even more difficult to explain. On the other hand, if the flood described in the king list is not the same as the flood layer at Kish, then we're left with two separate floods, one that occurred around 2900 BCE and destroyed the cities of Mesopotamia, and another, much earlier flood that marked the end of the antediluvian age. The earlier flood would have been far more catastrophic, a global or near-global event that wiped out an entire civilization and left only scattered survivors to rebuild. The idea of multiple floods is not without precedent. Many ancient cultures describe a series of cataclysms, each one destroying the world and forcing humanity to start over. The Hindu Puranas describe cycles of creation and destruction, with each cycle ending in a great deluge. The Maya believed that the world had been created and destroyed multiple times, with each new world inhabited by a different race of beings. Even the Bible hints at multiple catastrophes, with the flood of Noah being only one of several divine judgments that reshaped the earth. What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list is not a single event, but a memory of multiple floods, compressed into a single narrative? What if the antediluvian kings lived through a series of catastrophes, each one more devastating than the last, until finally the world they knew was swept away entirely? And what if the survivors of those catastrophes carried with them the knowledge of what had been lost, preserving it in oral traditions and eventually recording it in texts like the King List? The more you examine the King List, the more questions it raises. Every answer leads to another mystery. Every explanation opens up new possibilities. It's as though the text itself is a puzzle, a riddle left behind by the Sumerians for future generations to solve, and the key to solving it might lie not in the text itself, but in the world that produced it, the world of ancient Mesopotamia, where gods and humans walked side by side, where the boundaries between myth and history were fluid, and where the past was not something to be forgotten, but something to be remembered, honoured, and preserved. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Sumerian King List is the way it blends myth and history so seamlessly. The early kings, with their impossibly long reigns, seem like mythological figures, beings from a distant, idealized past. But as the list progresses, the kings become more and more recognizable as historical figures. By the time we reach the kings of the Akkadian Empire, we're dealing with rulers whose names appear in other historical records, whose deeds are documented in inscriptions and monuments, whose reigns can be dated with reasonable accuracy. This transition from myth to history is not abrupt. It's gradual, almost imperceptible. The reigns grow shorter, the kings become more human, but there's no clear line where mythology ends and history begins. It's as though the Sumerians didn't see a distinction between the two. To them, the antediluvian kings were just as real as the kings of their own time. The only difference was that the antediluvian kings lived in a different world, under different conditions, and their lives reflected that difference. Modern historians tend to draw a sharp line between myth and history. Myth is fiction, a story invented to explain the world or to convey moral lessons. History is fact, a record of events that actually happened. But the Sumerians didn't think that way. For them, myth and history were two sides of the same coin, two ways of understanding the past. Myth was the story of the gods, the cosmic forces that shape the world. History was the story of humans, the kings and heroes who lived within that world. But both were real, both were true, and both were worth remembering. This blending of myth and history is not unique to Sumer. It appears in many ancient cultures. The ancient Greeks, for example, believed that the Trojan War was a real historical event, even though it was also the subject of epic poems filled with gods, monsters, and supernatural events. The ancient Egyptians recorded the reigns of their pharaohs alongside the reigns of gods and semi-divine beings, treating both as part of a continuous historical narrative. The ancient Chinese chronicled the deeds of legendary emperors who were said to have ruled for hundreds of years, and they saw no contradiction between those legends and the more recent, historically verified dynasties. What if this blending of myth and history is not a sign of primitive thinking, but a more sophisticated understanding of the past? What if the ancients recognized that history is not just a collection of facts, but a story, a narrative that we construct to make sense of the world? And what if they understood that some truths can only be expressed through myth, through stories that transcend the literal and speak to deeper realities? The Sumerian King List might be one of those stories. It might be a way of saying that the past is not just a series of events, but a journey from a time when the world was young and the gods were close. to a time when the world grew old and the gods withdrew. The antediluvian kings with their impossibly long reigns represent that distant mythical past. The post-diluvian kings with their gradually shortening lifespans represent the transition to the historical present. And the flood, the great catastrophe that divides the two, represents the moment when the old world ended and the new world began. But even if the king list is a myth, that doesn't mean it's not true. Myths are not lies. They're stories that convey truths too complex or too profound to be expressed in simple, literal terms. The truth of the king list might not lie in the exact numbers, in the precise lengths of the reigns, but in the pattern those numbers reveal. The pattern of a world that was once different, that changed, that was lost, and that we are still trying to understand. In recent years, some researchers have proposed that the Sumerian king list might contain encoded astronomical data. The idea is that the lengths of the antediluvian reigns correspond to celestial cycles, precessions, planetary orbits, or other astronomical phenomena that the Sumerians were tracking. If this is true, then the king list is not just a historical record, but a kind of cosmic calendar, a way of marking time on a scale far grander than human lifespans. The Sumerians were skilled astronomers. They tracked the movements of the stars and planets with remarkable precision, and they developed a sophisticated system of mathematics based on the number 60, which is still used today in our measurement of time and angles. They knew about the precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis that causes the position of the stars to shift over thousands of years. They observed the cycles of the moon, the sun, and the planets, and they used that knowledge to create calendars, to predict eclipses, and to time their agricultural activities. Some of the numbers in the king list are multiples of 3,600, which, as mentioned earlier, is thought to represent a psalm, a unit of time associated with the celestial cycle. If the antediluvian reigns are based on SARs rather than years, then the numbers become more manageable. Alulim's reign of 28,800 years, for example, would be 8 SARs. If a SAR represents a specific astronomical cycle, perhaps the orbit of a planet or the precession of the equinoxes, then the king list might be recording not the lifespans of individual kings, but the duration of astronomical ages. This interpretation is intriguing, but it raises as many questions as it answers. If the king list is an astronomical text, why is it framed as a list of kings? Why not simply record the celestial cycles directly, without the need for royal names and dynasties? And why do the post-diluvian reigns gradually decrease, rather than remaining constant multiples of the SAR? One possible answer is that the Sumerians were doing both, recording history and encoding astronomical data at the same time. Ancient texts often operate on multiple levels, with surface meanings and hidden meanings layered on top of each other. The king list might be a historical record that also serves as a mnemonic device, a way of preserving astronomical knowledge in a form that could be passed down through generations. But there's another possibility, one that's even more speculative. What if the astronomical cycles recorded in the king list are not just abstract measurements of time, but markers of real events, cosmic events that had a direct impact on the Earth and on human civilization? What if the antediluvian reigns correspond to periods of stability, when the Earth's orbit and climate were relatively constant, and the flood marks a moment when that stability was disrupted? Some researchers have suggested that the Earth has experienced periodic catastrophes caused by comets, asteroids, or other celestial bodies. These catastrophes would have caused widespread destruction, climate change, and mass extinctions. If the Sumerians were aware of these cycles, if they had inherited knowledge of past catastrophes from an earlier civilization, then the king list might be a way of recording that knowledge. A warning, perhaps, that the cycles will repeat, that the catastrophes will come again. This idea is highly controversial, and it's not supported by mainstream science. But it's worth considering, if only because it offers a way of making sense of the king list's strange numbers and its insistence that the antediluvian kings were real. If the king list is recording cosmic cycles, then the impossibly long reigns are not exaggerations. They're accurate measurements of time on a scale that transcends individual human lives. What if the Sumerians knew something we've forgotten? What if they understood that the Earth is subject to cycles of destruction and renewal, and that human civilization is only one chapter in a much longer story? And what if the king list is their way of telling us that story, of passing down the knowledge they inherited from those who came before? The deeper you go into the Sumerian king list, the more it feels like you're descending into a labyrinth, a maze of names and numbers and half-remembered stories, all pointing towards something just beyond reach. Every time you think you found an answer, the answer dissolves, and you're left with more questions. What were the antediluvian kings? Why did they live so long? What was the flood and what did it destroy? And why did the Sumerians, who were meticulous record keepers, insist that all of this was real? Perhaps the answer is that the king list is not meant to be solved. Perhaps it's meant to be pondered, to be meditated upon, to be carried with us as a reminder that the past is not as simple or as knowable as we like to think. The Sumerians lived closer to that past than we do. They were only a few thousand years removed from the events they were recording, and they had access to traditions and texts that have since been lost. If they believed that the antediluvian kings were real, if they believed that the flood was a turning point in human history, then maybe we should take them seriously. That doesn't mean we have to accept everything in the king list as literal truth, but it does mean we should be open to the possibility that the Sumerians knew things we don't, that they preserved memories of a world we can no longer see. The king list is not just a curiosity, not just an ancient text to be filed away in a museum. It's a message from the past, a message that says, we were here, we remember, and what we remember is important. What if the antediluvian kings were the last remnants of a lost civilization, a civilization that existed before the flood and was destroyed by it? What if the Sumerians, when they built their cities and developed their writing, were not starting from scratch, but rebuilding, carrying forward the knowledge and traditions of those who came before? And what if the king list is the last surviving record of that lost world, the only text that still remembers the kings who ruled before the flood, before history, before the world as we know it began? These are not questions that can be answered with certainty. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous. But the questions themselves are worth asking because they force us to reconsider our assumptions about the past. We tend to think of history as a linear progression, a steady march from primitive beginnings to modern civilization. But what if history is not linear? What if it's cyclical, with civilizations rising and falling, knowledge being gained and lost, and humanity starting over again and again? The Sumerian king list suggests that possibility. It suggests that the world we live in is not the first world, that there were others before us, and that those earlier worlds were not necessarily less advanced or less sophisticated than our own. They were just different. And when they ended, when the flood came and swept them away, the survivors had to rebuild from the ruins, carrying with them only fragments of what had been lost. What if we are the descendants of those survivors? What if the knowledge we take for granted, writing, mathematics, astronomy, agriculture, was not invented by us, but inherited from those who came before? And what if the Sumerian king list is one of the few texts that still remembers where that knowledge came from? There's a haunting quality to the king list, a sense of loss that permeates every line. The antediluvian kings are gone. The world they ruled is gone. The flood swept it all away, and what came after was smaller, shorter, more fragile. The Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were not just preserving history, they were mourning. They were mourning a world they had never known, a world that existed only in memory and myth, but a world that felt more real, more vital, more alive than the one they inhabited. That sense of loss is something we can still feel today, thousands of years later. We live in a world that is constantly changing, constantly moving forward, constantly leaving the past behind. But there's a part of us that longs for something older, something deeper, something that connects us to the very beginning of human existence. The Sumerian king list speaks to that longing. It reminds us that we are not the first, that there were others before us, and that their stories are still worth telling. What if the king list is not just a record of the past, but a map that shows us where we came from and perhaps where we're going? What if the cycles it describes, the rise and fall of kings, the coming of the flood, the slow decline of human lifespans, are not unique to the ancient world, but patterns that repeat throughout history? And what if we are living through one of those cycles right now, moving toward another turning point, another moment when the world will change and everything we know will be swept away? These are uncomfortable thoughts. They challenge our sense of progress, our belief that we are moving forward, that we are building something permanent and lasting. But the Sumerian king list suggests otherwise. It suggests that nothing is permanent, that every civilization eventually falls, and that the only thing that endures is memory, the stories we tell, the texts we write, the knowledge we pass down to those who come after. The Sumerians understood this. They knew that their civilization would not last forever, that one day their cities would crumble and their language would be forgotten. But they also knew that if they recorded their history, if they carved it into clay and buried it in the earth, then some part of them would survive. And they were right. 4,000 years later, we are still reading their words, still trying to understand what they were trying to tell us. What if the message of the king list is simply this? Remember. Remember that there were others before you. Remember that the world has changed before and will change again. Remember that the past is not dead, but alive, waiting to be rediscovered. And remember that the greatest gift you can give to the future is the story of where you came from. The Sumerian king list ends not with a conclusion, but with a continuation. The list of kings goes on and on, dynasty after dynasty, city after city, until it reaches the time of the scribes who recorded it. And even then, it doesn't truly end. It simply stops, as though the story is still being written, as though the list of kings will continue into the future long after the Sumerians themselves have vanished. That open-endedness is fitting. The king list is not a closed narrative, not a story with a neat resolution. It's a record of an ongoing process, a journey that began in the distant past and continues into the present. The antediluvian kings are gone, but their memory remains. The flood swept away the old world, but the new world rose from its ruins. And the cycle continues, generation after generation, king after king, until one day perhaps another flood will come, and the cycle will begin again. What if the Sumerian king list is not just a record of the past, but a prophecy? What if it's telling us that the patterns of history repeat, that the rise and fall of civilizations is not random but cyclical, and that we are living through one of those cycles right now? What if the antediluvian kings, with their impossibly long reigns, represent a time of stability and prosperity that we have lost, and the gradual shortening of lifespans represents a decline that we are still experiencing? These are questions that the king list raises but does not answer, and perhaps that's the point. Perhaps the king list is not meant to give us answers, but to make us think, to make us question, to make us wonder about the nature of time, the nature of history, and the nature of our own existence. It's a text that refuses to be pinned down, that resists easy interpretation, that remains as mysterious and enigmatic today as it was when it was first carved into clay 4,000 years ago. And maybe that's why it endures. Maybe that's why we're still talking about it, still trying to understand it, still searching for the truth hidden within its lines. Because the Sumerian king list is not just a list of kings, it's a mirror, reflecting back to us our own questions about where we came from, who we are, and where we're going. It's a reminder that the past is not something separate from us, but something that lives within us, shaping our present and our future in ways we can barely comprehend. What if the key to understanding the Sumerian king list is not to solve it, but to live with it, to carry it with us as a question, a mystery, a puzzle that we may never fully solve, but that enriches our understanding of the world nonetheless? What if the greatest gift the Sumerians left us is not the answers they recorded, but the questions they asked? Late at night, when the world is quiet and the mind begins to drift, it's easy to imagine the antediluvian kings. You can see them in your mind's eye, sitting on thrones in cities that no longer exist, ruling over a world that has been lost to time. You can imagine the flood rising, the waters covering the land, the old world disappearing beneath the waves, and you can imagine the survivors clinging to whatever they could save, carrying with them the memory of what had been lost. The Sumerian king list is their legacy. It's the story they told, the record they kept, the message they left for us. And if we listen carefully, if we let the words sink in, we might hear something more than just a list of names and numbers. We might hear the echo of a world that once was, a world that existed before history, before writing, before the flood, a world where kings ruled for thousands of years, where the gods walked among humans, and where the boundaries between the possible and the impossible were not as clear as they are now. What if that world was real? What if the Sumerian king list is not mythology, not exaggeration, not symbolic encoding, but memory, distorted by time, fragmented by catastrophe, but memory nonetheless? What if the antediluvian kings really did exist, and their impossibly long reigns are a reflection of a world that operated under different rules, different conditions, different laws of nature? We may never know for certain. The evidence is too scarce, the past too distant, the truth too deeply buried. But the question remains, carved into clay, waiting for us to discover it, to ponder it, to carry it with us into the future. The Sumerian king list is not just a text, it's a doorway, a portal into a past that we can barely imagine, but that continues to call to us, to haunt us, to remind us that there is more to history than we have been taught. And perhaps that's enough. Perhaps the mystery itself is the message. Perhaps the Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were not trying to give us answers, but to give us something more valuable. A sense of wonder, a sense of possibility, a sense that the world is far older and far stranger than we can ever fully comprehend. So as you drift towards sleep, as the words of the king list fade into the background of your mind, let yourself wonder. Wonder about the antediluvian kings, about the world they ruled, about the flood that swept them away. Wonder about the survivors, about the knowledge they carried, about the stories they told, and wonder about us, about our place in the long, unbroken chain of human history, about what we will leave behind when our own civilization has crumbled and our own cities have turned to dust. The Sumerian king list holds no definitive answers, but it holds something more important, a question that echoes across the millennia, a question that each generation must answer for itself. What if the past is not what we think it is? What if there were others before us, greater than us, wiser than us, who knew things we've forgotten? And what if the key to understanding our future lies not in looking forward, but in looking back, into the shadows of the earliest past, where the truth still waits to be discovered? The king list is still there, resting in its museum case, covered in dust and time. But the story it tells is not over. It's still being written, still being discovered, still being remembered. And as long as there are people willing to ask the questions, willing to wonder, willing to imagine a world that existed before history began, the Sumerian king list will continue to speak to us, whispering its secrets across the ages, reminding us that the past is never truly gone. It's just waiting to be found. But what if we've been asking the wrong questions all along? What if the mystery of the Sumerian king list isn't about whether the numbers are literal or symbolic, whether the kings were real or mythological, whether the flood was local or global? What if the real mystery is why we find it so difficult to accept that the Sumerians might have been telling the truth as they understood it? We live in an age of radical skepticism, where the default position toward ancient texts is disbelief. We assume that ancient peoples were superstitious, that they couldn't distinguish between fact and fiction, that their records are riddled with errors and exaggerations. But what if that assumption is wrong? What if the Sumerians were just as rational, just as careful, just as committed to accuracy as any modern historian? They were, after all, the inventors of writing itself. They created one of the world's first legal systems, developed advanced mathematics, tracked the movements of celestial bodies with remarkable precision. These were not primitive people. They were sophisticated, organized, meticulous. So when they recorded that Elulim ruled for 2800 years, they weren't being careless. They weren't confusing mythology with history. They were recording what they believed to be true, based on sources that they considered reliable. The question we should be asking is not whether the Sumerians were wrong, but why their understanding of the past was so radically different from ours. One possibility we haven't fully explored is that the Sumerians were measuring time differently than we do, not just using different units, sars instead of years, but conceptualizing time itself in a fundamentally different way. In the modern world, we think of time as linear, uniform, constant. A year is a year, whether it occurred in 2000 BCE or 2000 CE. Time flows at the same rate for everyone, everywhere, always. But what if that's not how the Sumerians understood time? What if they believed that time itself was variable, that it could flow faster or slower depending on cosmic conditions, divine intervention, or the state of the world. In that case, a year in the antediluvian period might not be equivalent to a year in the post-diluvian period. The two might be measuring the same thing, a cycle of seasons perhaps, or a celestial revolution, but the duration of that cycle might have been different. This idea might sound absurd to modern ears, but it's not without precedent. Einstein's theory of relativity tells us that time is not absolute, that it can be stretched or compressed depending on velocity and gravity. Time passes more slowly near a massive object, more quickly in the vacuum of space. An astronaut orbiting the Earth ages slightly slower than someone on the ground. Time, in other words, is relative. Could the Sumerians have known something about the relativity of time? Could they have inherited knowledge from an earlier civilization that understood that time is not constant, that it can change? If the antediluvian world existed during a period when the Earth's relationship to the Sun was different, when the planet's rotation was faster or slower, when the magnetic field or cosmic radiation levels created different conditions, then time itself might have been experienced differently. A year might have been shorter or longer. Life processes might have unfolded at a different rate. This is admittedly highly speculative, but it's no more speculative than dismissing the entire king list as mythology. At least this approach takes the Sumerians seriously, treats them as intelligent observers trying to make sense of information that had been passed down to them from their ancestors. Another avenue worth exploring is the nature of kingship itself in the antediluvian period. We assume that the kings listed in the king list were individuals, single human beings who ruled for impossibly long periods. But what if king meant something different before the flood? What if it referred not to a person, but to a principle, a system, a continuity of rule that transcended individual lifetimes? In many traditional societies, the king is not just a political leader, but a sacred figure, a living embodiment of the cosmic order. When a king dies, the kingship doesn't die. It passes to the successor, who becomes, in a sense, the same king. The individual changes, but the office remains. In ancient Egypt, every pharaoh was Horus incarnate. In Tibet, the Dalai Lama is believed to be the reincarnation of his predecessor, the same consciousness returning in a new body. The person is temporary, but the essence is eternal. What if the antediluvian kings were understood in this way? What if Alulim was not the name of a single individual, but a title, a position, a sacred office that was occupied by a succession of rulers who were all considered to be Alulim? In that case, the 2080-800-year reign would not be the lifespan of one person, but the duration of the Alulim dynasty, the total span of time during which that particular line of kingship held power. This interpretation has the advantage of making the numbers more comprehensible, without dismissing them as purely mythological. It allows us to take the king list seriously as a historical record, while acknowledging that the Sumerians might have been recording history in a way that's different from our modern conventions. The antediluvian section would then represent very long dynasties, or political systems that remained stable for thousands of years, while the post-diluvian section would represent shorter dynasties that change more frequently. But even this interpretation raises questions. If the antediluvian kings represent dynasties, why did those dynasties remain stable for so long? What kind of society could maintain the same ruling family, the same system of government, the same continuity of power for thousands of years? Our own experience tells us that political systems are fragile, that empires rise and fall, that revolutions and upheavals are inevitable. The longest-lasting dynasties in recorded history, the Zhou dynasty in China, the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, lasted for a few centuries at most. The idea of a single dynasty ruling for 28,000 years seems almost as impossible as a single individual living that long. Unless, of course, the antediluvian world was fundamentally more stable than our own. If the climate was constant, if resources were abundant, if there were no wars or plagues or natural disasters to disrupt the social order, then perhaps a dynasty could last for millennia. The antediluvian period might have been a golden age, a time of peace and prosperity when the world was in balance and kingship was truly ordained by the heavens, not contested by ambitious rivals or threatened by external enemies. And then the flood came, and that stability was shattered. The post-diluvian world was a world of chaos, of struggle, of constant change. Dynasties rose and fell more quickly because the world itself was more volatile. The connection between heaven and earth had been severed, or at least weakened, and kingship was no longer the stable, eternal institution it had once been. There's another pattern in the king list that deserves closer attention: the gradual transition from the mythical to the historical. It's not just that the reign lengths decrease over time. The nature of the information changes as well. The antediluvian kings are listed with minimal detail. Name, city, reign length, that's all. No accomplishments, no genealogies, no stories. They're bare bones, skeletal entries that tell us almost nothing about who these kings were or what they did. But as the king list moves forward in time, the entries become richer. We start to get patronymics, son of so-and-so, which establish genealogical connections. We get epithets and titles that tell us something about the king's character or achievements. We get references to specific events, battles, building projects. By the time we reach the historically verified kings of the late 3rd millennium BCE, the entries are detailed enough to cross-reference with other sources to build a coherent picture of Mesopotamian history. This gradual enrichment of detail suggests that the king list is based on sources of varying quality and age. The antediluvian entries are the oldest, the most distant from the scribes who recorded them, and therefore the most sparse. The information has been compressed, reduced to its essential elements, stripped of context and elaboration. What survives is just the core. These were the kings, this is where they ruled, this is how long they ruled. But even in that compression, there's information. The fact that the antediluvian kings are remembered at all, that their names were preserved across such vast stretches of time, suggests that they were important enough that their memory endured through the catastrophe of the flood, through the collapse and rebuilding of civilization, through countless generations of oral transmission before writing was invented. These were not minor figures. They were the founding fathers of Sumerian civilization, the legendary rulers whose reigns established the template for all kingship that came after. And their names have meaning. Alulim, the first king, might be related to the Sumerian word for stag or ram, animals associated with strength and virility. Enmenluana, the second antediluvian king, has a name that might mean Lord of the Powers of the Sky. Enmengalana, the sixth king, could mean Lord of the Great Crown of Heaven. These are not random names. They're titles that suggest a sacred cosmic dimension to kingship, a connection to the divine powers that governed the universe. The cities where the kings ruled are equally significant. Eridu, the first city, was sacred to Enki, the god of wisdom and water. Bad Tibira was associated with metalworking and the arts of civilization. Larak was a cult centre for the god Pabilsag, a warrior deity. Sippar was the city of the sun god Shamash, the god of justice and truth. Shurupak was the city of Utnapishtim, the flood hero who survived the deluge and was granted immortality. These cities represent different aspects of civilization, different divine principles, different spheres of knowledge and power. Taken together, they form a complete picture of the antediluvian world, a world where each city was a sacred centre, a place where a particular god was worshipped, and a particular king maintained the connection between heaven and earth. The antediluvian period in this reading was an age when the divine order was manifest on earth, when the gods walked among humans, or at least were closer, more accessible, and when kingship was a direct expression of cosmic law. Let's consider for a moment the possibility that the flood described in the king list was not a meteorological event at all, but something else, something that we've been interpreting too literally. In ancient Mesopotamian thought, water was not just H2O. Water was the primordial chaos, the formless void from which the world was created. In the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic, the universe begins with two primordial waters, Apsu, the sweet water, and Tiamat, the salt water. These waters mix and give birth to the gods, and eventually the god Marduk slays Tiamat and creates the world from her body. Water, in this cosmology, represents the dissolution of form, the return to chaos, the end of order. A flood, then, is not just a physical disaster, it's a cosmic event, a moment when the ordered world collapses and returns to the primordial state. When the Sumerians said that the flood swept over, they might have been describing not just rising waters, but a complete breakdown of civilization, a return to chaos and formlessness from which a new world had to be created. This interpretation helps explain why the flood is such a sharp dividing line in the king list. It's not just that the waters rose and killed a lot of people, it's that the entire cosmic order was reset. The antediluvian world operated according to one set of principles, one relationship between gods and humans, one understanding of time and kingship. The flood dissolved all of that, swept it away, returned everything to the primordial waters, and when the waters receded, a new world emerged, still connected to the old world through memory and tradition, but fundamentally different, operating under new rules. In this reading, the impossibly long reigns of the antediluvian kings are not anomalies that need to be explained away. They're accurate descriptions of a different mode of existence. The antediluvian world was closer to the divine source, closer to the moment of creation, and therefore time itself operated differently. As the world aged, as it moved further from the initial creative act, time accelerated. The reigns grew shorter because the world itself was changing, aging, moving toward the dissolution that would eventually come with the flood. And after the flood, in the new world, time moved faster still. The first post-Diluvian kings lived for centuries, but their descendants lived for decades. The world was speeding up, moving away from the timeless realm of the gods and toward the fully temporal realm of mortal humanity. The king list, in this interpretation, is a record of that acceleration, that gradual separation of the human and divine realms. There's a strange detail in some versions of the king list that often gets overlooked. The phrase, "then the kingship was taken to" a particular city. This phrase appears repeatedly as the list moves from one dynasty to the next. After Eridu, the kingship was taken to Bad Tibira. After Bad Tibira, the kingship was taken to Larak, and so on. The passive voice is important here. The kingship is not seized, not conquered, not claimed. It is taken, moved from one place to another by an unspecified agent. The implication is that kingship is a portable thing, something that can be transferred from city to city. But who is doing the transferring? The obvious answer in Sumerian cosmology is the gods. Kingship descends from heaven, and it can be moved from place to place according to divine will. This raises an intriguing possibility. What if the antediluvian section of the king list is not describing a succession of dynasties that replaced each other through conquest or inheritance, but a deliberate rotation of power? What if kingship was meant to move from city to city, each city taking its turn as the center of the world, each king ruling until the gods decided it was time to pass the kingship to the next city? In this scenario, the impossibly long reigns make a different kind of sense. If kingship was supposed to remain in each city for a predetermined period, a great cosmic cycle perhaps, then those periods might naturally be very long. The king didn't die and pass power to an heir. He ruled until the completion of his city's cycle, at which point the kingship was taken to the next city, and the next king began his reign. This would also explain why there's no mention of violence or conflict in the antediluvian section. The transitions between kings are peaceful, orderly, almost ritualistic. There are no wars, no rebellions, no usurpations. The kingship simply moves from one place to the next, following a pattern ordained by the gods. And then the flood came, and that orderly pattern was destroyed. In the post-diluvian world, kingship was no longer passed peacefully from city to city according to divine will. It was fought over, conquered, seized by force. The king list records several instances of cities destroying each other, of dynasties being overthrown, of kingship being smitten with weapons and taken by conquest. The post-diluvian world was a world of violence and competition, a world where the divine order had broken down and human ambition had taken its place. We keep coming back to this question. What was different about the antediluvian world? What made it possible for kings to rule for thousands of years, for cities to coexist peacefully, for civilization to remain stable across vast stretches of time? One answer that we haven't fully considered is that the antediluvian world had fewer people. Modern scholarship estimates that the total human population before the advent of agriculture was somewhere between 1 and 10 million people worldwide. That's roughly the current population of a single large city, spread across the entire globe. Even after the agricultural revolution, population growth was slow. By 5000 BCE, the estimated global population was still only around 5 to 20 million. By 3000 BCE, perhaps 50 million. If the antediluvian cities were small, a few thousand people at most, then the social dynamics would have been completely different from anything we're familiar with. Everyone would have known everyone else, or at least known of them. Social relationships would have been direct and personal, not mediated through complex bureaucracies or anonymous institutions. A king ruling over a few thousand people would have been more like a village elder than a modern head of state. In such a society, stability would be easier to maintain. There would be less social stratification, less inequality, less potential for conflict. Resources would be abundant relative to population, so there would be less competition, less violence, less need for war. If everyone has enough to eat, if there's enough land for everyone, If there are no external threats, then why would the social order ever change? A dynasty could indeed last for thousands of years if there was simply no pressure forcing it to end. And the king himself, or the succession of kings bearing the same name, might live unusually long lives simply because the conditions were ideal. Good nutrition, low stress, absence of epidemic diseases, a stable and supportive community, all of these factors would contribute to longevity. If we add to that the possibility that the antediluvian world had different environmental conditions, perhaps higher oxygen levels, lower cosmic radiation, a stronger magnetic field, then lifespans of several hundred years start to seem at least theoretically possible. Not 28,000 years, of course. But perhaps the Sumerians, working backward from oral traditions and fragmentary records, had lost track of how many kings had actually ruled under each royal name. What they knew was that the line of Alulim had ruled in Eridu for a very, very long time, so long that the number seemed more like a cosmic cycle than a human lifespan. So they recorded it as a Sar, or 8 Sars, and let the number speak for itself. But there's a darker possibility that we need to consider. What if the flood was not a natural disaster, but a deliberate act of destruction? The Epic of Gilgamesh tells us that the gods decided to destroy humanity because they had become too numerous, too noisy, too troublesome. Enlil, the king of the gods, convinced the other deities to send the flood to wipe out the human race. Only Enki dissented, warning Utnapishtim and giving him the means to survive. Why would the gods want to destroy humanity? This standard interpretation is that humans were disturbing the gods' peace, that the constant noise and activity of human civilization was intolerable to the divine beings. But there might be another reason. The gods were afraid. In several ancient texts, there are hints that humanity was on the verge of becoming too powerful, too knowledgeable, too much like the gods themselves. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, after Gilgamesh and his companion Enkidu slay the Bull of Heaven, the goddess Ishtar is furious not just because they killed her sacred animal, but because they demonstrated that humans could challenge and defeat divine forces. In the story of the Tower of Babel, God scatters humanity specifically because nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. What if the antediluvian civilization had reached a level of advancement that threatened the gods? What if humans had discovered secrets, developed technologies, achieved understandings that were supposed to remain in the divine realm? The long reigns of the antediluvian kings might reflect not just stability, but progress. A steady accumulation of knowledge and power for thousands of years, an ascent towards something that the gods found dangerous, and so the gods sent the flood. Not as punishment for sin, not because humans were evil, but because humans were becoming too powerful. The flood was a reset button, a way of knocking humanity back down to a more manageable level. The antediluvian knowledge was lost, the cities were destroyed, the long-lived kings were swept away, and humanity had to start over from scratch. But some knowledge survived. Utnapishtim survived, carrying with him memories of the world before the flood. Other survivors scattered across the globe preserved fragments of the old wisdom, and when civilization was rebuilt, when the Sumerians emerged in southern Mesopotamia and created their cities and their writing, they were not starting from zero. They were recovering, rebuilding, trying to piece together what had been lost. The Sumerian king list might be one of those pieces, a fragment of antediluvian knowledge, distorted and incomplete, but genuine. The impossibly long reigns, the mysterious cities, the flood that divided history. All of it might be a garbled but authentic memory of a world that the gods tried to erase. There's an odd detail in the mythology surrounding the antediluvian kings that deserves attention. Several of these kings are said to have ascended to heaven, to have been taken up by the gods without dying. Enmeduranki, the seventh antediluvian king who ruled in Sipar, is particularly important. According to later Babylonian tradition, Enmeduranki was taken up into heaven where the gods Shamash and Adad taught him the secrets of divination, how to read omens, how to interpret the will of the gods, how to see the future. He then returned to earth and taught these secrets to the priests, establishing the guild of diviners that would serve Mesopotamian civilization for thousands of years. This story has clear parallels to the biblical figure of Enoch, the seventh patriarch before the flood, who walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Enoch, like Enmeduranki, was taken up to heaven and given divine knowledge, which he then recorded in books that became the foundation for later mystical and apocalyptic traditions. The parallel is too precise to be coincidental. Both are the seventh in a series of antediluvian figures. Both are taken up to heaven. Both receive divine knowledge. Both transmit that knowledge to later generations. The two traditions must be connected, must stem from a common source. A memory of an antediluvian figure who bridged the gap between human and divine, who brought down knowledge from heaven and ensured that it would survive the coming flood. What kind of knowledge? The texts are maddeningly vague, but they hint at astronomy, at the movements of the heavens, at the ability to calculate and predict celestial events. Enmeduranki is taught divination, which in Mesopotamian practice meant observing and interpreting natural phenomena. The flight of birds, the patterns in oil poured on water, the movements of stars and planets, the occurrence of eclipses. This was not superstition. It was science, a systematic attempt to understand the patterns that govern the natural world and to use that understanding to predict future events. If the antediluvian kings possessed advanced astronomical knowledge, if they were tracking celestial cycles and recording their observations over thousands of years, then the numbers in the king list might be more than just reign lengths. They might be a kind of code, a way of encoding astronomical data in a form that could be transmitted across the catastrophe of the flood. The reigns of the kings might correspond to celestial cycles, to the periods of planets, to precession of the equinoxes, to cycles within cycles that the antediluvian astronomers had discovered and wanted to preserve. And if that's true, then the king list is not just a historical document, it's a scientific text, a repository of astronomical knowledge so important that it had to be saved, even if that meant disguising it as a list of kings and dynasties. The Sumerians who recorded the king list might not have fully understood what they were preserving. They might have been copying from sources that were already ancient, already mysterious, already partially incomprehensible. But they recognized that the information was important, that it came from a time before the flood, and that it needed to be recorded and passed down. Let's turn now to a question we've been avoiding. If the antediluvian civilization was so advanced, where is the archaeological evidence? Where are the ruins of Eridu from before the flood? Where are the artifacts, the tools, the technologies that this lost civilization would have left behind? The answer might be simpler than we think: underwater. At the end of the last ice age, sea levels rose by more than 400 feet. Coastlines that had been dry land for tens of thousands of years were suddenly submerged beneath hundreds of feet of water. If the antediluvian cities were built along those ancient coastlines, and there's good reason to think they would have been, since river mouths and coastal areas are the most fertile and resource-rich locations, then those cities are now underwater, buried beneath centuries of sediment, completely inaccessible to conventional archaeology. Recent underwater archaeology has revealed that there are indeed structures, settlements, and artifacts beneath the world's oceans. Off the coast of India, underwater ruins have been discovered that some researchers date to 7000 BCE or earlier. In the Mediterranean, Submerged settlements have been found that predate any known coastal civilizations. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument, a massive stone structure that may be natural or may be artificial, sits beneath the waves, a mystery that continues to provoke debate. If we accept that sea level rise submerged thousands of miles of coastline at the end of the Ice Age, then we have to accept that whatever civilizations existed along those coastlines are now lost, visible only to divers and underwater robots. The archaeological record, in other words, is incomplete. Radically, fundamentally incomplete. We're looking for evidence of ancient civilizations in the wrong places, in the highlands and river valleys that remained above water, when the real centres of ancient population might be beneath the seas. Eridu, as it happens, was originally a coastal city. When it was founded around 5400 BCE, it stood near the edge of the Persian Gulf. Over the millennia, silt from the Tigris and Euphrates rivers gradually extended the coastline, pushing the sea further and further away. Today, Eridu is miles inland, surrounded by desert. But in the antediluvian period, if that period predates 5400 BCE, Eridu would have been a coastal settlement, possibly even a port city. If the antediluvian cities were built during the Ice Age, when sea levels were much lower, then they would have been located along what is now the floor of the Persian Gulf. And when the ice melted and the seas rose, those cities would have been flooded, destroyed, buried beneath water and sediment. Only the memory of those cities would have survived, preserved in oral traditions and eventually recorded in texts like the Sumerian King List. This would explain why the archaeological evidence for the antediluvian cities is so sparse. We've excavated Eridu, and we found layers of settlement going back to 5400 BCE, but we haven't found the antediluvian city, the original Eridu where Ululim reigned for 28th Bayun the 800 years. That city, if it existed, is underwater, out of reach, lost beneath the Persian Gulf. The final question, the one that haunts every reading of the Sumerian King List, is this. What does it mean for us? Why should we care about a list of ancient kings, about a flood that may or may not have happened, about a lost civilization that may or may not have existed? We live in the 21st century, in a world of science and technology, of space exploration and artificial intelligence. What possible relevance could the Sumerian King List have to our lives today? The answer is that the King List challenges our fundamental understanding of human history. We've been taught that civilization is a recent phenomenon, that humans lived as primitive hunter-gatherers for hundreds of thousands of years, and only developed agriculture, cities, and writing within the last 10,000 years. We've been taught that history is a story of progress, of steady advancement from simplicity to complexity, from ignorance to knowledge. But the Sumerian King List tells a different story. It tells us that there were civilizations before ours, that there were kings and cities and knowledge that existed long before the earliest dates in our history books. It tells us that history is not linear but cyclical, that civilizations rise and fall, that knowledge can be gained and lost, that humanity has had to start over more than once. If the King List is right, if there really was an antediluvian civilization that was destroyed by a catastrophic flood, then we need to rethink everything we know about the human past. We need to consider the possibility that we are not the first advanced civilization, that there were others before us, and that those earlier civilizations might have known things we don't, might have achieved things we haven't, might have left behind knowledge that we've lost. And if civilizations can fall, if knowledge can be lost, if catastrophe can destroy everything we've built, then we need to ask ourselves, could it happen again? Are we building a civilization that's sustainable, that will endure, that will pass its knowledge down to future generations? Or are we repeating the mistakes of the past, building on unstable foundations, heading toward our own flood, our own moment when everything we've built will be swept away? The Sumerian king list is not just a window into the past, it's a mirror, reflecting back to us our own fragility, our own mortality, our own place in the long cycle of human history. It reminds us that we are not the pinnacle of human achievement, not the final destination of progress. We are one chapter in a much longer story, a story that began long before us and will continue long after we're gone. The antediluvian kings are calling to us across the millennia, their names carved into clay, their reigns stretching across vast epochs of time. They're telling us that the world has changed before and will change again, that nothing is permanent, that even the greatest civilizations eventually crumble and fall. But they're also telling us something else, something more hopeful, that memory survives, that knowledge can be preserved, that even after the flood, after the catastrophe, after everything is lost, something can be saved. The Sumerian king list survived. Despite 4,000 years of wars, invasions, collapses and catastrophes, despite the fall of Sumer and the destruction of its cities, despite the death of its language and the loss of its culture, the king list survived. It was copied and recopied, buried and rediscovered, translated and studied, until finally it reached us, here, now, in the 21st century. That's the real miracle of the Sumerian king list. Not the impossibly long reigns, not the mysterious antediluvian kings, not even the flood that divided history. The miracle is that it survived at all, that the memory was kept alive, that someone cared enough to preserve it. And if the Sumerians could do that, if they could save their knowledge across thousands of years of chaos and destruction, then maybe we can too. Maybe that's the lesson the antediluvian kings are trying to teach us. Not to fear the flood, not to mourn what will be lost, but to do what the Sumerians did, to remember, to record, to preserve, to carve our knowledge into something that will last, something that will survive whatever catastrophes the future holds, something that will speak to whoever comes after us and tell them, we were here, we knew things, and we wanted you to know them too. The Sumerian king list is still waiting, still speaking, still asking its questions, and maybe, if we listen carefully enough, we'll find not just answers about the past, but guidance for the future. Wisdom from a lost world, preserved across the ages, offering us a chance to learn from those who came before, to avoid their mistakes, to build something that will last. Or maybe the king list is simply reminding us that some